everybody. Happy Monday. It's gonna be a rough one in parts, but just in parts. But I wanted to open it up with this. 44 years ago today, the first CD was produced. What is the first CD you owned? I found mine. These were the first CDs. I don't know if these were like technically the first CDs I owned. Maybe I owned some like kids CD or something before this, but the first like pop albums that I owned, Britney's Baby One More Time and Christina's Self-Titled, which I got at like the same time. So there it is. Those are my first. What were yours? While you guys are maybe writing that in the chat, I'll also move on to this other little bit of nostalgia bait. Amanda Marshall's Self-Titled, Brandi Carlisle's The Story. Never owned a CD, but you collect vinyls. You sound young. That's what I would say. But I guess maybe other people my age weren't buying them, but CDs are very big for the millennials, for sure. A German girls pop collection album. Pink Floyd's Digipack reissues. Okay. Some Hannah Montana CD. Well, that kind of brings us right over here then. Today in 2007, Disney Channel premiered the High School Musical episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, followed by the premiere of High School Musical 2, followed by the premiere of Phineas and Ferb, followed by the Jonas Brothers episode of Hannah Montana. What a night for the Disney Channel. Holy fuck. I didn't remember that this all premiered on the same night, but I guess it kind of makes sense. I do remember that I was not home when this premiered, because my parents made me go camping in the infield of Michigan International Speedway, and I was very upset. I thought that was a huge injustice, that I had to spend High School Musical 2's debut weekend not watching High School Musical 2. I thought that was absurd, but that is what happened. Yeah, I guess this other stuff premiered as well. The High School Musical episode of Sweet Life, and then Phineas and Ferb. Big night for Ashley Tisdale in Sweet Life, in High School Musical 2, and also Phineas and Ferb, which I was thinking about Phineas and Ferb the other night. I was like, Phineas and Ferb is like legit one of the best things Disney ever created. I mean, it's just so good, and it has permeated culture in a way that I think a lot of people don't fully appreciate. Like, the whole thing, you know that thing people say now, where they're like, if I had a nickel for every time something happened, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it is weird that it happened twice. That's Phineas and Ferb. That's where that comes from. Iconic. Really, truly. Probably, maybe one of the, for sure, the best animated shows Disney's ever created. So shout out to Phineas and Ferb. Hope they're doing well. I think the show's still on, but I don't know for sure. But yeah, big night. If you were around my age, if you're a millennial, a zillennial like me, this would have been quite the evening. But if you were a millennial or zillennial like me, you are probably very sad today, because Hayden Panettiere did pass away. It sounds like yesterday at some point. I saw the announcement last night. We got some more details this morning. We still don't know exactly what happened. For right now, it seems like maybe it was an overdose. She went into cardiac arrest last night, but the exact cause is not known yet. But yeah, I've been real sad. Have some tissues next to me, because I know for sure there is just a 0% chance that I'm getting through this section without crying. This one hit really hard. I think for me, harder than any celebrity death in recent memory. Hayden Panettiere was in a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that, I mean, not like that much stuff that I was familiar with. Like, I never watched Heroes. I didn't see the Scream movies that she was in, but I've, of course, seen some of the Scream movies. I did watch I Love You, Beth Cooper. Not an incredible film, but she's good in it. Nothing against her. But I watched the fuck out of Bring It On, All or Nothing. That used to play on the E! Channel all the time. I loved Ice Princess with Michelle Trachtenberg, who is also gone. I never watched Nashville, but I've actually kind of heard good things about it. So this one was really, really sad. She is one of those people that, like, especially if you're a millennial, like, she is so iconic and so important, you know. Even I never watched Heroes, but literally the only thing I know about the show Heroes is that she was in it, and I know the, like, catchphrase, save the cheerleader, save the world. I know nothing else about that show. All I know is that Hayden Panettiere was in it and that she played a cheerleader. So yeah, this was really sad. Oh, and if you're wondering, by the way, I got stung by a bee. That's what this little red mark is here. A wasp, actually, not a bee. But yeah, this was just really devastating. Not just because of how iconic she was, but if you were paying attention, I know we did talk about it for a little bit a few months ago during one of these streams, but she had kind of come back into the spotlight a few months ago when she released a book, and she did a lot of promo for that. So just this year, Hayden published her memoir in which she shared what she had been through over the course of her life, from struggling with addiction and postpartum depression to surviving sexual harassment and assault, domestic violence, exploitation as a child star, a traumatic childbirth, the painful separation from her daughter, and the devastating loss of her younger brother, Jansen. Yeah, I just... It's just really sad because she had been so kind of open and vulnerable with her struggles, and it seemed like she was in a better place, and yeah, now she's gone. But talking about that, here's some stuff that she shared earlier this year while promoting the book.
Vladimir, who's the father of your child, who didn't realize how famous you were at first.
No, he had no idea.
So then the two of you get together and you have a baby.
Yes.
At a time for many people, it's just a joyous occasion. But for you, what happened?
For me, I had a wonderful pregnancy. Yes. I worked throughout my whole pregnancy. And I had a really rough birth, to the point where I almost didn't make it through.
Yes.
And then the postpartum depression started. And there I am with this beautiful, healthy, beautiful baby girl in this very fortunate life. And I could not for the life of me be happy. I was so depressed, and I just couldn't find my way out.
You wanted to be happy too. That's the thing. You wanted to. You were
desperately
looking forward to having the baby.
Yeah.
And you write in the book, you were not the mother you thought you'd be, nor the mother you want to be.
I had all these ideas in my head of what I wanted to do as a mom, as a parent, and I think I was also, though, at the same time scared because of what my mom did to me, that I might
about being
do that too.
And now
it's my child.
Kaya lives with her dad in the Ukraine, and you're here. And how do you describe the relationship with your daughter today?
I'm so blessed to have a great relationship with her. I fly over there as much as I can. I'm on FaceTime with her all the time. She's now 11 years old, and she's calling mommy more and more. She actually called me, FaceTimed me the other day, and she calls me Brittany. She goes, "Hey, Brittany." And I was like, it took me a second, and I realized she was talking about Bring It On. Because her friends are fans of Bring It On.
Oh, got it.
Oh my gosh, she's now telling me, asking me to Zoom with her friends. Well, so I'm cool now.
And here she was, because her brother did pass away. He was also an actor. I'm not really as familiar with him, but he passed away, I think, in 2023. So here she was talking about this. This one is really sad. I'm going to tell you right now that, like, if anything's going to make you cry, it's going to be this part. But I thought that this was... There's a lot to be said here just about the process of grief that many people are now having to deal with due to the loss of her, so...
And the fact that he's not here to be a part of my daughter's life, and the fact that there's so many times I want to call him all the time, and he was my best friend, and like when he first died, I just remember screaming, I don't want to live in a world where he doesn't exist. So I've unfortunately had to. But he seems so alive in my head still. He was such a big good too, and it makes you so angry to see that there are bad people thriving in this world, and then one so good that's just taken from you. Why? It's not fair. It doesn't make sense. So that's something I don't think I'll never get over it. It'll just evolve. Luckily, he was an amazing artist, and I have some of his paintings, and that keeps part of him alive for me.
Yeah, and luckily we have plenty of art from Hayden as well. Maybe not paintings, but her acting and her book that she released. You know, obviously that's a huge bit of legacy she left behind. Here's Allison Stoner talking about it, because Allison did work with both Hayden and Jansen, so they are dealing with the loss of both. And also, I think there are probably some other reasons as well that this hit Allison pretty hard, even beyond just the personal connection.
Hey, this is very raw. It's very messy. Please give me some grace. I wanted to acknowledge Hayden's passing. I've worked with Hayden. I worked with Hayden's brother Jansen, and from one Kyrie to another, I just wanted to acknowledge the tremendous loss, not only for the Kingdom Hearts family, but of course all of the close loved ones and the millions of lives that Hayden reached. I won't keep this long. I'm sending so much love to Hayden's family. I'll be thinking of Hayden and the legacy that she has left, and sending lots of love to the Kingdom Hearts community too, in how we're sharing in this loss. Oh gosh. Take care, everyone, and yes, take care of yourselves, take care of each other.
Yeah, and Allison has spoken a lot about their experience as a child star and the ways that, like, being a child star really kind of fucks you up. And so I imagine that some of Allison's feelings are also a little bit wrapped up in that, because Hayden Panettiere was very, very famous from a very young age. She was in Remember the Titans when I think she was maybe like 10 years old or something. And she does have fond memories of that. She said, "You have no idea how many times in my life I wished and prayed if I had wished to go back to any time in my life, I would be going back to Remember the Titans." So that's good. I'm glad that she had a positive experience there, and she was very, very talented.
That beer's getting better, I'll admit that. But you're still weak on the left side.
We're not weak on the left side. We just gotta work harder on the left side, that's all.
It's not the problem.
What is the problem?
I think it is, but it ain't. It's your
Well, tell
pass
me what the
rate.
problem... It's not... It's a run anyway. It's not a pass. The veer is a run, not a pass.
All right, you two. That's enough of that. Cheryl, don't you want to play with Nikki?
I hate playing with dolls. I'm not playing. I'm accessorized.
Yeah, why don't you go accessorize? Don't you want to go accessorize with...
But obviously, you know, being a kid in the industry is tough. And, you know, not only was she in the movie, she was also out promoting. This is her at the premiere of A Bug's Life. She was a voice of one of the bugs in A Bug's Life.
First movie premiere in Hollywood?
Well, let me see. Actually, yes, it is. But I've done other movies.
Oh, I know you've worked in other times, but this is a pretty big deal, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen this film yet with a big audience? Have you heard a reaction to it?
Never. No, I've heard like everyone's seen it and they think it's gonna be like really great, but I've never heard like so many people like here and everyone like wants to watch it and everything.
And when they watch Princess Dot, that'll be you they're hearing. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Is this your first movie?
She's literally just a baby. So obviously, like, big career as an actress. She also was an activist for a great many things, including whales and dolphins. She had a passion for the protection of them, and also something else that I just found out because of her passing that I thought was pretty cool.
Panettiere was also passionate about activism. One of the causes she often championed was DC statehood.
Hey, I'm Hayden Panettiere. Be a hero. Help end taxation without representation here in DC.
She first learned about the issue in 2008 from DC Shadow Senator Paul Strauss, who you see standing beside her in that PSA there. Strauss says he met Panettiere at an event where she was talking about protecting whales because, as she pointed out, they couldn't vote for themselves. That conversation led Strauss to tell her about DC statehood, and Panettiere agreed to get involved. She went on to speak about statehood at events over the years, including the 2008 Democratic National Convention.
She was very passionate about social justice. She cared deeply about these issues. And she understood that statehood was something that was the right thing to do, but would also eventually help other causes. She was really the first person of her stature, sort of really as an international megastar, to take up the cause of statehood. And we're forever grateful.
Strauss says he hopes people remember his friend as a bright star who always wanted to help when she could. And I had no idea about her advocacy there for DC statehood until this. And it was incredible to learn that.
It really was. Yeah. It's really interesting to hear that.
So that's really cool. If you don't know, as Hayden also found out, citizens of Washington, D.C., because they're a district, they're like I don't know what they're considered, but they're not a state, but they're like a particular area, and so they have very limited rights as citizens, especially when it comes to voting. So, big issue, very cool for Hayden to take up. Not a whole lot of people take that one on, but it is very important. But as this tweet said, and this is one of the reasons that it is so sad, for Hayden to only be 36, she must have been young as fuck when she was landing those roles. Yeah, I mean, she was 36 years old, which is already very young to die. She was about to turn 37. Her birthday was on Friday, so she would have been 37 on Friday. So it's sad when anyone dies young, but especially when you kind of put it into perspective of how much she did. By the time she was 36, it really makes you think about how old she was in all of the stuff that we have seen her in. Like, as the reply right here says, she was 16 in Bring It On. She was 16, 17 in Heroes. She was really, really young when she did a lot of the stuff that we know her for. And so, obviously, there's a lot to be said for how Hollywood failed Hayden Panettiere, how everybody kind of failed her, including obviously her mother, and her father as well. I don't know much about her father, but her mother was her manager for a while, I think until she was maybe 19. And, you know, kids don't end up in the industry on accident. That's something that I have tried to highlight a few times with our girls over these last few weeks or months or whatever, when it comes to, you know, Tate McRae, Taylor Swift, all these other very young people that we see in the industry who have a very kind of glorified origin story where their parents were just very supportive of them and their dreams, but in reality, when you think about it, it's like, well, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You know, kids don't just end up famous. They don't just end up dropping out of school to focus on their careers. And so Hayden's life, having started in acting, having been in movies like Remember the Titans, and movies like Bug's Life, where she's at the premiere at, like, you know, 10 years old, that implies something about the level of care that this child was being treated with at the time. And yeah, it doesn't seem like her and her mother had a very good relationship at all. Here's her talking about this on the Jay Shetty podcast a little bit ago.
When I was 19, I finally got up the courage to split from her as business-wise, because I desperately wanted a relationship with her, desperately wanted her to just be my mom. And so she came into my trailer during lunch when we were filming Heroes, and I said to her, I don't want us to work together anymore. I just want you to be my mom. I also wasn't expecting the reaction that I got, which was, "You owe me." And that's all she said. And she walked out. And part of me was like, oh, I'm relieved that it was short, like ripped the Band-Aid off. But then it was like this dark looming cloud, you know, over my head going, what does she mean by I owe her? Mm-hmm. What form of payment is she expecting? And it was disappointing to find out that it was money, and that she didn't pursue a relationship with me as just a mother-daughter. Like, once the business aspect was removed, I was hoping that if I remove this, then there will be no reason for her to be anything other than my mom. And the fact that it seemed like she didn't care to have a relationship with me was a tough pill to swallow.
And then her mom also responded to some of the things that Hayden was saying a few months ago, and the response was just kind of fucking crazy.
You talked a bit about your relationship with your mom. Last week, she spoke out about the book. What did you make?
Like, here's the statement she gave E.T. I believe the present drama is partially to sell books. There is a personality style which manifests as a need for control, entitlement, and a lack of empathy. The major fear is that someone will see through the mask they present to the world and discover who they truthfully are. This condition cannot be fixed regardless of continual efforts to support or comfort. No matter the encouragement given, it will never be enough. So her mom is just like accusing her of being a narcissist or something for saying that she would have liked to have a different relationship with her. I mean, that's just fucking crazy.
About the book, what did you make of her statement?
It was so false.
She says, after 20 years of trauma, I took the advice of professionals and chose the no contact route. No parent hopes for this scenario. We want our children to be the best of themselves and live a peaceful, joyful life. Sadly, this is out of our control. You cannot save someone who does not want to be saved. Radical acceptance is the most difficult challenge any parent must embrace. Unfortunately, I have seen a great deal of such in my life experience. I don't even know what that is supposed to mean.
What did you make of her statement?
It was so false. When people ask me about the relationship, if there's any hope for future, I always say that I leave that door cracked open in case, because who doesn't want a relationship with their mother? You pray for it and you hope it eventually comes, but she slammed that door pretty hard in my face. She is very clearly prioritized herself, which I should not be shocked by. I can't imagine how she feels about doing what she did and saying what she said. I don't know how she lives with that.
You talked a bit about
her mom also, because Hayden did come out recently during this, in the book and in like the promo for it. She came out as bisexual for the first time, and her mom was also voicing skepticism of that and saying that maybe she was just saying she was bi for promotional purposes for the book. It's just really kind of sick. You know, I feel bad that this family has now lost 2 children, which I believe were their only children. And I don't know what's up with the dad. Maybe I don't hate him as much, but I don't really feel that bad for the mother. I mean, the brother died of something unrelated, I think, some sort of medical issue. But I can't say that the parenting here really ever seemed to be setting these children up for long, happy lives. So not only did Hayden's mother kind of cast her aside, the industry as a whole was pretty fucking nasty to her. So this is what she had to say on Jay Shetty just a few months ago.
I was 18, even though I'd lived such a huge life and I thought I was so mature at 18, you know, scientifically, you know, her frontal lobes don't develop until we're, 26, 25, 26. So even though I felt like I could make healthy decisions, safe decisions, I wasn't capable of being fully aware of what was going on around me. And it wasn't until I found myself in predicaments that I realized, like, my perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And it was that that moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector and somebody who had my back. And to be walked down, down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise. And it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous and had his hands like this, like this was just, an average day for him. And this is something that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave. And I mean, that lion in me, that fire in me, that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide. And I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. On a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to. I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
I mean, that sounds, it's such a horrifying event to go through. and to be put in that position at 18 years old.
And disappointing when somebody lets you down like that. And I'd been let down so much before, and that when you really find somebody that you trust, like, you hold on to them for dear life, and you feel so.
So, yeah, I mean, that's already horrifying. And then other people in the industry also did not treat her fairly. So after she came forward, not even like really meaning to, but after she just sort of mentioned the fact that she had experienced postpartum depression, she lost her Neutrogena deal. And here she is talking about that as well.
I mean, they have morals clauses, which was had a huge impact in my life, because I was a teenager and I had all the paparazzi around me catching all of these gory moments, like every moment, every cigarette that I smoked, or bad outfit, or oh, she's looking chunky in a bathing suit, oh, she has a fat vagina. I mean, I went through all of that. They were there for everything. Neutrogena was a huge part of my life. I had the morals clauses. They caught absolutely everything, and of all the things that they would fire me over, this was the last thing that I thought they would ever fire me over. And when I actually went out onto stage, it was live with Kelly and Michael, I had no intention of or plan to talk about postpartum depression. It just came up, and I was just being honest. And never for a second did I think that anyone, or cared that anyone would have a bad reaction to it. It was my truth. And so when I got that call that Neutrogena wanted to fire me over that, and my representative at the time said, that's illegal. You can't do that. And even though, she saved the day that year, I knew that was going to be it. That I was not going to be invited back the next year. And I had worked with these people for 10 years, and I remember not hearing a word from anybody, not a great working with you for 10 years, not a nice
hope you're okay.
Yeah, I mean, hope you're good. We wish you well. And I remember that really breaking my heart. I wouldn't change it for the world. I wouldn't take it back. But as I said, of all the things that I had been caught doing, that being the thing that was where they drew the line, and it was immoral, was shocking to me. And it made me realize and understand exactly what people thought of women who experience postpartum depression, and how misunderstood it is, how much stigma there is around it, and how, we're already in pain.
Mm-hmm.
We are already, like, the worst possible thing. One of the worst possible things in the world to happen to a woman is already happening to her. The last thing we need is, the icing on the cake, and feeling so judged and in such a negative way.
And it really sucks. Because I watched this whole interview a few months ago when it came out, and it's sad as it was to hear these things at the time, it really seemed at the time that she was, on a better path, and she was looking forward to having a much longer career and a much longer life. And
so, I would have to. I feel like to come up with something good, I would have to see where the book went, see where my life is going to go, because I finally feel like I have shaken off all of this darkness and this negativity, and that means I've closed one door and another door is opened, and I can feel it open, and I can feel all the possibility, the possibilities, all the exciting possibilities. I feel like I have a lot more life to live.
Absolutely. I think you're one of the toughest and most vulnerable and bravest people who sat in that chair, and I really notice and acknowledge just how much work you've had to do to even be sitting here right now to share your story with this much grace and courage. So thank you for trusting me. Thank you for being here. And I'm really looking forward for people to read this book, and I hope it reaches the people who really need it right now.
Yeah.
People who may be caught in cycles that you found yourself in can break out, that it can protect others who are in the early stages of careers like yours.
I pray. I just wanted to help people. I want what I have gone through to be for a reason, to have happened, everything to have happened for a reason, and for that reason to be to help people go through whatever it is, whatever challenges they're facing, and to know that it's possible. It can be done.
Yeah. Thank you, Hayden.
Thank you.
Can I give you a hug?
Of course.
Yeah. If you love this episode,
and if you don't,
so I mean, I would have to. I feel like,
and it's really shitty. Especially to have lost her and Michelle pretty side by side. They were both in Ice Princess, obviously. This is from Rolling Stone. Put a little compilation together. I'll play a second of the audio, but it's gonna get claimed. Love Allie and AJ. Shout out to Allie and AJ. But not only were they in the movie together, it's like they both kind of occupied this similar space where they are both so important to so many millennials, and especially women. It's just really awful. Like this tweet says, we are losing so many of the women who built the culture of our childhoods at the expense of their own, and it makes me feel ill. Yeah. And especially for me, it's just like, you know, this kind of media, it doesn't get appreciated all the time. And it just makes me really sad to think about. About Hayden and Michelle maybe not knowing how much they meant to people, you know? It just sucks. And I had wanted to read this a bit ago. Rosie O'Donnell had done an interview where she talked about Michelle. This is from July. She talked about Michelle's death and said it was a tragedy. She was a real genius child who was able to memorize anything, pick up her lines. You could improvise with her, and she was connected and right there. She was so close to her mother, Lana, and her sister, who's a ballerina. They were a very loving family, and then, you know, she got into drugs and alcohol, I believe, and then I lost touch with her. In the last few years, when she was in pretty bad shape, she would call me and we would talk. I also called her mother to find out what was going on, and her mother told me what was happening and how long it had been happening. We were supposed to see each other 3 or 4 times, and she just never showed up. Sometimes at restaurants, other times at my house, where we'd had someone prepare the whole meal. I would call her and go, "Honey, are you heading over?" And she'd go, "Was that today?" She was not in good shape. I didn't think that she would die. With most people suffering from addiction, their loved ones think that they'll survive, but you can die from your addiction to drugs or alcohol, and it happens too often that it must be taken seriously. I wish I could have done more. I tried to help her as much as I could, but she was inaccessible toward the end, and it was tragic. It reminded me of Whitney Houston, where everyone knew what was going on, but no one was willing to say something, and often because the people that are closest to you are employed by you when you're that big of an entity, and they don't want to lose their job or their money. With Whitney, I did say that to her people when she didn't show up to the Rosie O'Donnell show for Cinderella. It was supposed to be a whole hour with her and Brandy, and she didn't show up just a few minutes before the show went live. I said to them after the show, "This is her legacy, and if she dies, it's on your watch." It's horrible, and addiction hit my family too. I have a daughter who's addicted. She's been sober 1.5 years, and she's currently in prison, sadly. But she was born addicted to drugs and never really had a fair shake. It's very serious, and there are millions of families in America going through the same thing. Yeah. And to end this, I did just want to show a clip of Hayden on the Rosie O'Donnell show from when she was a kid, because I always loved this clip.
Go ahead, you adorable little thing.
Baby, I'm so into you. You got that something, what can I do? Baby, you spin me around. Oh, the earth is moving, but I can't feel the ground. Every time you look at me, my heart is jumping. Tell me, what can I do? You drive me crazy. I just can't sleep. I'm so excited, I'm in too deep. Oh, crazy, but it feels alright. Baby, thinking of you keeps me up all night.
Woo! Hayden! That's very good! Stand up, Hayden, go ahead. You...
So anyway, moving on to something that's also sad, and involves custody of a child, coincidentally. Perez Hilton has now signed over temporary custody of his children to his mother amid hospitalization. Now, his sister did an interview with Page 6. And I'm going to read some of that because she really gave a lot of details. Shout out to her. She sort of knew the assignment here, you know? Normally, I do think we should respect people's privacy when it comes to shit like this, but Perez never really respected anybody else's, so I'm almost like, yeah, his sister should be giving full fucking interviews to Page 6. It's only right. It's only fair. It's what he would have wanted. But it is still sad, like, just reading her statements on the matter. So she says, "I've debated for the past few days whether I should say anything personally. Mario has always been an open book." That's his name. "He's a public personality and someone who has shared so much of his life online. As his younger sister, I'm the opposite. I'm a very private person. And although I've worked with him for many years, I've always stayed behind the scenes. But so much has happened, and I feel like I'm the only person who witnessed what happened from beginning to end and can offer some clarity. I'm talking now for everyone who cares about him and has been sending their best wishes, but also because of all the rumors, false reporting, fake exclusives, and made-up quotes going around. I can only share what I personally witnessed and experienced, but I want people to hear directly from someone who is actually there." So, starting with the events on August 4th, when Perez went live on TikTok, she says, "August 4th will forever be one of the darkest days my family and I have ever experienced. That afternoon, Mario was in his bedroom with the door closed and locked, which wasn't like him. His door was almost always open. When I knocked, he said he was fine, but I could barely hear him. After I knocked a few more times and asked him to open the door, he stopped responding. I tried calling his cell phone in case he couldn't hear me, but he wouldn't answer. Something just felt wrong." Trigger warning, obviously, going forward, there's going to be some self-harm here. "I unlocked his bedroom door and realized he was inside the bathroom. I knocked several more times and told him I was going to come in if he didn't open the door. He still didn't answer, so I unlocked it. When I opened the door, my nightmare became a reality. Mario was standing in front of the shower, naked, cut up, covered in blood, with a box cutter in his hand. What I can say with certainty is that I didn't recognize my brother when I looked at him. I saw it in his eyes. They didn't look the same. Then a split second later, he smiled at me. It felt like I was staring at someone else. I'm going to leave out many of the specific details because they're too painful, graphic, and overwhelming. I left the room, grabbed the car keys, and yelled for the kids to run to the car. Thankfully, our mom wasn't home at the time, and I was able to get everyone out quickly. Once we were in the car, I called the police and arranged for someone to pick up the children, take them away from the scene, and make sure they didn't return. In the hours that followed, so much more happened than I'm willing to share publicly. Eventually, I was able to go back into the house while I waited for the ambulance and placed towels over Mario to help stop the bleeding. He had already lost a significant amount of blood, yet he was somehow still able to speak, although his voice was very faint. The ambulance took him to the hospital, and I stayed behind to speak with the crisis team that arrived. So I am a little confused as to, like, when the TikTok started and when he went live. But I mean, she says she doesn't want to share all this publicly. I think she's already sharing quite a lot, so. But, she said, the first call I made was to the police, then I messaged my best friend who lives nearby while I was on with dispatch and asked her to please come get the kids and take them away from the scene. I called my mom a bit later. I didn't want to frighten her immediately, especially before the police arrived, and I understood more about what was happening. Mario remains hospitalized and continues to receive medical treatment for his injuries. His physical and mental recovery is going to take a lot of time, but we remain hopeful. He has no access to a cell phone, social media, or the internet. Everyone's focus is on helping him recover physically and making sure he receives the mental and emotional care and support he needs. I don't want to go into the specific details of his injuries or treatment. Those are private medical matters. He did sustain cuts to his face and other areas, but it's still far too early to know the extent of any lasting damage or scarring. What I can say is that he has a long road ahead of him, both physically and mentally. This is from when he was in the hospital, I think earlier this year, but with something else. So it's stuff about him suffering with, like, anxiety and depression and various things prior. And, yeah. That whole thing is also sad. As much as I don't really care for Perez Hilton, it's shitty to see anyone go through something like this. And he does have children and he does have a family, so sad. Very sad. Yeah, I know he was recovering from almost dying from sepsis, so his brain is probably swelling, causing hallucinations. Yeah, I think there's a lot of compounding medical things here. Medical and mental, etc. Now, while we are still on a real downer note, and being very sad, and with all the trigger warnings already in place, here's a trigger warning for eating disorders again. This time not talking about you-know-who, but talking about another famous woman, Miss Jenna Ortega. So, she did an interview with Esquire recently. A lot of people are commenting on the way that she appears in this interview. She does appear very thin. And not even just thin, but like the way that she's lost weight does definitely imply something about the speed in which she lost weight in a way that's really concerning. So this person says, how and why is no one alarmed by how thin she is? Well, first of all, I've seen a lot of people talking about it, so I do think a lot of people are alarmed. Can we stop pretending that this is normal and healthy and that she's always been this thin? Because she hasn't. It's deeply concerning, and I'm very scared for her well-being. Yeah, see, this is one thing where, like, because we've already sort of opened the floodgates with Ariana, there is a new kind of license. People feel like they have to talk about women's bodies publicly, and some of that I think is very fair, because We are seeing a lot of girls losing a lot of weight very rapidly. And I was actually thinking about this last night because, you know, we do kind of keep making these comparisons to the 2000s and what the beauty standards were at the time. But in a lot of ways, this feels a little bit better and a little bit worse, because I think that, like, the beauty standards in the 2000s were much more restrictive and were more kind of universalized. Like, the reason I was thinking about this, and I'm not trying to, like, I don't know, this could sound weird, but I was watching Tate McRae's performance because they put up the Lollapalooza, like, performance onto her actual YouTube channel. And I was like, well, Tate McRae's body, which she has an incredible fucking body, but her body, and also, like, Zara Larsson's, Addison Rae's, those are the bodies that in the 2000s would have been classified as, like, plus size and would have been thought of as, like, big celebrities, you know, like, size-wise, because the beauty standards at the time, I mean, when you look back to that 2007 Gimme More performance at the VMAs from Britney does not look anything close to overweight, but everyone talked about her like she was ginormous. And so for sure, I think that, like, right now the standards aren't as narrow, where, like, you can have women who are what, like, a 2000s perspective would call plus size or whatever, even though that's already ridiculous. But, like, we can have those women in the culture prominently without having those labels affixed to them. So for sure, in some ways, what's happening right now isn't as bad as what happened in the 2000s, because it's not as, like, universalized. It's not as prescriptive where everyone needs to be this size. At the same time, though, it in a lot of ways feels a lot worse, because we're not seeing, and why I think that it was more universalized in the 2000s is that it was a more kind of steady progression, the way that we normally expect these sorts of trends in body image and trends in even just clothing and stuff, the way that we sort of expect it to evolve over time. Like, people were already so thin starting in, like, the 90s and then into the 2000s, where there was a slow progression. And what we're seeing right now is we're seeing a lot of women just drop this weight so rapidly to a degree that just, it's scary, you know? It's not like we saw women losing weight over a 10 plus year span. It's like, you stop looking at a woman for a few months, and the next time they come onto a red carpet, you're like, wait, what the fuck? And obviously, you know, Ozempic and GLP-1s probably have a lot to do with that. We can't say who's on what. We don't know. But then, even the people who aren't specifically on these GLP-1s, because so many people are losing weight so rapidly, if anyone has any sort of disordered eating triggers, that can just stoke any sort of issues that they're having so quickly that people can fall back into an eating disorder, or fall into one for the first time, just from seeing everybody lose weight so fast. So for sure, I think that there's a lot of reason for people to want to talk about this, like members of the public. I mean, that's sort of why I talk about the Ariana Grande stuff, is like, at some point we all have to have discussions with one another and just recognize that what we're seeing should not be normal. We should not think of it as normal. At the same time, with the Jenna Ortega stuff, it does feel a little bit weirder. It makes me more uncomfortable than the Ariana shit. For one thing, because with Ariana, we've seen her lose a lot of weight, but also there's a lot of other patterns and a lot of other behavioral things with Ariana where we can make a reasonable-ish assessment of the situation. Obviously, like, we don't really have the power to diagnose her. None of us can say with 100% what's going on with Ariana, but there is a lot of reason to look at Ariana's actions and be like, okay, this looks like someone who is suffering with an eating disorder, and we can have those discussions with one another so that we can, you know, just use that as a way to talk about eating disorders and how they manifest, and how in Ariana's case, how her audience has sort of normalized some aspects of her behaviors. And so there's reason to have that discussion, whereas with Jenna, we don't really know what's going on here at all. People have made guesses, but like this could be a little bit closer to like a Chadwick Boseman kind of thing, where maybe there is an underlying medical issue and it has absolutely nothing to do with an eating disorder. We really don't know. We have a lot less information about what's going on with Jenna, especially because Jenna is not as in the public eye. Like, I'm not even quite sure. She's obviously famous. She's an A-lister, but I'm honestly not even sure why she was doing this interview with Esquire to begin with, because what is she promoting exactly? I know that there's some stuff that she's been in that's maybe going to come out like this year or next year or something, but with Ariana, there's a much more like kind of heavy promotional cycle that she's on and that she's been on since Wicked. So there's just more reason to be concerned about the repeated saturation of Ariana's image in the public eye. And then also on top of it, the type of celebrity that Ariana is, that's like, it invites, like, Ariana has stans. She has a stan base, she has like an army, she has the Arianators that will defend her and propagate certain talking points in an effort to defend her, and that's just a little bit different from the type of celebrity Jenna Ortega is. She's a little bit more private, she's not as public-facing at the current moment, and she also just doesn't have, like, a stan base the way that Ariana Grande does. So, for sure there are differences here. And I think that ultimately Jenna Ortega's influence is not as, it can't be weaponized as easily as Ariana's is, so I hesitate with wanting to even talk about Jenna because it doesn't seem totally fair given the position that she has in pop culture, but at the same time it's like, well, this Esquire interview is out there and people are looking at it, and so it is sort of fair for us to talk about a little bit. So I don't know, but it definitely feels a little bit weirder with Jenna, for sure. Now, there are a lot of different things people are talking about, and people are blaming for this. Obviously, there are people blaming Ariana Grande, which is fucking absurd. This person says Ariana Grande is destroying the industry. I mean, what? In what way? I think that there's a conversation to be had about Ariana's influence on her fans, because again, as I talked about last week, the ways that standums operate and the functions of a standum and how that is propagating a lot of like pro-Anna rhetoric in like the pop stan world. There's reason to talk about Ariana's influence on that. Even then, I think we need to come at it with the perspective of like, and that's not Ariana's fault. She is a mentally ill woman, it appears. So we can't blame her for that. But we can still maybe talk about her influence. But to say that she's destroying the entire industry as if she is not a part of that, like, she's a victim of the industry in so many fucking ways, you know? Like, what the hell? And to act like Ariana has this much influence over the rest of the entire entertainment industry versus the entertainment industry having influence over her. Like, it's just crazy. The amount of people that want to reduce this to just like Ariana Grande's individual influence. Fucking insane. But especially because there are things that, there's one thing in particular that Jenna said during this interview that I do think is worth emphasizing here in talking about the industry's complicity in all of this. And not just complicity, but the way that, like, the entire industry is kind of set up to fuck women over. I mean, this is even just going back to the Hayden Panettiere stuff. It's like, this is such an abusive industry for children to be a part of.
I really had it going for me as a child because I can't think of one mistake I made. Is that a terrible thing to say? I feel like I make mistakes now all the time. But as a child, I was so grateful and so excited to be there that my game face was on. I wasn't asking for a sip of water. I would go all day without eating, drinking, whatever, because I wanted so badly to not be in the way of anybody that, like, maybe that was my mistake, was like not actually looking after myself. What's one note from Tim Burton that changed the way you build a character now?
So yeah, and she said there, like, let me get her exact words again, even though I know it's quoted up here.
Without eating, drinking, whatever, because I wasn't asking for a sip of water. I would go all day without eating, drinking, whatever, because I wanted so badly to not be in the way of anybody that, like, maybe that was my mistake, was like not actually looking after myself.
So yeah, her mistake not actually looking after herself. I mean, it's the adult's mistake for putting her into that situation to begin with. But I do think that this is how a lot of eating disorders kind of start. And this is where I'm honestly like, because I can say that this is probably where my disordered eating started. I never had like anorexia nervosa, as I said last week, but I definitely have had issues with like my appetite and just not eating enough and just malnourishment in general. And it's kind of crazy even to think that I never had an actual like mental illness eating disorder sort of thing. So I definitely do have body dysmorphic disorder, which you would just think that the overlap, like I circled an eating disorder so closely and then somehow never really got one. But I for sure, one of the ways that I normalized not eating enough was as like a kid, if I was in any sort of like stressful situation where I didn't want to feel like I was a burden to anybody, or not even a burden, like, because honestly, it was almost more narcissistic than that. It was more of just like, I don't want to be reliant on anybody. So if I have to ask someone for food or if I have to ask them for a drink, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to starve or become dehydrated, because that's better than like feeling dependent on other people. And it's shit like that does kind of get you to normalize not eating and you get your body used to it. You get your brain used to it. It is really, really dangerous and gross. And this is a kind of industry-wide problem, because I was watching Kristen Stewart, her and that other woman that she's doing that movie with, they've been doing a lot of promo recently, and they did Brittany Broski's Royal Court, and Kristen just happened to say this after I'd already seen the clip of Jenna Ortega, and I was like, wow, how timely.
What is something you don't miss at all about being a teen actress?
Oh boy.
God. So many things.
Oh my God, my body, my face, my mind.
I know. My body, my face, my mind. That's me also high. My body, my face, my mind. My skin, my skin. No. Oh my God, being a teenager on camera, maybe you can relate to this, but you were like hotter than I was when you were a teenager. But they're like, so these are the jeans that we thought would look good. And I'm like,
yeah,
I don't want to wear them though.
Oh,
you know, and they're like low and tight, and I just never
I don't want to wear them.
Yeah, and they're just like, well, you don't get to decide. You're just gonna wear this shirt, and you're gonna wear another shirt on top of it.
There's gonna be a long cameo and all that.
Literally. And I was just always like, I can't believe I have to wear all this clothes, because I was like trying to be polite because I was a kid, you know, and just be like, sure, you're a professional and this is what you do for a living, but I hated it. And then just being on set with my overshirt, like, just like literally the worst. I hated
just
it.
demoralizing.
Yeah, and then a man's like, "Can I put this microphone on you?" And I was like, "No!"
Yeah, it's tough when you're working with
adults,
grown-ups, and it's so difficult to externalize certain feelings and questions that when you're older you realize, like, share it. It's so easy to just like say exactly what is. I feel like I didn't even have to pee. I'd be like, no, 15 hours, let's go.
Yeah.
I've never peed in my life. It's like,
what is that?
I don't
yeah.
know.
The kids on set now, I'm like, have you eaten anything? Go home.
Right. Yeah.
Immediately. You've done an incredible job. Go home.
Have a protein bar.
Yeah.
Okay, Kristen from
So yeah, I mean, Kristen is saying pretty much the exact thing that Jenna said. She focused more on the peeing aspect, but it's the same kind of thing where, like, when you're a kid and you're put into these situations where you don't feel comfortable advocating for yourself, it becomes super easy for you to just neglect your own basic fucking needs just to try to be the least inconvenient as possible. Now, there's another conversation happening beside all of this. I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to it, but I did know that Jenna Ortega, at some point in this last year or last 2 years, I don't know exactly when it happened, but I know that Jenna started dating someone that other people really don't like. Now, I have very little information about this because I don't know this man, but apparently there was a blind item that was published at the end of July that people think was related to Jenna Ortega. Said, since dating the serial abuser, the actress who plays the middle-of-the-week character has not only lost a significant amount of weight, but has also become dependent on cigarettes and alcohol, even indulging in drugs, which the serial abuser tries to hook her on. On set of the TV show, her performance has been lackluster, contributing to production's delays. Now, I don't know if this is true at all, but obviously, I mean, it does kind of match up with what we're seeing. The actress who plays the middle-of-the-week character, which would be Wednesday. She plays Wednesday on the Netflix show Wednesday. She clearly has lost a significant amount of weight, and she apparently is dating a serial abuser. I don't know anything about him, but that is what I have heard. And I will say, I don't know about her performances, but watching the Esquire interview, I was kind of struck by just the lack of energy. I mean, not like it's a super exciting interview in the first place, but I don't know. There was just sort of something about the way that she was answering questions where I was like, oh, she seems like really tired. Like, really tired. So I think most likely there probably is something going on. But this is stuff about her boyfriend, Elias Ronfeld? I don't know how to say it. But this is a mega thread from the All Things Jenna subreddit. So I guess there's a whole bunch of stuff about him. He's a Danish singer and frontman of the punk rock bands Ice Age and Marching Church, as well as a solo artist. I've never fucking heard of him, but it says Elias and his band have repeatedly been criticized for seemingly being right-winged, allowing shouts of Sieg Heil at their shows, and letting a group called White N-Word with the Hard ER perform at their festival. Yeah, I don't know anything about this, but I guess he's maybe racist. There's some allegations of some violence against women. They've got a whole timeline here of their dating. So I guess she liked his Instagram post in May of 2025, and then they were seen together in June. So they've been together for maybe like a year or something. I'm from what I understand, her mother really does not like him, but I don't know. But then people are saying, because I'm like, okay, this could be a factor here if she has a partner who is encouraging her to maybe take drugs. Maybe it's not an anorexia thing, maybe not like a anorexia nervosa thing, but maybe it's like a drug thing if she's taking drugs that are getting rid of her appetite or something. I don't know. I have no fucking clue. But this is what's being speculated on. But then someone tweeted, Jenna Ortega, see what 1 year of dating a racist does to you. Like, at this point, we're just kind of moralizing weight loss and making it seem like if she doesn't, not even just weight loss, but like physical health in general, making it seem like if Jenna isn't physically well, that this is her punishment for dating a man that's bad. And like, can we not? Like, just stop. Fucking weird as hell. Everyone is so gross. Everyone's so nasty. A lot of the commentary on this is just very unhelpful. I think that there is reason maybe to talk about it and talk about just the drastic changes that you're seeing in Jenna, because it is right in front of you. I don't think we can expect people to not talk about it at all, but you do not have to put these like grand moralizing stances onto what you're seeing. It's just be a little bit better. Just fucking be better. And then her sister did release a statement or said something on like an Instagram thing. So on Wednesday, a fan of the Emmy-nominated actress took to Instagram to tell people to mind their own business and leave Jenna Ortega alone, especially after her recent interview has created so many questions and assumptions about her health. So the fans' comments were in response to the wave of discourse, blah, 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 blah. She doesn't owe anyone an explanation. Her life is her life, and her body belongs to her. She has every right to make whatever decisions she feels are best for herself without being judged, discriminated against, or subjected to unnecessary speculation. I mean, that part makes me a little... Oh, God, I hate the way that their website works so you can't highlight anything. That makes me, like, a little bit nervous, because clearly there are fans of Jenna Ortega, even if it's not, like, as established and as active of a fan base as Ariana Grande has. Jenna Ortega has fans. And so I don't love to see some of this rhetoric here about she has every right to make whatever decision she feels are best for herself. I'm like, yeah, she does, but let's not use that to, like, if there is, like, an eating disorder or something else happening here, let's not do a, like, her body, her choice kind of argument. That's worrisome to me. But sure, the subjected to unnecessary speculation, it's like, okay, yeah, we should be careful about how we're speculating. But then we don't know what she may be going through, and we shouldn't assume anything based on appearance or a few comments from an interview. Sometimes the most respectful thing we can do is simply give someone privacy, support them, and let them be. Sure. I think that that's definitely the most respectful thing you can do for Jenna. Again, I think that people do kind of have a right to talk amongst each other how seeing these images is making them feel. But then, please, for God's sake, she is a human being first, before she is a celebrity in the public eye, and I think that's what people tend to forget. She deserves privacy, peace, and the freedom to live her life without constantly being questioned or analyzed. Stop concerning yourselves with her personal life and asking intrusive, unnecessary, and random questions. Just leave Jenna alone and allow her to live her life on her own terms. And then her sister commented 3 exclamation points. So, kind of a cosign there. Yeah, just a rough situation. Sucks to see any of this happen to any of the girls. And, you know, Jenna Ortega, she is an honorary pop girly. So, it sucks that she's dating a racist, but hopefully she can get the fuck away from him, and hopefully she's doing well. And hopefully at some point this trend of all of these famous women losing an insane amount of weight tapers off a little bit. Now, moving on to something that is also upsetting but a little bit less triggering. Nicholas Hoult has been cast as Gilderoy Lockhart in HBO's Harry Potter Season 2. I mean, this is disappointing. Really disappointing. First of all, did Season 1 already air? I didn't even realize. They're already shooting Season 2? Yeah, Nicholas Hoult, I don't want to, like, speak too highly of any actors or any like public figure and act like I thought that they're all morally infallible, but Nicholas Hoult was what I thought was like one of the good ones, you know? And he still is. I don't think he's like a terrible person for this, but this is definitely a really disappointing decision. So I don't know why anyone would take a Harry Potter role at this point, especially like something that is actively being run by J.K. Rowling. It's just kind of gross. They should all know better. I saw a video the other day that said I feel bad for autistic people who are really into Harry Potter, because yeah, it does suck. Because Harry Potter has been canceled in a way where, first of all, the media is still very prominent. Like, they're making this HBO show. They still have a fuck ton of merchandise. Like, anytime I go to any, like, Barnes & Noble or anything that would have any, like, media-based merch shit, Harry Potter has, like, an entire section. Like, they are still cranking out products. I went to the grocery store the other day and I saw, like, coffee creamer that was Harry Potter themed, and it sounded kind of good, but I was like, I don't want to buy that because of the reasons. Because the thing is that as much as I think that you can in some situations like separate the art from the artist and enjoy a piece of media just based on the media itself, and especially with like TV shows and movies and stuff, the books are a little hard because those were written by one woman, but like movies and TV, that's made by such a committee of people, that is such a collaborative effort with so many different people that you want to maybe appreciate the work of these films and these shows without tying it all back to J.K. Rowling. But the thing is that she's making money off of all of this shit, and she is so directly using that money to put into anti-trans agendas. Like, it's not even just a thing where J.K. Rowling has tainted this by association with her, like, spiritually. It is so direct, where if you give this franchise your money, part of that money is going to J.K. Rowling, and part of the money that J.K. Rowling receives is going to anti-trans legislation, or, like, in support of anti-trans legislation. Like, you just kind of can't do it. It fucking sucks. You really can't separate the two at this point, because, and she's using the fact that her franchises are so successful as a way to prove that people don't care that much about trans people. Like, she's been so active in saying that, like, well, I'm still rich, so clearly this isn't that big of a deal. So yeah, you really can't do it. So Nicholas definitely should have known better. Otherwise, that would have been great casting. Which sucks. Oh well. Now, some other controversial casting. The casting happened a while ago. But the project is now in production, and there's a photo from it. Here's a photo from the Beatles movies that they're making. If you didn't know, there's 4 Beatles movies coming, with a focus on each one of the Beatles individually. So we already knew the cast, we knew who was playing who, we now have a photo of them playing them, and these wigs are fucking atrocious. That one's not that bad, but that's because he's got like bangs that cover the front up. But what the hell is this? They look like men in wigs. This is awful. I had some interest in this whole thing, because I was like, it's just something no one's ever really done before, to make 4 biopics and then release them. I think maybe they're all releasing at the same time. I don't know exactly what the distribution is gonna look like, if they're all premiering at once, or if they're... I think they are, though. I believe that they're all coming to theaters at the exact same time, but I don't know. But I was interested in the concept of it. I kind of would have liked, because I believe they're all being directed by the same guy as well. And that, to me, I would have rather had like one director assigned to each film so that they all had maybe like a slightly different vibe. Them all being directed by the same guy is less appealing to me. But the wigs might be the thing that makes me go, you know what? No, we're good. I was still kind of willing to give it a chance before I saw these wigs. That's really bad. And in other non-original ideas, Johnny Depp is in talks to star in a Pirates of the Caribbean 6.
Clap if you care.
Not only is he obviously an abusive piece of shit, it's like, did we need this? Did we need another Pirates of the Caribbean movie? They're not good. That was something that was so fascinating to me when the Depp v. Heard thing happened. All the people that were acting like, you know, Amber Heard's accusations or her op-ed with the Washington Post, it prevented Disney from casting Johnny Depp in another Pirates of the Caribbean film, which it didn't. They said so themselves. But even so, I'm like, are we really mourning that film? Did we really need another Pirates of the Caribbean movie? They weren't good. The first one was okay. I'll give them that one. But every subsequent addition to the franchise was just worse and worse, to the point that, like, 6? We always knew that was going to be shit anyway. I'm not going to mourn the fact that 6 wasn't coming out, no matter the reason. No matter if I thought Johnny Depp was a good person or not. And I guess what came out today, the current plan is that the next Pirates of the Caribbean movie will reportedly focus on a main character played by Margot Robbie, and so Johnny will be reprising his role, but as a side character in the film, so he's not necessarily going to be starring in it. He's going to be, like, passing off the reins to Margot Robbie. But again, even then, I don't want him in the movie, period, because I don't like him. I don't think he's a good... It's not just that he's not a good person. It's like, I think that he's such an actively harmful and violent person that he should not have a career that makes him millions of dollars. I just don't think that that's correct, like, morally. But even beyond that, even if I didn't think that, again, I just don't fucking need a Pirates of the Caribbean film. I'm not interested. The hell is Margot Robbie gonna do in the movie that's gonna make it any better than the rest of the films were? It's not. We're done. We've evolved past the need for Pirates of the Caribbean. We're done with it. Stupid. And bad news for Margot Robbie. Apparently the Barbie 2 is at risk of getting shelved. So it says Warner Bros. Has reportedly made more than 6 offers to Greta Gerwig, Margot Robbie, and Ryan Gosling, all of which have been rejected. If a deal is not made in the next 4 months, the rights revert back to Mattel, and Mattel would not be permitted to use Greta Gerwig's foundation, and a new potential Barbie franchise would have to be a reboot. And, you know, I don't... There are problems with the Barbie film, for sure, especially, like, the politics of the film and the gender politics. But overall, I'm like, if there's gonna be a Barbie film, which there probably will be, because the Barbie film happened and Mattel realized how much it helped their brand. If there's gonna be a Barbie film franchise, I would rather have it be Greta Gerwig, because I don't, as much as I do have some issues with the first movie, I think that it is really, really hard to get a Barbie movie correct, because the film has to walk this line between not glorifying Barbie and not really letting it off the hook for the impact that it has had, like the negative impact that it has had on girls, and like the way that it's sort of reinforced a lot of gendered expectations for young girls. That can't really be ignored just to be like, isn't Barbie great? At the same time, though, Barbie is also very important to a lot of young girls. It was very important to me. I'm a Barbie girl. So I think that the Greta Gerwig movie did kind of walk that line fairly well, of like celebrating the legacy of Barbie, understanding the legacy of Barbie, appreciating the legacy of Barbie, but also not making it seem like it's a completely harmless thing, that it didn't have any negative effects on the way that young girls think of their bodies and shit. You know, like, the issues that I have with the Barbie film have way more to do with the narrative that it constructed in and of itself, like the actual plot of the movie, but I think that Greta Gerwig actually did handle the legacy of Barbie really, really well, in a way that I just don't trust a lot of other directors to do. So this makes me a little nervous, but maybe over the next 4 months they'll get their shit together? I don't know. And other unoriginal ideas, though, which is what all of the movie TV updates are right now. Apparently Glenn Powell is rumored to star as Gaston in a Beauty and the Beast prequel. Again, don't fucking need that. I'm good with the live action remakes, even a live action prequel. At least a prequel would be like a different story, so that's kind of interesting. And to be honest, do I think that's good casting? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But I don't need the movie. And something else I very much don't need, and I've seen a few people mention it in the chat, the Tangled live-action remake. Like, the movie didn't come out that long ago. And this person says it's Regina George at a Ren Fair. That is kind of what it looks like. I mean, it just looks kind of cheap. And I do think that she looks good as Rapunzel, but at the same time, it's like, well, she looks good as Rapunzel as the Rapunzel character was created for the Tangled film. And at that point, again, I'm like, but I can watch Tangled. It's the same movie. It's not gonna be different. Why would I need a live action version that's exactly the fucking same? I don't need it at all. And then Camp Rock 3 either came out already or it's about to come out. I don't know. I'm not watching the Disney Channel, if I'm being honest. But here's a little clip. Hope I don't get claimed for this. I probably will, but oh well. I'll fight it. Here's Demi Lovato in the movie, and I was like, no offense to Demi Lovato. Love that album that she put out, but has Homegirl always been this bad of an actress? I don't remember.
Still can't agree on anything.
No way.
Hi, guys.
Are you kidding me? I thought you were still on tour.
You didn't think I'd miss this, did you? Oh my gosh, that was the best final jam I've ever seen. They were all incredible. And that girl at the end, Sage, she's really good.
So, Sage?
I think the problem here really is more of the writing. The writing is bad. But that's just so obviously them trying to use the meme of, she's really good. It doesn't work. Just fucking talk like normal people. God damn it.
It's not just about one person. It's about the way they make each other shine. No stage tricks, no spotlight, just music, pure and real. Reminds me of us back then. Just kids who couldn't stop playing together.
Totally. We still gotta pick one of them.
You sure about that?
The fuck? And then apparently the Jonas Brothers are going on tour again. They announced a tour earlier today, the Burning Up tour, all over again. they must be doing well because people apparently keep coming to these fucking shows, but there's such a nostalgia act at this point. Like, has anyone actually been that interested? When they came out with their album a few years ago in like 2020 or whenever it was, when they had like Sophie Turner and all the other wives in their music video, I think there was a little bit momentum there, but from there I don't feel like people have really kept up with the Jonas Brothers as like an actual active band. I feel like people are really only into them as a nostalgia act. They just like the nostalgia of the Jonas Brothers and of Disney Channel. But how far can that sustain you? Who's this nostalgic for the Jonas Brothers? And they keep doing it, genuinely keep doing it. This person says, I keep telling people the Jonas Brothers have been touring like they owe someone money. And yeah, they have. So Happiness Begins tour 2019 to 2020. Remember This tour 2021 to 2022. 5 albums, One Night, The World tour 2023 to 2024. Jonas 20 Greetings from Your Hometown tour 2025. And now they're about to go on another tour. That's 6 tours in 7 years. They really don't have anything else to do? Apparently not. But speaking of nostalgia, speaking of the Jonas Brothers, speaking of Demi Lovato, let's move on to another former Disney girlie, Ms. Selena Gomez, who is getting sued. Her and her mother are being sued over their mental health startup. Here, I'll play this clip.
Today are facing accusations of fraud over their mental health company, Wondermind. According to the lawsuit, investors claim they were defrauded after giving the company over $1 million. They say they thought they would be getting a lot more out of it, like an app, a podcast, and a suite of wellness products, and that Selena Gomez would be front and center, bringing in her big fan base. But investors say none of that happened. Wondermind's third co-founder, Daniela Pearson, saying in a statement that she, quote, categorically denies the allegations. Reps for Wondermind, Gomez, and her mother did not respond to a request for comment. Let's bring in Angela Sandinello to talk more about this. So Angela, listen to Selena Gomez speaking about her goals for Wondermind. Take a listen to this.
It was about our journeys, and we ended up relating a lot to each other, and it was a turning point. And I think it was more like, how can we do that for other people? It just stemmed from us really wanting to help other mom and daughters to have like real, open, honest conversations.
So from your reading of this legal filing, how could things shake out?
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, so this all comes down to whether or not this was actually fraud or just a traditional business failure. And the thing is, we don't know. So businesses fail all the time, and lawsuits like this are really common because investors, like the ones represented here, obviously want their money back. But in a case like this, what is so interesting is that they are alleging that they also had no information, that they were essentially stonewalled from even understanding what was happening with their money. And they say they didn't even know that this company was going under until they read it in New York Magazine. So as to the question of, is it fraud? Well, the question there is, did they actually misrepresent things? Did they intend to create this disaster, or was it an accident?
Are there complications with bringing a fraud case against a celebrity like Selena Gomez?
Yeah, absolutely. So they obviously did it because she is a central party and she's the biggest name, and she is not going to want in discovery her texts, her emails, all this private information out there. But I actually think she might be the least relevant part of this lawsuit. So her title, according to the lawsuit, was that of Chief Impact Officer. The question here is, what did the company promise their investors and not deliver on? What is a Chief Impact Officer, Ryan? Like, there's no real promise that's attached to that beyond her face. So I think they're going to have a real hard time finding her liable.
Okay. Angela Sandinello, thank you so much for joining us.
So that's a breakdown of the lawsuit there. They're getting sued for fraud for this mental health startup because it went under. The investor is suing because they invested money. They want it back. And they are saying that they were defrauded in the way that they were not given the proper information about what they were investing in, and that they were told that Selena was going to have a bigger part of the company than she actually did. Now, I don't know about the legality of all that stuff, if Selena will be actually, like, I would assume this is not going to go to trial anyway. It'll probably be settled prior to that, because as that woman said, Selena is famous enough that she probably doesn't want her texts and everything subpoenaed. But what I find interesting about this, because I didn't know anything about this app, you know, and I follow the Pop Girls pretty closely, but I had no fucking clue that this app even existed. I knew that Selena had some sort of thing with Rare Beauty where she was donating, she had like a foundation where she was donating to mental health related things. And I knew that in general, Selena is like a mental health advocate or whatever, even just in the way that she talks about having bipolar disorder and stuff. So I knew stuff like that. And I knew that she was involved in like different business things in general. You know, she's, I think, is she a billionaire, or she's close to being a billionaire, something of the type. So I knew, I wasn't shocked to find out that she had some sort of mental health startup with her mom. It's not like shocking information to me, but I am a little shocked to find out that there was apparently, as they mentioned, the reason that this investor is suing is because of an article from New York Magazine that came out, I guess in like sometime in 2025 this came out. I had no fucking clue that this article was a thing. Did not come onto my radar at all, but I read it after this lawsuit was filed, and now I can't fucking believe that more people aren't talking about this, because this actually was a crazy fucking article. So this is from The Cut, which, you know, sometimes, as we like to say, nothing good happens in The Cut, but Angelica Chapman, she put her whole pussy into this, I gotta say. This is a riveting article. If you can read the whole thing, I do recommend it. So she looked into Wondermind, which is the startup that Selena and her mother and this other woman, what was her name? Something Pearson. Daniela Pearson. Wondermind is their startup that I guess they started... I'm sure it says in here when they started it, but they started it a few years ago, and it's just been collapsing kind of ever since then. And so I almost just want to read the whole fucking article because it is pretty dense, but I don't want to read the whole thing because it's long. So it says, on a Thursday night in September 2023 at close to 11:30, Mandy Teefee, which is Selena's mother, the CEO of mental health startup Wondermind, sent a startling series of texts to a group of her employees. Teefee, then 47, had co-founded the company almost 2 years before her famous daughter, the actress and pop star Selena Gomez, and a young entrepreneur named Daniela Pearson. The texts were muddled by typos, but the recipients were able to deduce that Teefee was in the LA office, a small suite above an art gallery at the corner of Melrose and Harper Avenues in West Hollywood, where she sometimes sleeps, and that she believed she'd seen an intruder on the security footage. The first sentence was especially difficult to make out. There is someone drilling on the day and told me to go to sleep on a whisper through the ring. I've called the cops, but I'm scared. So basically, it opens up, they're talking about this text message that she sent to her employees at Wondermind, where she's saying that there's like an intruder outside of her office because she sleeps in her office. It turns out, and she still insists that there was an intruder. Other people say that there wasn't. This journalist, I think, even ended up getting footage from the Ring camera, didn't see anybody. So her mom, Selena's mom, might have been like hallucinating somebody, very possibly. Her mom seems to really, really not be well. Apparently she sleeps in this office at Wondermind frequently. They said, let me see. Teefee treated the office like her refuge from the world and her home life where she could do whatever she wanted. Through the glass walls of her office, employees saw her watching Schitt's Creek on a flat screen TV for hours at a time in the middle of the workday, surrounded by takeout boxes and packages from luxury brands. She often ordered delivery food multiple times a day, McDonald's, Krispy Kreme, Chinese food, and several staffers say the boxes tended to accumulate, gathering flies. At one point, her parcels of designer goods nearly filled a nearby room. It wasn't, oh, I spent $500 on Amazon, one former staffer explains. This would be like $40,000 from Neiman Marcus. So, some employees say the scene was more grim. They believe that Tiffy was sometimes intoxicated. One calls Tiffy's office her drug den. Accounts of what she allegedly used vary. One staff member recalls her being in her office when she snorted what they believe was a line of Ritalin. So there's a whole bunch of stuff about her, Selena's mom maybe being on drugs and maybe like doing drug deals in the office, essentially. She, of course, denies it. Other people have different stories. That whole thing is fucking crazy. It seems like Selena's relationship with her mom is also crazy. So there's a lot of stuff. Apparently they didn't pay the employees sometimes. They were getting loans. They weren't... the whole thing, everything with the business is wild. And then it says something of the opposite effect, blah, blah, blah. 14 of the current... Out of 29 former and current employees, 14 agreed to speak with me, most on the condition of anonymity. According to dozens of conversations, the company's grand mission and basic operations were tanked by Gomez's and Tiffy's personal and family dysfunction, including the denial of Tiffy's instability. In March, Wondermind failed to pay employees on time. In May, after paychecks failed to go out on schedule once again, and the debacle leaked to the press, staffers were furious but not surprised. I will say this with the utmost certainty, no doubt, hesitation in my mind, one says. Selena knew her mother was not well enough to be running that company. This is where it gets kind of weird. And let me read this too. I'm like, the whole article is pretty crazy. Gomez has many times described her childhood with Tiffy as very Gilmore Girls, referring to the wholesome, quippy relationship at the center of the early aughts TV show about a young mother and her teen daughter. And like Lorelai Gilmore, Tiffy gave birth at 16 when she was still in high school. But Gomez's upbringing seems to have been far less sunny, and by Tiffy's own telling, Gomez was burdened with her mother's troubles from a young age. In a conversation in August, Tiffy told me she grew up in Grand Prairie, Texas. She was adopted at birth by a working-class family and raised in a neighborhood rife with gang violence and other crime. Her mental health struggles began when she was very young. Her family was stable and kind, she said, but she had a persistent feeling of disconnection. I always felt like I was alone, she told me. It was almost like I was watching a movie. When she was 7, she tried to commit suicide. Like, Jesus Christ. And so she became a teen mom. During her pregnancy with Gomez, Tiffy began having mood swings, which escalated into what were later diagnosed as manic episodes. Her understanding at the time was simply that she was crazy, and she often felt doomed. She began drinking, self-medicating, as she sees it now, when Gomez was a young child. And then stuff about their divorce, her divorce from Selena's father. She started going to therapy in her early 20s and was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. A variety of initial medications were ineffective, but she eventually found relief in an anti-seizure medication. So when Selena was 7, she auditioned for Barney and Friends. So we've got another huge thing here with just a fucking child star and her irresponsible mother. And now at least Selena's mom, you can kind of defend and say that clearly she has a lot of mental health struggles herself, so I don't think that she necessarily means badly. But she's not in her right mind, it seems like, and then put her child into a situation that was precarious. But Gomez has described her mom as fantastic in the role of Selena's manager in those early years. She wasn't allowed to go to the industry after parties, and she has said Tiffy would never ever put me in a room by myself. She was just very aware of things that I didn't know. That's what's crazy too, is like Selena's mom, as far as like child momagers go, did better than some, you know? But Tiffy still had ambitions of her own. Shortly after arriving in town, she'd come across a young adult novel about suicide, 13 Reasons Why, at a Barnes & Noble in Hollywood. And in 2011, after establishing a production company, she bought the rights to the story and made a deal to produce it as a film for Universal Pictures with Gomez in the lead. So obviously that became the TV show that Selena was a producer on. So then there's stuff in here about Selena's, history of mental health problems, her being diagnosed with bipolar, and then stuff about in the tabloids, Tiffy was rumored to blame the relationship with Bieber for her daughter's distress. Bieber had recently been arrested for drunk driving and accused of vandalism. He later pled guilty. Who cares? During roughly the same period, Tiffy herself was experiencing severe depression, which she attributes in part to a miscarriage in 2011 at the age of 35. She describes feeling at the time as if she'd failed both her unborn baby and Gomez. She wondered, she'd said, if she should have kept her daughter from show business and given her a normal childhood. Probably, yeah. And so, in 2014, Gomez fired her mother and stepfather in the past, including In My Mind and Me. Tiffy has said she learned the news from TMZ. After TMZ's report, she told the publication she was having a hard time processing Gomez's choice. Tiffy told me, however, that the decision was made over a series of conversations with her daughter, and that she was more worried about Gomez than anything else. But then it also says a few things about Selena's mom maybe just leaking different things to the press. Like, that whole thing is crazy. And then stuff about her diagnosis, blah, blah, blah. Selena going into a mental health facility. And then it says, when we spoke, Tiffy described herself as hesitant to discuss her relationship with her daughter, but said they had reunited in 2019 when Gomez was ready. The next year, mother and daughter sat for an interview with Daniela Pearson for her Girl Boss newsletter, The New Set, which she'd grown into a multi-million-dollar company. So I think this is like where they meet Daniela Pearson. And they start like doing this. So yeah, they launched Wondermind in April of 2022. So they started to do this like mental health advocacy together a few years before they launched Wondermind. And then there's stuff about Wondermind and what it was supposed to be, which is, some of that just seems stupid in the first place, but whatever. Maybe it would have been cool if they could have done it. I don't know. And then stuff about, okay, so Selena's mom and Daniela, Mandy and Danny, apparently they did not get along while running this company together. And then eventually Danny left, that's Pearson. And so then it's just been Selena's mom for a while. It says the staff were not terribly concerned by Pearson's sudden departure. Some were even relieved. Wondermind's finances seemed to be sturdy. The company had been valued at $100 million and had made Inc.'s annual list of the fastest growing private companies. Blah, 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 blah. Hiring more employees. Staff grew concerned, however, when it became clear that Tiffy would not be replacing Pearson with another co-CEO. Tiffy didn't seem to have the experience to run the business on her own. Her production company was a 2-person operation with credits and only 3 projects, and employees had seen the way her energy often waned. She's a creative and has big ideas. If she had had the wherewithal to be like, hey, let's hire a CEO, and why don't I take an advisory role, that would have been great. So sometimes she would disappear for like days or weeks at a time. She denies that. Other people say that she did. Blah, blah, blah. Just seems generally unstable. Also kind of moody. It says, according to the staffer, Tiffy jabbed a finger in their face and yelled that when she sent an email, they needed to fucking answer. So there's that. And then there's a lot of stuff in here where different people have different opinions on what Selena should be doing. So it says, in the summer of 2023, Tiffy began to let it be known, bluntly and offhandedly, that Wondermind's financial situation was untenable. According to one staffer, Tiffy and Gomez had contributed $8 million of their own money, and that she was struggling to secure Series B funding. I'm carrying the entire company, the employee remembers her saying angrily. If the company went down, me and Selena will be fine, but none of you will be fine. I'm doing this to make sure you all have fucking jobs. According to several staffers, Tiffy said Gomez had stepped in multiple times to cover employee payroll. At the same time, Tiffy seemed to continue pursuing new projects. So she's got a whole bunch of different ideas for things that she wants to do that didn't make a whole lot of sense. And then... So then there was a time where they couldn't pay the employees. She eventually paid the employees a few days later. And then... Oh, they wanted to make some sort of Wonder Mind snack food that was inspired by Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker making vegan eggs. Ugh, okay. So at the end of April, Wonder Mind paychecks failed to go out once again. At a meeting the following week, according to an audio recording of the conversation, TV said staff would receive their checks soon and that she'd taken out a loan on her home. Employees wondered why, if things were so desperate, Gomez hadn't stepped in to bail out the company and her mother. So in the early days of Wonder Mind, staffers noticed that TV often emphasized the business's independence from Gomez, drawing what seemed to be an unnecessarily hard line. This site is not Selena's site, she stressed, employees say, when the editorial team was designing the newsletter and website. We don't want this to be like, this is Selena's brand. From a business standpoint, this seemed counterintuitive. Gomez was a power influencer, if ever there was one, and her other company, Rare Beauty, was an enormous success. To employees, TV's impulse was obviously personal. She resented her public image as Selena's mom, especially now that she was no longer her daughter's manager. She complained to the press at times that her daughter's celebrity made it difficult, blah, 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 blah. TV said she'd use Gomez's influence sparingly, very intentionally, that the company had not yet arrived at a stable enough place for her daughter's sway to be utilized at its best capacity. To former employees, it seemed TV had refused to grab hold of ready lifelines. They say she repeatedly rejected deals with companies and investors drawn to Wonder Mind through their interest in Gomez, that she'd found this interest offensive and taken it as a personal slight. It's like, well, then why did you make your daughter a part of the company to begin with? According to one staffer, Wonder Mind pulled out of a potential project with Mattel because the company wanted Gomez to be included as a producer. On the rare occasion staffers saw Tiffy and Gomez interact, according to some, their relationship appeared strained and uncomfortable. I can tell there's distance between the two of them, a lot of hurt. They don't interact like a typical mother and daughter, they interact like two women who put up with each other. Not even two co-workers. The air was like cold between them. So, staffers describe Gomez as disinterested at best in the company. Many believe Wonder Mind is effectively, as one puts it, a way for Selena to keep Mandy out of her orbit. They had a hard time getting Selena to post about Wonder Mind on her social media. And then it says, on June of the company's first year, Wonder Mind held a team dinner at Tower Bar in the Sunset Tower Hotel in West Hollywood. To staffers present, it seemed obvious that Gomez didn't take Wonder Mind seriously. Several employees say she arrived noticeably drunk, slurring her words and telling the table over a martini that she'd be leaving shortly to go have sex. I mean, that's crazy, but also incredible. Some staff couldn't believe that Gomez would not step in to help her mother when, by outward appearances, Tiffy was struggling to function. It's just not what they would have done, they imagined, if their mother were in that state. And this is where I'm like, okay, yeah, but I also think that obviously Selena and her mom have an entire history that I think is probably making it difficult for Selena to feel that protective of her mother, maybe? I don't know. I mean, her mom, again, was her manager for a long time, and, you know, it just... I don't know. I don't think this is something where anyone could really say that they know what they would do in this situation, because so few of us end up in a situation like this, because most of our parents don't put us onto Barney at 7 years old. So, you know, different life. Very different life. Several say that Gomez had on multiple occasions arrived at the office on days after Tiffy had slept in the suite. One employee recalls Gomez finding her mother lying on a couch, covered in blankets, her hair mussed, wearing slippers, and a sweatsuit that she'd had on for several days in a row. How long have you been here, the staffer recalls Gomez asking, sounding concerned. Have you gone home? If I had seen my mom in that state, one employee says, I would have intervened. I would say this isn't right. Tiffy is culpable, the staffer says, but Selena, in my opinion, is just as culpable. And I think you could maybe say that in the way that, like, Selena did put her name onto this company, so she is somewhat responsible for her mom being in this situation in the first place. So, like, I don't know, but, like, what do you expect her to do? I really don't know. The vast majority of staff members who spoke with me say they believe Gomez knew her mother did not have the capacity to run the company and shares blame for the resulting effects on their lives. Some have developed new or worsened panic disorders and depression that they attribute to both TV's behavior and the business's instability. I mean, ironic for the mental health startup to be destroying its employees' mental health. One member of the LA team, however, says they have real empathy for Gomez. During one particularly harsh reboot from Tiffy, the staffer says, I was like, wow, if she's talking to me like this, what does she say to her own daughter? So yeah, I mean, I think that situation is complicated, but at the same time, Selena is like a practical billionaire and an adult, so she probably shouldn't be allowing her mother to be in this position if she can help it. I don't know. Just really, really, really sticky, really messy. And even with all of this detail, I mean, this reporter did speak with so many former and current staff members, so we do have a lot of information here. This is a very, like, it's a long article, it's a detailed article, it's a very transparent article, like, she got information straight from the source, and still, I don't think we can say with the utmost certainty what people should be doing, because this is a complicated situation, man. With especially between Selena and her mother, like, there's an entire history between the two of them that most of us are just never going to be fully subjected to. But, so yeah, there's other stuff about the app, about it falling apart. And so, talking about Selena's mom, she would tell me very little about her current relationship with Gomez. She said the two had developed healthy boundaries and that their dynamic is supportive. She was much more forthcoming about Selena's younger years. We had a very close relationship, but I was living with a little bit of fear and uncertainty and also not knowing where my mental health was. It was always just like everything was happening, life was happening while I was trying to plan for life to happen. Everything would have been different, she told me, without Selena. I would have gone down a completely rougher path and might not even be here today. She saved my life. Well, that's sweet. That is sweet, but y'all need to get your shit together. Ugh. So yeah, there's that. What a fucking mess. I mean, I guess I kind of, you would assume that Selena's relationship with her parents is messy, just, again, given the fact that she is a child star, but I did not know the details. And I can't believe that this article came out and it wasn't talked about more, because it was pretty fascinating. Now, moving on to another girly who may or may not have a beauty brand as well. Tate McRae could be entering the beauty industry with her own brand, Tate by Tate McRae. A trademark application has been filed, covering perfume, body mist, skincare, lip gloss, essential oils, and candles. Girl, I know that, like, all the girls at this point, especially with where the music industry is, everyone's got to have a side hustle. Everyone's got to, you know, diversify their income. But she is not established enough as, like, a main pop girly for her to need products like this. Especially, at what point was anyone like, oh, I really want to know what lip gloss Tate McRae is using? I don't care. She's not really known for her makeup. Maybe the hair. Maybe if she did some hair products, she's got a great head of hair. But I don't fucking care what lip gloss she's using, and I don't care what essential oils she likes or what candles she's burning. Whatever. You need to build more of an actual brand before you start building an actual fucking brand. And she works with Neutrogena, even after what they did to Hayden. But that's fine. That wasn't really known until a few months ago. Moving on, apparently Ellie Goulding is suing her former managers. This came out today, so I don't have much information on it, but she's suing them for failing to disclose their association with Live Nation. It says the two failed to disclose to her that their parent company was partially and then fully owned by Live Nation, creating a conflict of interest that benefited them and the company to the potential detriment of her career. So I don't really know much about this, but I hate Live Nation, so Good for her. I hope that she's successful. And I think her album came out recently or something, or she has an album coming out soon. I haven't paid much attention. I used to love Ellie Goulding. That was like one of the first concerts I ever went to, but her latest stuff just hasn't really been my thing. But maybe I'll get back into it. Maybe I'll listen to the album. Now, someone else who like wasn't totally my thing, but she is growing on me. Audrey Hobart did an NPR Tiny Desk performance. I'll play a second of it. It's cute. I did see this tweet though, and now I can't unsee it. Oh shit. I keep seeing this woman on my timeline and I can't with how many times she looks hella to the left and then hella to the right. Yeah, she does it a lot. So there's to the left, and then here she'll go to the right, to the left, to the right, straight, to the left, right. It is just a lot of like looking side to side, which is fine. It's fine. But it is something hard not to notice. But then people are also being fucking nasty to her. So this person says, I'm sorry, but she has such an unseasoned boiled chicken pilgrim face. Some people are just not born to be stars, no shade. Some people are just really too comfortable on the internet. Just very much so. And as this person says, men are routinely unattractive making music and no one is dogging on them the way you people do to this poor woman. You just leave her alone. I like that she looks normal. I like that she just looks like a fucking person. And I have to say, I wasn't totally into it at first, but this song in particular really has grown on me. I'm really kind of into it now. It's still this same kind of, because she used to write for Gracie Abrams, I believe, and it definitely has the kind of Gracie Abrams feel that is not really my thing, not my preferred genre of singer-songwriter pop, but I do think this song in particular, it's got a sense of humor to it, it's catchy, it's not something I'm going to listen to all the time, but it's cute. And I like the music video, and she's cute. So, good luck to Audrey Hobart in all of her endeavors. Someone else who is coming out with new music, Troye Sivan, has announced his new album, She's the Best, out October 19th. He also put out a single called She's the Best, which was cute. I don't love the song that much. I think it's like okay. I think it's cute and it's different for him. So maybe I'll grow to like it. It just maybe threw me off the first listen, but I love the video. Nicole Kidman is in it. She's iconic. And he said about the song, boys have come and gone, work has come and gone, but I have always had my girls. My whole life I've existed in the orbit of incredible women. This is my love letter to them. Walk down the street today with your headphones in and listen to the song and look around at the divine feminine is everywhere. Thank God. So that's cute. Love that. And it is also nice. There's a lot of like trans/drag representation in the video, and as this person says, Troye Sivan putting trans women at the forefront of his visuals at a time when they are being persecuted at every turn, the same way Madonna did for gay men in the 80s. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see that representation in this current moment, given everything that's going on. A lot of people have kind of, you know, there were a lot of people who were real eager to pander to the gay audience about 10 years ago that are not quite as eager right now. So it's nice to see, and obviously Troye is gay himself, but he's not trans, and he's sticking up for the trans community in a way that not everybody is willing to do at the current moment. So love that. Snaps to Troye. Look forward to that album. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about K-pop for a second, which is not really my area of expertise, but there were a few things that came up where I do think it's kind of warranted to talk about them. Now, I do kind of want to go back for a second, because I saw some of you defending the Grammys and their decision. And I just can't stand for it. This fucking best Asian pop music performance category, it's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. This is crazy. Like, okay, I think you kind of can make the argument that it's like due to the popularity of the Asian pop industry that they need to like make this extra category for them, but they don't. That's the thing, is they really fucking don't. Ultimately, if these artists are popular enough to warrant the creation of an entire new category, then they should be considered popular enough to compete under the larger, like, pop umbrella. It's the only way that I think you can really defend this decision is if, like, the Grammys was being this inclusive with every pop subgenre, which they're just fucking not. And so, to give an example of this, let's just take a look at the pop categories of the Grammys. So these are the pop categories they currently have. Up until recently, it was kind of just pop. I mean, so this is the thing too. So they put pop and dance electronic in the same category, like they're the same thing, which I think at this point, dance and electronic recording should be separated from pop, because there is dance pop, and they have the dance pop recording category now, but that's as of 2024. That's a very recent category. Dance electronic recording, that's dance electronic. Like, that should be something else. That doesn't need to be put under the umbrella of pop. So already that's sort of weird, and especially weird at this point that we now have dance pop recording and still dance electronic recording, and that's still going under the larger pop umbrella. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But okay, so here's the defense that we could make of this. There definitely is a problem with the pop vocal album category being just the general pop category. Pop as a genre, as a category of music, is so fucking broad that it is a little ridiculous to put all of these artists into one category and not also give some other categories that acknowledge other subgenres of pop. So to zero in on that, let's just look at 2021 specifically, because this one I think is a great example of the problem. So 2021, you had Future Nostalgia, which won, then Changes by Justin Bieber, Chromatica by Lady Gaga, Fine Line by Harry Styles, and Folklore by Taylor Swift. These were all the albums nominated for that category. Very different albums. So Future Nostalgia and Chromatica, the dance pop subcategory didn't exist at that time, but I think those would probably be eligible for that category now, so we could put that under Best Dance Pop Recording. And then Changes should be R&B. They already have an R&B category and an R&B umbrella here. R&B rap and spoken word poetry, which feels interesting that this is how we've decided to group these categories. Clearly, the R&B category is their category for Black people. For Black pop artists especially. R&B can be seen as its own separate genre for sure. And I think that there's an argument to be made for it to have its own umbrella, the same way that I think there's an argument to be made for dance electronic to have its own umbrella. But for sure, there are a lot of people who make R&B pop music that could be considered under the umbrella of pop, but it isn't, because the only thing that we really have under the pop umbrella at this point that's actually like a different subgenre is dance pop, currently. But we could put an R&B pop under there. But the thing is that we haven't created a separate category for that. We just have pop, and then we have R&B. So Justin Bieber, why is he nominated for pop instead of R&B? Obviously, it's because he's white. That's it. There are plenty of pop stars who are Black who get put under the R&B label because they are Black. And then there's people like Justin Bieber who do actually make like R&B music who are still getting put under pop because they're not Black, because they're white. Clearly that is a racialized category. just even not necessarily because R&B isn't its own separate genre, but because of the way that the Grammys uses that genre to categorize people. So a little strange in a way that they've dropped the act a little bit when it comes to Asian pop, because R&B, they're at least still trying to pretend that it's not based on race or a specific kind of culture of people. So that's an issue right there. But then you come to Fine Line and Folklore. Those are both nominated. Oh wait, what is this saying? I'm getting an error. Are you guys still connected? Can you still see everything? I'm getting a weird error from YouTube, but I don't know that that actually means anything significant. So just let me know if you can see things. But with Fine Line and Folklore, those are both being put under this pop umbrella with Chromatica and Future Nostalgia. And like, what other subgenre do they have to be nominated in apart from the Best Pop Vocal Album? You had a bit of a lag? Okay. There was some lag, but nothing bad. Okay, all right, so I think we're good. And if anyone's still having issues, well, I guess you can't hear me anyway, but just refresh your page or something. So, a weird categorization problem within the pop umbrella here, where the only thing that's really being separated is dance pop from the larger general pop vocal categories. But then on top of that, we're now putting Asian pop music as a category within the pop sphere, and that doesn't really make sense because what the fuck is Asian pop music? It's dance pop. There's no reason that the Asian pop performers can't go under dance. Because quite simply, while I do think that there's a difference between like a Western pop star and like a K-pop star or another kind of Asian pop star, the difference is mostly in the actual like industries. Like K-pop artists usually have their own K-pop record labels. They have a specific way that they get marketed. It's all really in the packaging and in the audience and in the subcultures that surround these artists. But the music itself isn't that different from other styles of pop music. There's just no real difference in the thing that the Grammys is supposed to be evaluating, which is the actual music. It's just pop music, but it's pop music that happens to be sung by Asian people. And so that's where it gets really weird, is we are just making a category that is based around not necessarily nationality, because they have made that clear that you don't have to be from a particular Asian country, but they are saying that you have to be from, that you have to sing an Asian language in the song. And this is where it gets really weird. So this is the Wikipedia, so they've got some information about what the Grammys have said. So they said, the award recognizes artistic excellence in Asian pop music performances. Eligible recordings include contemporary popular music originating from or widely recognized within Asian markets, including K-pop, J-pop, and C-pop. So already Eastern Asian specifically, because like what? Asia is a continent that includes many different countries. Is Russian pop considered Asian pop? Eligible recordings typically feature melody-driven composition, mainstream pop songwriting, and commercially oriented production as recognized within their respective markets, and may incorporate elements of pop-adjacent styles such as pop rock, pop R&B, and other related forms. So it's like, so you've literally just described pop music there. Melody-driven composition, mainstream pop songwriting, commercially oriented production that often incorporates elements of pop-adjacent styles. That's just pop music. Just plainly. That is pop music. Period. Recordings in this category are often categorized by genre blending arrangements. Again, that is pop music. Layered production and dynamic structural shifts designed to support both audio and performance-based delivery. Pop music! Pop! That's it! You've described pop! That's not Asian pop specific. But then if we go to the background here, prior to 2026, Asian pop music was rarely acknowledged by the Recording Academy. BTS became the first Korean artist to be nominated with their single Dynamite when their single Dynamite received a nod in the Best Pop Duo Group Performance category at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards in 2021, a feat they would repeat a year later with Butter, and a third time for My Universe the year after that. Golden from the film K-pop Demon Hunter became the first K-pop song to win a Grammy when it won Best Song Written for Visual Media at the 68th Annual Grammy Awards in 2025. So again, I would just make the argument that we really do not need a separate category. They're already winning awards. I don't know why we need a category that's just for them. We could just probably incorporate them into the other categories that they were already being incorporated into. But then this is where it gets really fucking weird, because look at the eligibility here. According to the Recording Academy rulebook for the 2027 ceremony, eligible recordings must feature meaningful use of one or more Asian languages, and that the language must be identifiable within songs that are bilingual or multilingual. Recordings that are performed entirely in an Asian language are eligible, but recordings that are primarily sung in a non-Asian language and only feature minimal or incidental use of Asian languages, such as ad-libs, brief phrases, or isolated words, are not eligible. The rules are clear that the musical style is determinative of eligibility, not the ethnicity or nationality of the performers, and the recordings performed entirely in English or other languages by Asian performers are eligible in other categories, but not in Best Asian Pop Music Performance. Okay, whatever. But so, what makes it Asian pop is the presence of an Asian language in the song. But it has to be more than just like a brief phrase or isolated words or ad-libs or whatever. Like, it has to make up a significant portion of the song. So all of the songs here that inspired this category to exist in the fucking first place, Dynamite, Butter, I haven't heard My Universe, so I don't know what that song is. And then Golden, those are primarily English songs. There are a few lines that incorporate Asian language, but for the most part, those are English songs. So, who's eligible? This is such a weird fucking category. And as people are also pointing out, the Asian language thing is weird too, because again, is Russian, does that count? Because that doesn't involve K-pop, J-pop, or C-pop, but it is Asian. This is just weird. This is a weird fucking racist category. It really, what they want to be is like, you know what we mean. They're like, the Asian ones. You know what we fucking mean. They can't define it because it actually doesn't have a definition. It's just a vibes-based thing of like, you know, those types of artists. And again, like, what is it that separates these artists from the other pop artists? I do think that there's a fucking difference in the ways that these artists get marketed, but there's just not enough of a difference in the actual music itself to warrant this separation when we're not making these separations for any other, like, subgenre of pop. It's, you can have a pop vocal album, you can have a dance pop album, or you can have an Asian pop album. These are our subcategories of pop music, according to the Grammys, is dance pop and Asian pop. Even though fucking Asian pop, the way that they really want to define it is dance pop. That should already be included. Why can't we get other categories in here? But so they've realized after the BTS stuff that this was not a good idea. So they put out a statement that says, it's clear from our numerous conversations with many stakeholders over the past 2 years that regardless of our intent and desire to be even more inclusive, there are some artists in this space who feel that this category isn't representing the music they work so hard to create in the way that they wish. The management and board are committed to working together to keep pace with that progress and ensure the musicians we intend to honor feel truly seen and heard by our actions. Okay, well, we'll see how they correct this, but they know they fucked up. It never made any fucking sense. But moving on, apparently there's a whole bunch of drama in the K-pop world right now. So BTS, apparently within 24 hours, collabed with AI, talked about Miner's Weight, which I don't know anything about this one. I don't know what they're referring to here. I do know about this other stuff. Talked about Chris Brown on a live, I think on like Instagram Live or TikTok Live or something. I don't remember. And then they also attended Chris Brown's concert and took pictures with him. So we'll take this kind of piece by piece. But they did an AI ad with Google Gemini.
Every journey starts with a question.
지금 우리가 하고 싶은 이야기는 뭐지?
언어가 달라도 진심이 통할 수 있을까?
아니면 직접 말로 전해야만 닿는 마음도 있을까?
무대 밖에서의 나는 어떤 사람이고 싶지?
더 멀리 가기 위해
Improving your tennis game is a fantastic goal. Would you like
오늘 내가 할 수 있는 건 나는 또 어떤 새로움에 빠지게 될까?
Your potential is as limitless as your curiosity.
So if you didn't catch all of that, because a lot of it was in Korean, they're asking Google Gemini a whole bunch of different questions, and the defense here from some of the stands, the BTS stands that I've seen, though I honestly haven't seen that many stands defending them. I think for the most part, everyone kind of agrees that this was a bad idea. But the few defenses that I'm seeing, it will focus on the fact that, like, they're not using generative AI to, like, create the music or something. They're just, I guess, using AI to, like, get inspired, because as you can see, he's asking Google Gemini here, what's the story we want to tell right now? And so, okay, yeah, maybe it's not as bad as them using AI to create their instrumentals or something, but if you're using AI to come up with ideas, why don't you just use the fucking world? Why don't you use all the other things around you that can inspire your creativity? Why would you need to ask a robot, what should I make a song about? It's just still stupid. It misrepresents the creative process in a way that makes it seem like it could be aided by AI in a way that I really don't think AI actually supports creativity at all. So that's already weird, but just on top of it, to be a huge band like this and be promoting any AI system, whether or not you use it yourself, even if you maybe occasionally do ask Google Gemini something and it helps you write a song on occasion, like, keep that to your fucking self at a certain point. Don't run an ad for them. I guess they did a whole thing, I don't know if it was this ad that ran on the Sphere, or if they did something that was more like Sphere specific, but I guess they had a collab with Google Gemini that was broadcast on the Sphere in Las Vegas. So this is a whole thing for them. They are fully just partnered with Google AI. And it's gross. And what can I accomplish today? You're asking Google that? Why are we encouraging people to talk to a robot to get through the fucking day? It's just kind of pathetic, the amount that we are encouraging people to rely on AI systems, on chat robots, like, just to tell us what to fucking do. Weird as hell. Weird thing to encourage. Then there's the Chris Brown stuff. So they were at the Chris Brown Usher concert and posted this. Oh, shit. Because also, like Bianca saying, I don't know too much about BTS, but they probably have a lot more power over their collabs and endorsements than most K-pop groups know. I would assume so, and that was what I believed, because I don't get into the K-pop shit too much, but from like the little bit that I do understand, BTS has way more power and way more influence over their shit than most K-pop groups, and that's like one of the things people like about them, and that's one of the reasons people don't feel as bad listening to BTS as some of these other Asian pop groups, because most of them are under such strict control that people feel a little weird sometimes listening to these artists, because you never know exactly how they're being coerced into doing different things. But BTS, since they have more control, people feel a little bit better about it. But so at that point, you have to take BTS actions as their actions. You can't just be like, oh, well, the record label is making them do this. They made them do a collab with Google Gemini. Like, no, they're powerful enough. They're basically about to make the Grammys change a decision that they made. The fact that BTS doesn't want to submit because of this Asian pop category, and that the Grammys now have to respond to that, that already implies something about their level of power and their level of pull in the wider industry. So BTS absolutely has more power than most K-pop groups. But then this here too, did their label make them do this? We can talk about the Google Gemini thing, because obviously everyone needs to get funded somehow. You know, when you're making your music videos and your tours and shit, you need to get money from some place. So maybe there's some sponsorships you take that you wouldn't have taken otherwise. But this was fully voluntary. This is them. This is on their personal social media feeds. Who is making them go to a Chris Brown concert and then live stream it? And then, what's this? Oh, thank you. Wait, what's this one? What's maple? Oh. Maple cream. Oh, okay, thank you. We got these Werther's Originals that are like fall flavored, and they're delicious. This one's apple. I love it so much. I'm gonna eat it while I talk. I'm sorry. But then they took a photo with him and posted it. Did their label make them do that too? Please. And I guess they've got other controversies similar to this. I don't know enough about K-pop in general. I don't follow that shit, so I don't know all their old controversies. I just was made aware of this, but I guess there's been similar stuff before. And then Zara, I don't know if this is true, but it says Zara unfollowed J-Hope and RM on Instagram after they attended Chris Brown's concert. And they had collaborated on a song together in 2019. It's possible, people always do this stuff where they say people unfollowed people when they were never following them to begin with, so it's possible Zara never was following these men. But she does hate Chris Brown, so I wouldn't be surprised. As this person says, my favorite thing about her is her unyielding hate for shit Brown. It is something she would do. And I love her for that. Now we're going to move on to another K-pop group. Though I don't know if, according to the Grammys, if this would be considered K-pop. But here's Cat's Eye. So, I guess one of their members couldn't attend something.
She's not feeling well. Yeah, but she says hi. Sophia's not here tonight. Where is she? She's not feeling well. Oh, she's not feeling well. But she says hi.
So that was Sophia, unable to attend the premiere of their documentary. I didn't even know they had a documentary. I'm so out on the K-pop stuff. Here's the thing too, and this is why I don't really track them, because it's not totally the music that I'm interested in. But then also for me, with like the pop girly news stuff, I don't think that any of these groups are ever going to be eligible for the bracket at the end of the year, because it's just a little bit too hard to track the meta-narrative of a group compared to an individual. And on top of it, with all these K-pop groups, it is hard to say what of their actions and what of their releases and all this stuff, it's hard to say what is the actual artist doing things versus the label, because all of these people are pretty controlled by their labels. BTS has more control than most of them, but most of these K-pop groups are really, really manufactured. And obviously stuff like that exists in the broader pop universe as well, but not to the same extent. And it's a little bit easier to suss where the artistry stops and where the label is coming in for other like solo pop stars. With Cat's Eye and these other groups, I just don't know how to even evaluate their artistry to a certain extent, and I don't know how to evaluate who even wants to be there, to be honest. Because this person, Sophia, I don't know these girls, but it is my understanding that she's maybe not in the group anymore, or maybe I think they've lost a few members at this point. Correct? They're down maybe 2 now, or maybe 3. I'm not sure. But so I don't know how to even keep track of who is in the group anymore without like following it super closely, and I don't really want to follow it that closely. It doesn't really seem like it's made for me. But at this point, with so many people leaving, I'm like, does anyone who's currently here actually want to be here? Or are they like contractually obligated? Who enjoys music? Who wants to be in the group? Okay, only Manon and now Sophia. Okay, so only one officially left. Yeah, see, this is all this stuff is too uncertain for me. I feel always so uneasy in the entire K-pop universe, because it does feel like you have to be pretty invested to be able to keep up with all of it, and I'm not ready to be that invested. Their choreography is also getting weird as hell, so this is from, I think, their Today Show performance. Look at it, it's just a mess. Stop. And this song that just came out, Tutti Frutti or something, oh, it's just embarrassing. I want to play a lot of it, but I know I'm gonna get claimed, but I'm gonna play a second. If you wanna come and get it for a fun, Tutti Frutti all the way, Tutti Frutti every day. Tutti Frutti every day. As Grace says, I was talking to a gay who said he loves Cat's Eye, and I was like, to be honest, the only song I've heard was maybe one of the worst songs I've heard ever. And he was like, well, with Cat's Eye, it's not really about the music. And it does feel that way. It feels like a lot of these groups, including with Cat's Eye, it's mostly about the packaging. It's mostly about the marketing and the choreography, because they're very talented. I'll say that. I'm not trying to like shit on them as individuals. They're all very, very talented women. But I don't think the music has ever been that great. To the degree where I'm like, well, then what's the point of them being a musical act? And this person says, who is Cat's Eye for? They have no interest in growing with the younger audience they cultivated, but they also don't display any musical maturity in their actual music. Being overly sexualized doesn't make the songs they sing mature, just bizarre with adult themes with childish lyrics. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that too. It feels a little like Logan Paul-esque, where you're making stuff that is kind of dumbed down and supposed to be like, you know, just bright colors, easy to follow melodies, which, you know, that's fine. I mean, that's pop music to an extent, but it seems like it's made to be digested by like kids to some degree. Kids who just kind of want to look at something bright and impressively produced. But at the same time, there is a lot of like sexuality and stuff where it's like, okay, but you're not adjusting the content for a kid audience, because you can do the whole like, well, what about the children thing with Sabrina Carpenter? And I think it's a little ridiculous there, because Sabrina Carpenter isn't making stuff that is actively trying to court a child audience. Whereas with Cat's Eye, I think there's a little more reason to be a little confused by what they're doing, because they are making stuff that does seem to be aimed at appealing to children while still being really sexual. And it's just a little fucking odd. And also just kind of embarrassing. So, like, they have this slime promo in the music video where they're just pulling slime out. Like, literally just advertising something. There's fucking gnats in here. Just advertising something that is clearly aimed at a child audience while being so sexual. I don't know. It's just sort of odd. Not to be the woke friend, but who the fuck decided a slime ad by a brand for kids should be in this specific music video? Like, who greenlit this shit? Icons, that's what they're called, because they're cat's eye, so icon. Icon swear Cat's Eye isn't trying to appeal to kids, but then they're advertising shit for kids. Which one is it? Yeah, like the slime stuff is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But maybe I just don't know the work enough. Maybe I'm just not getting it. Maybe I'm just old and out of touch. But I do think they're talented, so I did want to show this. Just so I'm not shitting on them as individuals too much, because they did a performance at D23 for the Hercules. I guess there's a Hercules thing coming out, but they did a song for that. Or I don't know if they did a song for the movie, or if they're just doing a performance, but their performance was good. Oh, shit. Sorry. From whatever fucking contract they have, because it does sound like they're under a fairly restrictive one from what I understand. They're not at BTS's level, so they don't have quite the same amount of agency, so I do feel kind of bad for them, but I can't with this whole thing. And they were a result of like a competition or something, like an X Factor sort of thing. Is that true? Or did I hear that and that's wrong? I don't know what their origins are, but I don't know that any good group comes from one of those. I guess, you know, there was One Direction, but clearly that didn't last that long. Anyway. Tyga put out an album. It currently has a 5, which the last time I saw it had a 0, but it's only based on 2 reviews. So Tyga put out an album that I guess heavily utilized AI. So this is way... Okay, yeah, a competition show, Pop Star Academy, yeah. It's like, does any of that actually create real artists? Or does it just create good performers that some record label can put into a group and then do whatever the fuck they want them to do? I don't know. The whole thing seems a little suspicious to me. Anyway, moving on to Tyga. He did a whole album worse than what BTS did, I guess. Though I don't know, because BTS is bigger, so they have a bigger impact. They probably shouldn't be advertising AI the way that they did, especially on the Sphere. But at least they didn't make a whole fucking album with it, like Tyga apparently did. And he will defend that it was only most of the album, but he still sang on it. His voice wasn't AI. He just used AI for, you know, the rest of it. Here he is talking about it and defending himself on TMZ.
That Pitchfork gave you a 0 out of 10, which hasn't happened in 19 years. And it's pretty clear they're doing it because of AI. So what do you think of all of this?
Rare Pitchfork W.
Listen, I don't really know what Pitchfork is. All I know is the devil uses a pitchfork. That's all I know.
He fucking rehearsed that. He had that ready, and it's still stupid. I don't know much about Tyga, but is he like crazy religious or something? Because he brings up God or the devil or demons a few times in this.
What do you think of the AI controversy generally? Because there are some people saying you shouldn't do it.
Well, the context is, unfortunately for Gen Z, they can't read. So nobody reads, you know what I mean? And what I said was, I used AI assisted things in the production. I said all the vocals are me. I wrote all the songs. When it comes to the 80 cents and some of the guitar solos, yes, I used AI for that. But I didn't make a full AI album. That's like,
okay, even if you wrote it, and even if you were singing or rapping or whatever on the album, you still used it in the production, which is the album. And I kind of get, this is one of the things that people said to defend AI at the beginning, that I saw this point, that it would help people who don't have access to other resources and other tools to be able to make a song. You know, if you're just like a kid in their room that you don't know anyone who plays the guitar, but you really want a guitar thing on your whatever song you're making, you can have AI do it. And I kind of got that because of the idea of it like democratizing some aspects of the creative process, but that's like a 16-year-old in their room, you know, for that shit. That's someone who wants to make a song but doesn't have all the tools to do it. Tyga has the tools to do it. I don't know his music that well. The most I know about him is that he dated Kylie Jenner when she was underage, and it was weird as fucking hell. But I know that he's also a fairly popular musician, so he has resources and he has access to musicians, to producers that most people don't have. So the most I could see him, anyone of his level, ever using AI in the creative process like this to generate sounds, the most I could see that as an excuse is that maybe you use it as like a demo or something, is you're like, oh, I have an idea, let me put this down. But then why would that be the final product? Why would that not just be a thing of like, I just want to have this little riff so that I can like show it to somebody else? No reason for it to ever make the final product of the album.
It's not what I did. I was in the studio 3 months working on this, you know, but you know, it's just, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's like, I'm just
He said 3 months?
Solos. Yes, I used AI for that, but I didn't make a full AI album. That's like, it's not what I did. I was in the studio 3 months working on this.
That's not what the fuck? Jesus Christ.
You know, but you know, it's just, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's like, I'm just I'm a small piece of the puzzle in this bigger conversation, you know, and it's really not my fight. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm just telling.
And yet you walked right into it.
People, because I like to be honest with the listeners of, you know, kind of like how I used it, but I didn't, you know, I indeed wrote the songs and that those are my vocals. You know what I'm saying? We use some AI sounds in the production, but we still created everything. As an artist that's been doing this for so long, I don't care. I don't mind it. I don't care. Like, I'm not scared for my position or scared because
that's because the part that you contribute wasn't affected at all. But then you did take a job away from like guitarists, from other producers, from instrumentalists that you could have used, or even just like samples you could have used.
At the end of the day, I'm better than the AI, you know, and I've proven that for the last 15 years. So it doesn't bother somebody like me. But I think maybe there's people that are scared that it's gonna, you know, like take their position and replace them. And, you know, it's just a part of technology, you know.
Like the musicians you replace. Oh, it's just a part of technology. It's just how things go.
You know, it's just a part of technology. You know, everything we use is AI. The question is, are people against AI or just selective against AI in some things? You know?
Okay.
Well, okay, that either one I think is fine. I mean, there are maybe some uses for AI, especially with what the label AI even gets attached to at this point can vary. You know, there's different types of AI, and there's like technologies that we had a few years ago that are now being labeled AI that weren't labeled AI before. And so, yeah, we should be maybe a little bit more selective, but that's part of it, is that what you did is one of the examples of things people use AI for that we think is bad.
So, okay, that's actually a good question. So is it you or is it just anybody using AI? Here's what Doja Cat said.
Nobody asked me anything about Tyga, but I just felt like saying this. Tyga is a penis for making an AI album.
She's got a point.
Okay, well, you laughed. Does she have a thing against you, or is it AI?
Listen, I love Doja, but she made a demonic album. But I still love her.
Will you use it again?
I don't know. This was the first time I ever used it.
Well, I will say it got you a lot of publicity.
All publicity is good. What is the saying? What does it say?
There's no such
Oh, he's dumb.
thing as bad publicity.
Yeah, it's, you know, like at the end of the day, people know what I do. Been doing it for so long, making hits, catalog without writers, AI, any of this. So this is just a experiment, and this was fun, you know. And I'm just telling people where it's going, the world is going, and how I used it, you know.
Yeah, religious and AI psychosis go hand in hand. They seem to, don't they? Which is interesting because I feel like if I were a religious person, I would be more against AI because it feels almost ungodly. But I guess they don't see it that way. I don't know. Moving on. Also, shout out to Doja Cat. She really nailed that one. Taylor Swift has removed another song from the White House's latest TikToks. Good for her, I suppose. Rolling Stone is kissing her ass as per usual. So both superstars, speaking about Bad Bunny, which Bad Bunny also, his politics are fairly open regardless. So I'm not going to give Bad Bunny any smoke here, but both superstars muted their songs from videos posted by the White House administration without drawing more attention to the White House. They dealt with it quietly. It's a smart move. Like, no, it's a little bit of a cowardly move in a way. Not for Bad Bunny, because he actually does make his politics fairly clear regardless. But with Taylor, at this point, it's fair to ask more of her. She doesn't need to just remove things quietly. She should be able to fucking say shit. Like she used to. She used to fucking say shit. I searched her name, and because on Twitter, whenever you search something now, it will show you results from like 10 years ago for no reason. But so when I searched her name, this tweet did come up from 2020, and I was like, man, she actually used to be kind of okay, you know? And you can say the whole thing about she was against the Trump administration when it was popular to be so. But I think at this point, with Taylor's market, I think it would still be popular for her to do it. I think that she would still get out of a lot of issues. She would evade a lot of criticism if she had spoken up, if she continued speaking up against the Trump administration like she used to. So I do think, personally, it has something to do with her management. I think that maybe there's something happening behind the scenes. I don't know. But that's just my own personal speculation. But this is what she used to tweet. After stoking the fires of white supremacy and racism your entire presidency, you have the nerve to feign moral superiority before threatening violence. When the looting starts, the shooting starts. We will vote you out in November. At Donald Trump. Like, she used to have opinions. Where the fuck did they go? really sad. Just to see it, not even just the fact that Trump is obviously, like, he's a bigger existential threat than ever. This administration is out of their fucking minds. But it's also just sad to see a woman lose her willingness to have an opinion about stuff, you know? It's sad to see her become such a blank space. And then, so she also got named to the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame, becoming its youngest inductee ever. I think that is deserved, but of course, I've seen people annoyed about this because the last album wasn't very good, but I think that she's made contributions to songwriting, especially in like a pop format, that warrants this amount of accolades. It just, yeah. The last album put a bad taste in everybody's mouth. Speaking of, it has been a little over a year now since she announced Life of a Showgirl on the New Heights podcast. So happy anniversary. I do want to say, because I saw a comment last week when I was talking about Nara Smith saying that I'm criticizing Taylor Swift for things that I'm like excusing Nara Smith for. First of all, Nara Smith is a random woman on TikTok. She's not a fucking billionaire that's the biggest pop star in the world. So let's be clear about the level of influence each one of them has. Number two, Nara Smith is mostly just like cooking on TikTok, and that's where I will say that maybe Nara Smith has some conservative leanings personally, but I don't think that the content she's making has to be seen as necessarily conservative, because it is just ultimately cooking videos in nice outfits. We don't have to project so much onto her, even if it is a little conservative coded. It's just a little bit much to ascribe such a strong level of political allegiance in a way that has not been proven. And I think that ultimately, Taylor Swift probably is not conservative personally. I think she probably did vote for, I mean, she said she endorsed Kamala during the election. I think she voted Democrat. I think she's probably consistently voted Democrat throughout most of her adult life. I don't think that she's secretly MAGA, but I do think that she's willing to go along with some MAGA projections put onto her because of whatever it is she's afraid of in speaking out. I don't know. But she's willing to allow things to be projected onto her in a way that matters more than whatever the fuck Nara Smith is doing on TikTok. But straight up, if Nara Smith wrote Wishlist, I would be harsher toward her. Because when we think about what Taylor Swift has done with her public image in these last, 2 years, including with this fucking album, yeah, it's a little fucking trad wifey. Way more trad wifey than anything Nara Smith has ever done. Come on now. When Nara Smith writes Wishlist, I will feel differently. But until then, Taylor Swift wrote it. And also, fucking Nara Smith. She's cooking, right? That's all she does. And yes, she has a husband, and sometimes her husband is in her content with her. Her husband maybe is a little weird. I've heard some stuff that maybe he's really conservative, maybe he's controlling, I don't know. But I'm not gonna blame Nara Smith for that, because I think that would indicate that she's probably just in an abusive relationship, and I generally don't like to blame the victims. But even so, Nara has made her family life a part of her public image to an extent that makes sense for what she's doing. She is making TikToks, which begs for a sort of intimacy, which begs for a sort of more casual look into someone's life. And she's also doing TikToks that are about cooking. So it is related to the home. It is related to homemaking. Makes sense for her kids and her husband to be involved in that content in some way. She does protect the kids by not showing their faces, but they are involved. Their existence is a part of the content. But Nara Smith didn't do her fucking wedding in the middle of Manhattan. Let's be fucking serious. Taylor Swift made a huge deal of the fact that she's getting married. Like, made it a huge, huge, huge part of her public image over these last few years, despite the fact that she was known for something completely different prior to that. There's been a shift. It's okay for us to acknowledge it. And speaking of the fucking wedding, we still haven't gotten any photos, which I am annoyed about. I would like some photos. Because if you're gonna make it such a huge public thing, if you're gonna do it in the middle of fucking Manhattan, at least show me the dress. What the hell? But we do have some extra information here from Graham Norton, who I didn't hear the actual, I guess he did this on a radio interview. I didn't hear the radio interview. So I don't know the tone with which he said this. Maybe it would sound less bad if we heard the actual audio. But his comments were kind of funny. He said, you saw things, you know, oh, that's a lovely touch. And then you saw things like, oh, I wouldn't have done that. But he added it was a lovely, lovely wedding. He said, when gay weddings started, I remember everyone going, oh, what will a gay wedding be like? What would that be like? Yeah, it's like a wedding, you know? So that was the most interesting thing about the Taylor Swift thing. Being in the car, the big black car in New York is all shut down and you're headed toward Madison Square Garden. That was the kind of big, exciting thing. That was like, oh my God, what's it gonna be like? And then you went through these big curtains and the car is there and you get out of the car. The minute you get out of the car, you were at a wedding. So yeah, it sounds like it wasn't that fucking special. And then Travis did call it the best night of his life, which of course you have to at this point. And I do feel kind of bad for them. Mostly for Taylor. I don't really give a fuck about Travis Kelce, but to do this huge thing, this huge declaration of your love that feels sort of hollow in a way because you had 1,000 people there who you don't know most of those people, not intimately enough to invite to your wedding, but to do all this in the middle of Manhattan, to make it such a huge thing, you could never be casual about that event afterward. You could never just like talk about your own wedding and be like, oh yeah, it was nice. It was good. You have to talk about it like it was the best night of your fucking life. You have to talk about it like it's a fairy tale, like it was a dream. Because otherwise, why did you make such a big fucking deal about it? And that is a certain type of hell that I really don't wish onto anybody. Because there's a hollowness that you have affixed your public life with, you know? Like, you can't ever really be honest about how sort of arbitrary the process of an event like this really sort of is. You have to make it seem like it was so fucking meaningful to you, when let's be honest, it probably wasn't. Even if it was meaningful to them to marry each other, that they were happy to be with one another, they were happy to be married, you're in a room with 1,000 people you don't fucking know. Maybe not 1,000 people you don't know, but maybe 50 people that you really care about, and then like 950 other people that you sort of know, that you met once, that know someone that you know. Like, just 1,000 people at a wedding will never make sense for something that is intimate and meaningful. It just never will. And if you're gonna tell me that the wedding was that meaningful, even because of what it represented for the marriage and the relationship, I just don't think it would feel very good to be in a building like that, having such an intimate moment in front of people that you don't care that much about. It just, the entire thing still feels really kind of sad to me. That this is what her life is. I don't know. there was this clip too, which a lot of people are celebrating, but I feel like this is also an indication of something a little weird in her brain. Just a tad. But Max Greenfield was on Therapist with Jake Shane and talked about meeting Taylor when she was not quite as famous.
There's Taylor
Then we have
Swift.
Taylor, but like Taylor wasn't quite yet
Taylor.
Yeah, but I remember she was on set. We were hanging out, and she was so kind. She was like a better actor than all of us. And I remember asking her. I said, "Can I ask you a question?" She was like, "Yeah, sure." And I go, "If you could play like to an intimate audience or a big arena, like what do you prefer?" And she goes, without missing a beat, she goes, "If you could fill the ocean with people, I'd like to play for that." And I went,
You're lying.
I mean,
that is the most incredible response I've ever heard.
It was
because she did that. There's Taylor
Swift. We have
Swift.
Taylor, but like Taylor wasn't.
And like that's kind of a cool remark from a pop star in a way, because it indicates her ambitions. But at the same time, if you're playing for an ocean full of people, how many of the people there even care about your music? You know, beyond the wedding thing and the intimacy that you would expect from that. At a certain point, when you're a pop star, you still have a limit to the audience that you can acquire just based on the limits of who you are as a person, you know? Because you shouldn't want to appeal to everyone. If you're making something that's like really genuine to you, there's always going to be people that you're alienating to the point that if you're making like real genuine art, you're never going to fill an ocean full of people, because there aren't going to be that many people interested in your art. The only way that you can fill an ocean full of people is if you're making something that's really watered down, something that is just meant to appeal to people and not meant to be a true expression of your soul. And it's sad that she has sort of reduced herself to that. And I think really, I think a lot of it goes back to the Eras Tour. I think that she had a little bit of a backslide in terms of her self-awareness of her people-pleasing, her willingness to be someone that angers and upsets people sometimes. I think she got too fucking addicted to the attention and to the love and the adoration that she decided to never be a person that was off-putting to other individuals ever again. That's what I kind of think happened. And I think her team also is probably steering her in a certain direction, and I think maybe even Travis is, but I don't know. I really don't know what to say about that relationship, because it doesn't feel like what I see of the relationship. It doesn't feel like there's really, I don't know. I can't make an assessment of the relationship because what I'm seeing of it is hollow. What I'm seeing of it feels commercialized already, so I don't know what they are like in private toward one another. I have no idea. She also got a new haircut. Kind of made me laugh because I saw a whole bunch of fans being like, when she cut her hair short before, I'm like, this is short. It's not that short. It's past shoulder length. But okay, she got a little bit of a haircut. Kept the bangs, obviously. Can't grow those out. Keeping them real tight at the eyebrow. Oh yeah, here's the thing where someone said something about her short hair. You know that Taylor Swift is gonna write the new pop Bible when she shows up with short hair. I don't know. I don't know that that's that short, and I don't know that that's really that much of an indication. But there definitely, a lot of stands are trying to look for clues here. So, apparently, on the exact same date, 2 years prior to this, she was spotted at the exact same door. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but maybe it means something. And then the Gaylors are also taking this, because if you notice, the dress is lavender, which is a gay color. And so Taylor Swift is spotted for the first time after her wedding wearing lavender. Somewhat of an unhinged tweet, we can acknowledge that. Of course, the Gaylors, they can be kind of unhinged sometimes, but I hold to the fact that the Gaylors are not any more unhinged than the average conspiracy theory inclined Swiftie, which a lot of them are inclined to that, and I don't know why they keep getting singled out compared to everybody else. Because if you come down here, we've already got a full fucking community note for something that's like, anyone who is taking this that seriously, you're not going to win them over with a community note. Shut the fuck up. You don't need to community note this. And they've put so many goddamn links here. And the whole community note is so stupid. Taylor Swift is married to Travis Kelce. Yes, yeah, after her wedding. So no one said she wasn't married. That part, nobody was debating. Well, okay, some Gaylors are debating on that. Some Gaylors do think that the wedding was fake, that they didn't actually get married, and that's why we don't have any, like, footage or anything from inside, because it was all just a big publicity stunt, and they never actually, they're not legally married. So some Gaylors do think that, but I think a lot of other Gaylors think that she actually is married, but she's just still gay. And then she's not a closeted lesbian. That is not something you can prove. We can say that there's not evidence of her being a closeted lesbian, but no one can say that for certain. None of these sources prove that she's not a lesbian. The first time she was seen in public after they got married was at Juju Smith-Schuster's wedding alongside her husband. Who cares about that? Who cares? Okay, yeah, sure. It's not the first time she was spotted after her wedding. But still, pretty close. And do we need all these fucking... What do we need all these links for? Are you that offended by the idea that she might be gay? And I don't even think she is, but why are you so upset by the notion? It would be so funny if the Gaylors turned out to be right. At this point, there's nothing that I would like more. Just because of how fucking funny it would be. Especially if they were right about everything. Oh my god, I would live. But then, so they went to another wedding. I don't know whose wedding this was. Oh fuck, they deleted it! Oh, here it is, okay. Here's her bangs at the wedding. She is creating styles of bangs that have never been banged before. Like, yeah, this is really something. She will not give up on the bangs. This is what is kind of interesting to me, too, is that she does keep doing these different hairstyles with the bangs, but she won't get rid of the bangs. It's like there's something inside of her that actually is really hungry for a change and feels dissatisfied. This is me psychoanalyzing her via hair. She's dissatisfied with her life. She knows that she does need to make a change, but she's not willing to go the actual extra step and just grow the bangs out. She can't do that. That's too scary. That's too far. She can't grow the bangs out. She can't not have bangs because that's her safety blanket at this point. Or maybe she's got like body dysmorphic disorder and she's afraid of her fucking forehead. I don't know. Your forehead is fine, Taylor. You can show it to people. I've seen it before. Because every once in a while, she hasn't had bangs. Every once in a while, she'll do a hairstyle, especially if she's, like, in a music video or something, and she's playing a character. Sometimes she doesn't have bangs, and her forehead looks completely fine. But I think she's afraid. I think it's an Arrested Development thing. I think she's afraid of getting rid of the bangs because she associates it with, like, a childlike, like, because it is a kind of girl next door sort of image. Not always, but for sure, bangs are more of a youthful look. So I think she doesn't want to grow the bangs out because of its association with her image as like a young girl next door kind of gal. But at the same time, she does crave change. So she just keeps doing weird shit with the bangs where she's just like putting them to the side in a weird fucking way. I wonder if that's why we haven't seen the photos of the wedding. I wonder if her bangs looked weird. What did she do with those bangs on her wedding day? What did they look like? I need to know. And then there were other celebrities there as well. So this person says the difference is sending me. I don't know what's happening in these photos or if they were taken simultaneously, but yeah, Taylor seems to be having the time of her life. And then it does look like Jack, Phoebe, and Sabrina, it looks like they're talking, but in a way where they maybe don't want other people to hear. I don't know. I'm projecting a lot onto these images, but it looks like they're gossiping about something. It's something negative. and they don't want to get caught, but then they see someone taking their photo. And I still think about the fact that Sabrina wore all black with a black veil at Taylor's wedding. She knows something. She feels something. God, I want to ask her so many questions. This tweet made me laugh, though. So Sabrina and Phoebe Bridgers. OMG. No way Sabrina took Phoebe's last name. Get it? It's funny. But speaking of Phoebe Bridgers and speaking of Taylor Swift is praising Phoebe's recent album because they are very close. If we remember, Phoebe is the person that Taylor called after she got her master's back. So apparently they're very close. But it's Phoebe Bridgers' birthday. Happy birthday, Phoebe. It's her birthday, but she gave us a gift. Haven't been able to stop listening. This album is an absolute triumph in every way. To write about grief with such vulnerability and detail and to trust the listener with this much honesty. Happy birthday. I love you. So I haven't listened to the album yet, but I will. Just haven't gotten around to it, but it's getting great reviews. 91 on Album of the Year based on 28 reviews. It is currently aiming for number 2 on Billboard, which will be, I think, Phoebe's highest charting album. Now, I haven't listened to it, but I'm seeing people talk about the album on my timeline, and I'm looking forward to putting this one on because, what? Phoebe Bridgers telling Paul Mescal to kill himself and calling Gracie Abrams a fucking dick-sucking slut? She did? Really? I mean, looking forward to hearing that for sure. But one of the things I'm seeing, people... So, if you don't know, Phoebe is currently dating Bo Burnham. She wrote a song for him called Bobby. I understand that. I haven't listened to the song yet, but I understand that the song is about Bo. I don't know exactly when their relationship started, but she did share this after Bo released Inside, his Netflix special. She said, every bone in my body wants to plagiarize this. She then did a cover of That Funny Feeling, which is the song she posted. Bo was in the audience. I don't know if they were dating at the time. I think she was still with Paul Mescal. He might have still been with his ex-girlfriend. There's some drama around that, like how they got together, when they got together. But the song is very adoring. She says, I saw you slow dancing alone in your room. I wanted to buy you a new pair of shoes, and now you're walking around with my heart on your sleeve, and I am right here bleeding. Well, maybe, I don't know. Those are interesting lyrics, but she said, I tend to write love songs that are soaked in pain and irony, and I really didn't want to do it this time because it didn't feel like that. I wanted to write about the feeling of love at first hookup, just your life being totally turned upside down by someone in a good way. But there are so many great songs like that, like There She Goes or Marry Me, Archie, that it was hard to commit to adding to that legacy. But at the end of the day, I just had to be honest, and these feelings, I feel very lucky to have had them. Thank you, Bobby. So Bobby would be Bo Burnham. Seems like they're in a good relationship. Seems like she really likes him. Seems like everything's great with them. But people are fucking pissed about it. And they've been pissed about it the entire time. I guess people were really fucking attached to Phoebe Bridgers and Paul Mescal being together, which I was not in that fandom. I don't know the attachment people have. The attachments people have, I don't get that whole thing. So maybe there's something I'm missing. But everyone, since she started dating Bo Burnham and left Paul Mescal, has been pissed about it. And as this person says, I'm not sure why everyone is pretending Bo Burnham isn't hotter than Paul Mescal. Yeah, people are being nasty about Bo Burnham and acting like he's so fucking ugly. He's not. First of all, he's tall, and that goes a long way. And he looks fine. Like, he's a good-looking guy. Bo Burnham is not an unattractive man, and he also seems nice and is talented, and I don't get it. I still don't really get it. I understand a little bit. People do just think Bo Burnham is maybe cringe, which he kind of can be, but I also think that that's a little bit of a product of him being someone who makes work that is very rooted in, like, where he is at that time. and where we are culturally. Like, I think Bo Burnham always kind of releases stuff in terms of his comedy. Because if you don't know, Bo Burnham is a comedian, but he started on YouTube. His comedy doesn't always age well, but in the way that, I mean, there's some stuff that doesn't age well in like a socio-political kind of way. There is definitely some problematic stuff in there, stuff that he's talked about finding problematic before anybody else did too. I mean, he's the one that's sort of drawn attention to some of the shit that he did when he was younger. So I'll give him props for that, for one thing. But then also, I think the bigger thing is just that he makes stuff that it contains like a sense of humor that's very of the moment. Like, it's a very kind of millennial sense of humor that does become dated when you look back on it. But I think that that's just a product of the time kind of thing. And the fact that he doesn't put stuff out very often. Like, the last thing he put out was Inside, which was years ago. So it's like he doesn't have... He doesn't get to redeem himself on like a yearly basis like a lot of other people are. A lot of other people, you know, they put out work pretty regularly, so you forget how kind of cringe and millennial some of their previous work was, because they continue to put out stuff that is of the moment. But then with Bo Burnham, it's like you look back at the last thing he did and you're like, oh, this is a little bit dated. It's like, well, yeah, that's because it was years ago. But also he made 8th Grade, which will stand up forever. So what do you want? And you know, I'm sorry, Inside's a good fucking special. I think people really love just to do that thing of, this thing got a lot of hype at the time, but I didn't really like it, so I'm gonna wait about 6 months, and then when the hype has died off, I'm going to insist that it was actually terrible and everyone who liked it was stupid. And I'm sorry, but Inside was a good special. It was a great special. It's probably one of the greatest comedy specials, if you even call it a comedy special, of all time. And I would say if you even call it a comedy special, because it is something kind of different. It is something sort of unique. It is it's a meditation on the internet. It's a meditation of what being online for your entire life kind of feels like. And I even saw people at the time being like, oh, this is going to be dated because it's so rooted in COVID. And I'm like, I really don't think it is. I think that COVID is sort of a motif to talk about the larger themes of being on the internet. Inside fucking holds up. It does. And Bo Burnham's pretty good at what he does, and also seems like a good guy. I don't know why everyone is so mad at Bo Burnham all the time. But it is Hayley Williams approved as well. So she says, anytime an artist I love puts out a really great new work, my favorite thing to do is go back and listen to the previous albums to make the new one feel lived in. Phoebe's got one of the best discographies in modern music. It's really satisfying as a fan, especially a long-time fan who was sold from the Killer EP. Lost Weekend is even better with all the context. I think my fave song right now is Bobby. I know everyone wants her to be sad, but you can be in the doldrums and still feel love when it's real. There you go. Hayley Williams liked it, and I will give her the final word. And also, like, everyone just stop being so fucking weird about what women are doing. Like, the amount of commentary, no matter what you think about Bo Burnham, I guess if he were, like, super problematic, I could understand if he were, like, a rapist, but he's not. He actually seems like a good guy. But even if he were problematic and people just had issues with him that felt justified, the amount of people that are commenting on this album and talking about how they can't take it seriously because she's dating Bo Burnham, it is so dismissive to her and her artistry in a way that feels so fucking nasty. It really feels like we have taken this ideology that women, like, whoever a woman has sex with has tainted her. If you don't like Bo Burnham, then you can't like the Phoebe Bridgers album, because Bo Burnham's dick has made Phoebe Bridgers eternally dirty until she breaks up with him. When she breaks up with him, we can take her seriously again. It's just weird. Some of you, not you guys necessarily, I don't think anyone here was that weird about it, but like, just people in the pop space really do have some strange puritanical beliefs about the women they claim to stan. Anyway, if you were worried about Ray releasing an album about Michael B. Jordan from the Six Flags photos last week, Ray is apparently working on a soundtrack for a film with Michael B. Jordan. They are just friends. They were not on a date at Six Flags. Okay. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. And then another relationship update. Ariana Grande has now gotten matching tattoos with her boyfriend, Ricky Alvarez. So it says, I do love you. And then he has another one that says, I do love you, but in a different font. People are making a big deal about this, and it is kind of crazy, to be fair, to get a tattoo this quickly. But also, this is how homegirl rolls. And I think even the tattoo, that tattoo's small, it can be covered up. Or removed, or she can just pretend it's about something else. I think the most kind of embarrassing thing she did was name a song Pete Davidson. Not even Pete. Pete Davidson. She put his last name on the song. Is it not sort of just the inverse of the whole Travis has ruined Taylor's writing discourse? Not a straight parallel, but it's fairly standard, stupid response. I think it depends on what the framing is, because I think for sure just saying that Travis Kelce ruined Taylor's artistry, that's fucking weird. But I think there's a larger thing with Travis and with the influence of her having her relationship be such a center point of her public life in a way that feels very commercialized, that does feel like there is a parallel with how the music has become sort of lifeless and hollow, where maybe, and I don't know what the cause of that is exactly, maybe she is so happy with Travis that she doesn't want to write any sort of like complicated lyrics about their relationship. Or maybe it's just a result of her entire brand becoming so much more... Her brand becoming so much more toothless in a way. And it just sort of like... The Travis shit is an extension of that. And the wedding is an extension of that. But I think if you're saying that Taylor dating Travis, that Travis is making her a bad songwriter, that's fucked up. I think that there's a lot of other factors there. But Travis is just sort of a part of it. But with Phoebe, it seems like people still like the music just as much. So it is just purely that they don't like who she's dating. But it doesn't seem like the music has dipped in quality. The lyricism hasn't dipped in quality. And with Ariana, too. Look, Ariana's had some messy relationship moments, but the music stayed good, so... That's really what we need to focus on. Is the music fucking good? And yeah, it is. Who's Ricky Alvarez? It's her new boyfriend, who is, I think he was a backup dancer. But they got together a while ago, and then they broke up, and now they've gotten back together, and now they're getting tattoos together. But as this person says, she goes through, god damn, these fucking gnats. She goes through boys like a gay man and dives in deep like a lesbian. The mother of all allies right there. Yeah, really is. But as this other person says too, and this is why I don't think it's that big of a fucking deal, he ain't special, she's got like 10 with Cynthia. Yeah, she got a lot with Cynthia. He's got 1. Catch up. But speaking of Cynthia, she was first spotted at the Eternal Sunshine tour before the show actually started. People saw her in the audience. This was from like 2 nights ago, or last night. I don't remember if it was last night or the night before. But then people also noticed that the little shadow pose that Ariana does at the beginning of the show, that changed to her thing with Wicked, where she goes like this. So, ramping up for, of course, Cynthia to come out on stage. I watched this all happen just like on my timeline. I saw people be like, oh my god, Cynthia's here, she's in the audience. And then I saw people being like, oh, Cynthia left, she's not in the audience anymore. She's somewhere else. She must be backstage. She must be getting ready to come on stage. And she indeed was. Here they are doing For Good together.
Change for the better, because I
They also did another song together. Great to hear them. I don't care what man Ariana Grande stays with, but I hope she and Cynthia are friends forever. That's the relationship I'm invested in. But let's move on to our main event. We've waited this long. We waited an entire week, because I was gonna put it on last week's, but we got too fucking overloaded with other shit. Let's talk about Jared fucking Leto. The nation could have sworn Jared Leto was already a convicted sex offender. This is a title, it's like an Onion title that was originally for Russell Brand, but it's the same fucking situation. It is the same shit of, you've heard, well actually I guess with Russell, I hadn't heard any specific instances of sexual impropriety prior to like the allegations coming out, but I probably could have guessed that there were some. But with Jared Leto, just an avalanche of allegations for a very, very long time, and granted a lot of those weren't substantiated in the way that like it was a lot of stuff on different forums online, a lot of it was anonymous or just from different social media users. There was definitely some stuff that was from other people, which we'll get to, but we didn't have any allegations up until last year. We didn't have any allegations where a journalist sought out alleged victims, interviewed them, verified their identities, and then made an article exposing some of these allegations. That didn't happen until last year, but prior to that, everybody knew. Most people knew, at least. So I want to go through, I've made this PowerPoint sort of just about Jared Leto and about his career. We are, of course, going to talk about the allegations a little bit. We're not going to go into like super explicit detail because that's really almost not the focus. The focus is more just on how the fuck did Jared Leto get here? How did he get away with all of this shit for so long? Because truly, we all sort of knew something was up. And most people, most like normal people, knew that something was up with this man if they were paying attention at all. If they were online especially, people heard the allegations. A lot of people were aware of the fact that Jared Leto was a creep for many years. So you have to imagine that people within the industry heard even more. And so let's just talk about Jared Leto and how he even fucking exists in the first place. So we start off here. I did just kind of want to touch on his childhood a little bit. Not that there's a whole lot to glean here, but he is the son of a woman. I forget what his mom's name is, but she was, as he would define her, he said that she was like sort of a hippie, or that she joined the hippie movement, that they lived in communes as a kid, him and his brother, Shannon. He has an older brother, I think by like 2 years, so they're pretty close in age, but his older brother, Shannon, that's little baby Jared there, and then that's his hippie hippiemother. His father left the family when they were very, very young, I think like babies. And then his dad died by suicide when Jared was about 8 years old. So no father in the picture at all, just the mother, who was living in communes with actors, artists, and musicians when Jared was younger. According to Jared, I don't know how much I totally trust Jared in terms of narrating his own life. He could be making some stuff up or exaggerating some things, but according to him, they were living in hippie communes where he was exposed to drugs at a very young age. He says that he knew the smell of weed by 4th grade, to which I would say, okay. I mean, you don't really want your kid to be exposed to marijuana, I suppose, at that age, but I also don't think it's like, it's not like that big of a deal, you know, he says that he knew the smell of marijuana, which other kids his age didn't, and it's like, okay, were you shooting up or something? Like, it's just, I don't know, it feels a little light in terms of the trauma and the exposure to drugs. But he said that he became sober prior to his career starting, so he's been sober for a very long time because of whatever issues the people around him had with drugs. And he also claims that his mom was on food stamps throughout his and Shannon's childhoods. So, yeah, I smoked weed for the first time in 5th grade, whatever, man. I know. It's like, I actually think a lot of 4th graders are exposed to marijuana, if not by their parents, by other, like, 4th graders and stuff. Is it ideal? No, it's not. But it also does happen. I mean, marijuana is fairly readily available. Even, I mean, now obviously more than before, but even back then. Because Jared was born in the 70s, let's remember. He's old. Not like being born in the 70s makes you like ancient, but for how old I think a lot of people would expect Jared Leto to be, he's older than that. He's older than people think. He's, I think, 55 or 54 currently. But he says that they grew up on food stamps, and this is where I will say, I don't totally understand how the fuck Jared Leto got into the position that he's currently in, because he's not even a Nepo baby. How do we explain Jared Leto? I'm still not really sure. But he started acting as like in his late teens, early 20s. He had some movie roles prior to this, but his first big role, he was in his early to mid 20s on the show My So-Called Life, which aired in 1994. He was, I believe, I've never watched the show, but I believe he was the love interest, or the main character had a crush on him or something. Not totally sure. I know that like the girl that had a crush on him, from what I read, significantly younger than him, because he was in his like mid 20s. I think she was maybe 14 to 16 years old when they were in these scenes together. But whatever, I guess he was hired to do a role. I can't really blame him for that one, but it does just still feel kind of gross. But the show was canceled after one season. It kind of became like a cult classic, so I think that already gave him a bit of like a younger audience. I don't know how strong that audience was at the time from the show, as you maybe saw from the title of this stream. I am mostly going to focus on the Echelon, which is the audience for his band. I don't know exactly what audience he picked up from his acting, but I would imagine he got a fair amount of younger people interested in him because of this show. He was also in the movie Prefontaine. So he was in quite a few movies around this time. So Prefontaine came out in 1997, but Prefontaine is the movie that established him as like a method actor. So he played, I forget what the guy's first name is, but Prefontaine is like a runner or something. So he played this real life runner. He spent a while training for the role, where he learned exactly how to run like this guy ran. I guess he did really well. I've never seen the movie, but his performance was critically acclaimed. The movie itself barely made any fucking money, though. It had, from what I saw just on the Wikipedia page, it said it made $589,304 on a budget of $8 million. I mean, that's terrible. So even in instances in which Jared Leto has an acclaimed performance, it's still not in a movie that actually did that well, you know? But okay, he's a method actor, he's a good actor. And then he was in quite a few other movies, some movies that did well, some movies that didn't. These three here are kind of cult classic films. So we've got Fight Club, American Psycho, and Girl Interrupted. Now, did he have big roles in these films? No. But he was there. He was present. No one can take that away from him. But so he did kind of orbit around these like cult
these pieces of media that have cult followings. So I don't know, again, how much that plays into the audience that he accrued, but maybe this just got him into a certain group of actors where he does, like, serious things, but serious to very niche groups of people. Not sure. But again, known for his method acting. So in the year 2000, he did Requiem for a Dream, which fully established him as a method actor. He lost 28 pounds for the role. He claimed to spend time living on the streets because his character is like addicted to drugs or something and lived on the streets. I think that is so fucking obnoxious as an actor to go live on the streets for what, like a day, 2 days? Go hang out with all the poor people, go hang out with all the drug addicts that actually have to live on the streets, that actually are homeless, and be like, I'm just studying for a role. Like, fuck you. If you really, really wanted to get that perspective, if you wanted to understand what that life would be like, you're never gonna understand it, for one thing, because you're never actually being made to do it. This is the thing, too. I don't think method acting is inherently bad, depending on how you're defining it, but all of these people that keep going full method and claim to be in character throughout the entirety of the production of a film, I'm like, you can't be. You just fucking can't be. Like, Daniel Day-Lewis saying that he was in full character as Abraham Lincoln is like, no, you weren't, though, because you weren't Abraham Lincoln. You can't ever actually emulate the experience of someone whose life is so specific and is so divorced from, like, a modern existence. And I also heard something too, Jeremy Strong is apparently going full method to play, it's The Social Network, but it's like a newer version. He's playing Mark Zuckerberg. I forget what the movie's called. But he's saying he's going full method to play Mark Zuckerberg. And I'm like, so you're starting a $1 billion company? How are you going to go full method? You're never going to experience the life of Mark Zuckerberg because you don't have the life of Mark Zuckerberg. And the same thing with this. Okay, you lived on the street for a few days, but while doing that, you had it in the back of your mind that, like, if you need to go to a hotel, you could. So that's not real. That's not you actually putting yourself into that mindset. You would have been better off just going up to people that lived on the street and asking them some questions, asking them about their lives. You're not going to experience what they experienced just because you lived on the street for a few days. Yeah, oh yeah, The Social Reckoning. Yeah, that's the new Mark Zuckerberg thing. But whatever, his performance here was acclaimed as well. People loved it. Here's what I have to say about Jared Leto as an actor. Is he a bad actor? No, I don't think so. I think he's bad sometimes. I think he's definitely been bad in specific roles. But I think that he can be good. I just don't think that when he's good, it's that special. As Jordan on Twitter says, my opinion has always been that you could put Jake Gyllenhaal into almost every Jared Leto role and he would be better. I agree. I very, very much agree. And Jake Gyllenhaal also has some weird stuff about him. There was something that came out like a year or two ago that was a little odd. Not odd in a Jared Leto kind of way, but just like some odd behavior on set. But Jake Gyllenhaal is still a better actor. And has more range. And has the exact kind of range, too. He has more range, but he could do the exact roles that Jared Leto takes. Just no reason for Jared Leto to be here. To be in this industry. I don't know what... If maybe he got a connection to someone real powerful at the beginning of his career or something, but it's never made sense for him to be as successful as he is. So let's talk about the music. So 2002, 30 Seconds to Mars' debut album came out. I've never listened to it. I've never heard this album at all. And I don't plan on listening to it. But it hit 107 on the Billboard 200, so already it did pretty well. The band was established a few years prior. I think it was established in like 98. It's him and his brother. They started this band, and then there was some other guy, Tomo, I think is his name. He doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't really seem like any of the members of 30 Seconds to Mars actually matters, except for Jared Leto and sometimes his brother. But so they come out with their first album in 2002. He is an established actor at this point. Like, he was in Requiem for a Dream. That was a big deal. He's in all these other movies, even if he's playing small parts. People know him as an actor. So I do think one of the things that benefited his music career at the beginning is not just the publicity that he already had, but the fact that he did seem to be taking the music seriously. Because he's committed to the role of being a rock star, is what I'll say. The same way that he's a method actor in every other way. He's a method rock star. He decided that he wanted to be a rock star, and he committed to that part. And he is a good singer in like a technical talent kind of way. I don't think that the artistry of 30 Seconds to Mars is noteworthy at all, but sure, Jared Leto has a good voice. So they come out with their first album in 2002. This is when the allegations start. I don't know of any allegations that go prior to 2002. I don't know if that's a coincidence. I would assume it is. I would also really just assume that there are other things that happened prior to 2002 that we just don't know about yet. But of the allegations that are public and that have been substantiated by a journalist, the furthest back we go is 2002, which does happen to be when the debut album comes out. I'm not entirely sure what the intentions of 30 Seconds to Mars were. Maybe Jared Leto really, really, really does just love music and he wanted to create a band the entire time. I do think, though, with the marketing of 30 Seconds to Mars and with the audience that they courted, I wonder a little bit if Jared recognized that becoming a rock star was a better way to get access to young girls. I don't know. But they come out with their second album in 2005 called A Beautiful Lie. This one does actually pretty well. I mean, the first album didn't do badly. The first album, 107 on Billboard. It charted, so that's great. 36 for the second album. Hit 36 on Billboard 200. I don't think I know most of the songs on the album, but I do know this one. This one is The Kill, in parentheses, Bury Me. You've maybe heard it. Especially if you were listening to like alternative rock or whatever at that time. The song sucks. It's kind of okay. Maybe in a certain context, if you like that kind of music, maybe you'll like it. What I'll say about 30 Seconds to Mars artistically, though, and this, I don't like saying this because it feels prejudicial in a way. It feels ageist. But, like, he's too fucking old for this. He's just simply too fucking old for this. In this song and music video that I am showing right here, Jared Leto is 34 years old. He is older than me. Wearing all this fucking dark eyeshadow. And I think that's fine. I think you can still be like a rock star. You can still wear eyeshadow. You can still be a little angsty or something at any age, you know? I don't think any genre needs to have an age. But there is just something about this that really feels like he is acting like a 19-year-old or something. This is actual childish angst. This is the childish angst that certain people have complained about on other pop artist albums. But it's appropriate here. It's just so... It's so like suburban teenage kid that is mad at their parents for telling them they can't paint their nails black or something. It feels so adolescent. It feels so pandering. It's just embarrassing. And then 2005, again, coincidentally, when this album comes out, A Beautiful Lie, the New York Post also makes the first public declaration of a problem. So in 2005, New York Post, which is a trashy tabloid, and maybe that's why this shit didn't get taken seriously at the time, but they published an article called "Hey Leto Girl, Jared shows he's a teen player." Jared Leto likes him young. The 33-year-old Requiem for a Dream actor, last seen squiring Ashley Olsen and Lindsay Lohan around town, has been aggressively pursuing many of the teen models shacked up at the Maritime Hotel. Ashley Olsen and Lindsay Lohan, by the way, would have been about like 18, 19 at the time, so he was 33 years old hanging out with 19-year-olds. But I think with Lindsay, he did work with her in a movie, and Ashley, I don't know why they were together, but maybe it was some industry thing. Maybe they weren't dating, I don't know. Leto, who booked a suite at the Meatpacking District hotspot while he was in town with his rock band 30 Seconds to Mars, has become infamous for calling and texting some of his underage objects of desire several times a day, reports one in-the-know snitch. He's been approaching all the girls and inviting them to his shows, snickers the source. Girls from IMG, Elite, Next, and Women are staying there, and Jared has been hitting on all of them. He's a serial texter. He is constantly texting these other 16 and 17-year-old girls. It's really kind of creepy. So, this is something people kind of knew about at the time. Granted, this is just one article, and it is the New York Post, so it's not something that's taken super seriously, but some people were definitely aware of a problem. He also, I don't know when their relationship started, but 2006 is the first time that I am aware of Jared and Terry Richardson being friends. So Terry Richardson, if you don't know, Hollywood photographer, used to photograph a lot of our girls, a lot of the like Tumblr photo shoots from like the 2010s, a lot of those are Terry Richardson, especially if you ever see any of the girls wearing these specific glasses, that's because those are Terry's glasses. So like Lana, Miley, Rihanna, Gaga a lot, unfortunately. But Terry Richardson is a full fucking creep. Like, one of the people who seems to really prey on models specifically, and that also does seem to be Jared's MO. So I don't know when they got hooked up, but they are kind of... they're apples from the same tree, I would say. And you have to wonder a little bit if they're taking methods from one another. I would assume Jared is taking them from Terry because Terry had the connections to the fashion industry. But Jared, as we'll find out, very, very into calling modeling agencies to get women to come to his performances, like 30 Seconds to Mars shows, also his parties. He's really just, anytime that he's in the area, it seems like he will just call a modeling agency, like a local modeling agency, and get as many hot girls from that agency to come to his events. And then maybe assault them while they're there. Also in 2006, he confronted Elijah Wood at the MTVU Woody Awards. So Elijah had made a comment about 30 Seconds to Mars in a 2003 interview with Blender. He said, "I would never try to be like other actors and attempt to make music myself. I mean, have you heard 30 Seconds to Mars? Fucking awful, man." And here's the thing. I have a thing with Elijah Wood. He's never done anything wrong that I know of, but I saw him in an interview once, and I've been suspicious of him ever since. It was the Hot Ones that he did, where I was like, he's too friendly. There's something about Elijah Wood that is too friendly and too nice where I think he's hiding something. So normally, I will not take Elijah Wood's side in a dispute because I'm suspicious of him. He's not done anything wrong that I know of, but I think maybe he has. Maybe he's done something wrong that I don't know of. But here, he's fully in the right. What the fuck? Yeah, 30 Seconds to Mars is fucking awful, and he should say it. But then, regardless of whether or not that was a rude thing to say, Jared Leto decided to confront him at this award show, and Elijah said later he was basically upset at the fact that I said I didn't like his band. He said that initially and then walked away. I guess he thought I was laughing at him, but I was more shell-shocked and telling people around me, whoa, I just got told off by Jared Leto for not liking his band. And that's when he came back and grabbed me. I told Jared it wasn't personal. He acted like I'd been disrespecting him or speaking about his family. Things like that don't generally happen to me. I'm very non-confrontational. The whole thing was kind of ridiculous. But yeah, leave Elijah Wood alone. What the hell? And then I also, because this also happened at an award show, I don't know the date that it happened, but Jack Whitehall did talk about it recently. So without knowing when this actual, because this was at a Brits Award, so I don't know what year that this was happening because Jack Whitehall has hosted the Brits a few times. I'm just going to put it in here just because it's relevant to award shows, period. But this is a very funny story.
He wanted me to introduce him as the biggest rock star on the planet, and I wasn't on board with that.
Has anyone ever taken one of the jokes really badly?
One guy who actually, he didn't like his intro, and then during the show, whilst I was up on stage hosting it, one of the producers found him by the audio cue with his publicist changing my script, actually deleting the intro and typing in his own mind, which is quite, I'm like Ron Burgundy, I would have just read it, but someone found him.
And who was that?
Jared Leto, the actor. He wanted me to introduce him as the biggest rock star on the planet, and I wasn't on board with that.
So
I wanted to introduce him as the hipster Jesus, and
Oh, that's brilliant.
and that was deleted.
I now have...
Oh, that's brilliant.
So anyway, now the auto cue is guarded as well.
Of course, yeah.
I have my mum there dressed as Chapel Roan.
So yeah, apparently he's very, very fucking defensive. Now, in 2008, 30 Seconds to Mars got sued by Virgin/EMI, which was their record label, for $30 million. So basically what happened is they were in some sort of like renegotiation or something for their contract. It didn't go well. 30 Seconds to Mars then tried to get out of their contract, which they had originally signed in 1999. But Virgin/EMI claimed that the band had not delivered 3 of the 5 albums that they were contracted for. So they had a contract saying they had to produce 5 albums, and they had only made 2 so far. 30 Seconds to Mars tried to get out of the contract under the claim that they weren't obliged to complete it due to a California law that gives entertainers the ability to terminate a contract after 7 years, and they had been in the contract for 9 years. I don't know enough about that law. I don't know how much that holds up, but that's the dispute. They tried to leave EMI. EMI said, you can't leave, you owe us 3 more albums. They said, no, we aren't. No, we don't, because we've been at this label for more than 7 years, and in California, you can't hold us here. That's the dispute. So the issues that they had with EMI in the renegotiations. First of all, EMI had been claiming that the band hadn't earned back its advance, so artists get an advance from a record label before they put the album out, so they get a little bit of the money that they're presumably going to earn from their albums. They get that in advance. That's what an advance is. So EMI was claiming that they owed them $1.4 million. Now, this amount has changed depending on the source, where sometimes Jared claims that EMI told him they owed $1.4 million. Other times he said they owed $2.4 million, which he thought was ridiculous because, according to him, they had sold 2 million copies of their albums at the time, and he didn't think that he should owe the record label anything. He also had an issue with the fact that they didn't own their own masters. He also just didn't like changes that were happening at EMI because there was some restructuring. There was a new chairman who got put in charge of stuff. Guy Hands is a big character here. He doesn't like Guy Hands. He said that 2,000 employees got laid off when Guy Hands restructured the company. And then he some other artists had left the label in the months prior, so it seems like EMI just wasn't doing well in general. He wanted to leave the contract, they wouldn't let him. The lawsuit was settled in April of 2009. They ended up getting out of their contract, but then they also just signed with EMI again. They just got a new deal with the exact same record label. So that, keep that in mind for right now. We're going to come back to it in a minute, but that's the dispute. It started in August of 2008. It was settled by April of 2009. It didn't really even go on for that long, and they re-signed with the same fucking label. Then in 2009, in December, they released their album This Is War. This was their biggest album. I think it still is their biggest album. I don't know how many albums they have, if I'm being completely real, because I stopped paying attention after This Is War, because this is the last time they were really culturally relevant. But it reached number 19 on the Billboard 200. It sounds like shit. I'm gonna be so fucking for real here. I can deal with a lot of stuff from this time, and I can deal with a lot of like cringe rock shit. I can listen to dad rock. I can listen to all that shit. 30 Seconds to Mars is really where I draw the line. They are maybe the worst band ever. It's just awful. It hasn't aged well is the problem. And I don't mean in terms of like the political messages or whatever, because there are no political messages. Even though they make it seem like there are, they make it seem like there's like some commentary here about socio-political bullshit, but there's just fucking not. They just sort of make references to it. If you watch the music videos, they'll like put in footage of actual wars and actual warfare, and then try to make it seem like they're making an analogy. It's stupid. They don't ever actually have anything to say. But it's not even that it doesn't age well in terms of the messaging. It doesn't age well sonically. Like, it sounds so 2010s. It sounds so... It's not Christian rock, but it does sound like late 2000s, early 2010s Christian rock. It has that kind of vibe to it. It feels sanitized. It feels like it's trying to be edgy. I mean, it's edgier than any sort of Christian rock band from that time. It definitely, there was an effort to be provocative, but it's still so sanitized that it feels like a Christian rock band just trying to hit the outer limits of what they can get away with while still being a Christian rock band. It just has no bite to it at all. And I don't want to make fun of the band too much. Well, I kind of do. But I think it's worth acknowledging that a lot of their audience is just kids. So that's a big part of this, is at the time, 30 Seconds to Mars was fairly big in a way that it is not currently, because, number one, the allegations that have just increased since these albums were put out, but number two, because I think a lot of their early audience were fucking kids, and at some point those kids just grew up, and the band didn't grow with them. So it's hard to get new people on board for 30 Seconds to Mars when everyone who was on board before isn't a child anymore. But the album is a concept album. Some have called it a rock opera that is about the disputes with EMI. That's why it's called This Is War. It's about their war against their record label that lasted a total of, I don't know, 6 months? Yeah, about 6 months. So a lot of the war imagery that they're using in their music videos and stuff, they're comparing actual fucking war. God damn, what is this fucking gnat's problem? I'm even trying to let it live. Oh my god, I got it. It was asking for me to kill it. They're using imagery of war as an analogy for what they dealt with for 6 months at their label. Like, I'm sorry, but it just doesn't really feel comparable. I understand that sometimes you exaggerate a little bit in your art. You compare things to larger like socio-political stuff that's maybe a little bit more personal. I get it. That stuff I think is fine within the confines of an artistic expression, but let's keep it within reason, please. Your dispute against your record label that ended in a settlement and you re-signing to that same fucking label, it's not comparable to actual bloodshed. Be serious. But they did a few different things during this album release. So, well, not even the release. While they were making the album, they were holding these events called The Summit, which is where fans came in to record backing vocals and percussion. So a lot of the like chorus stuff that you hear on that album, if you've heard some of the songs, they did have a few big songs, so you probably have heard a few if you were paying attention at that time. The chorus and stuff, those are all 30 Seconds to Mars fans. They were bringing the fans in to these sessions to be a part of the music process, and they really, really leaned into this during this album in particular. So much so that fans also were submitting close-up shots of their faces, which then made over 2,000 alternative covers for the album. So this is one of them. I use this one because this is an adult. A lot of them are kids, because that's a lot of 30 Seconds to Mars audience, but these would be sold in like Walmart. You could go to Walmart, Target, any of these stores that were selling CDs at the time, and you could get This Is War with a fan's face on it instead of the tiger or whatever it was for like the standard album cover. So they really, really wanted to make the fans feel like they were a part of the entire creation process. So there is a little bit of grooming, I would say, with the fan base, where they're really, really trying to create parasocial relationships within their largely teenage audience. They also had a huge emphasis on this time with live performances, which makes sense because they were getting paid for that, and we'll come back to that in a second. They ended up earning a Guinness Book of World Records record for the most live shows for one album, like in promotion for one record. They toured for a few years after This Is War came out. And a lot of their music videos, if you watch the Closer to the Edge music video, they have a lot of footage of the live performances. They have a lot of footage taken of the fans talking about their relationship with the band or with music in general. So the fans are a huge part of 30 Seconds to Mars' entire creative process. They also, Jared frequently was stage diving, walking into the audience, here, actually, let me find a clip, because there was one that I was watching the other night. I've been watching a lot of 30 Seconds to Mars performances. It's actually really fucking up my algorithms, but it's okay, it's for research. And I'm kind of mesmerized by them, because they're so cringe and so embarrassing, but they were so successful. So this is a performance of The Kill, which was their song from the last album.
We're all gonna sing together now. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Make a path, make a path. Just one time around, just me and the people down here. Are you ready? Come, break.
he did stuff like that frequently, where he would just put himself into the audience, which, sure, can be cool, can be exciting, but is a little weird when you have an audience that is just so full of fucking teenagers. And you are creepy as hell, for one thing, but you're a grown-ass man. I mean, he was in his... This is 2013, so what would he have been? He's born in 1971, so he would have been... That's not right, is it? He wouldn't have been... Yeah, he was 42. I was doubting myself. I was like, I need to do math for a second. But yeah, he was fucking 42. Just embarrassing. So yeah, the audience participation real big for 30 Seconds to Mars. Also, they really push this, like, victim narrative all the fucking time. So they have these provocative music videos, including the music video for their song Hurricane, which is one of their bigger hits. They claim that Hurricane was banned from television, that they were, like, a victim of censorship. So this is from the website. Jared posted this big, long thing. He said, "Hi. Here's the feedback from our compliance team. Please note the final comments can only be given after our compliance team has viewed the digibeta, and there were areas which they were unable to view towards the end of the video. Overall, the bondage theme will warrant a post-10 p.m. restriction, as the film is in its current form. There is one shot that will have to be removed completely. For a post-10 p.m. restriction, woman runs finger over other woman's G-string clad bottoms and touches her anus." They're making it seem like they were actually censored by MTV, that MTV just didn't want to show their shit on TV, which technically is true, but it's, if you watch the music video, if you watch the uncensored version especially, it's like, yeah, there's no fucking way you were gonna be able to play that on TV. What are you talking about? You knew that. I mean, it is so fucking full of nudity, so full of violent imagery, so full of sex, for no real reason, if I'm being honest with you. Like, it doesn't even seem to fit a narrative purpose. But then, even when they're, like, censoring it, so at first they tried to get the actual, like, uncensored thing shown on MTV. We're told you can't do that. So Jared was like, what do you mean you can't do that? It's like, you fucking know you can't do that. Shut the fuck up, Jared. But then they were doing all these different cuts, and they were still trying to keep certain things in, like the woman running her finger over another woman's G-string clad bottom and touching her anus. It's like, you know you can't put that on TV. But they're like, oh, but we removed the actual nudity. It's like, no, but you can still see it. It's just so stupid. This is from, what was it? Billboard at the time. They said, "It is not until 7 minutes in, when chapter 2 of the 3-part story begins, that the reason for concern becomes apparent. Every few moments, there's another topless female, and the storyline is continuously interrupted with flashes of violent S&M imagery and sexually explicit content. It's difficult to conceptualize the point of these graphic images, considering they're flashing too quickly for anyone to understand their purpose. No, this is definitely not one for the kids." They tried to make it seem like they were being oppressed because they couldn't show this music video on television, which anybody could have told them. It's almost kind of like in Euphoria when Jules drew all those dicks onto her painting that was supposed to be for like a network primetime soap opera, and then she was like, what do you mean I can't put a bunch of dicks onto this painting for a network primetime television show? But the difference is that it's real. Euphoria was written by an idiot who will ruin Jules' entire storyline for his own weird, mysterious purposes. But you never believe that someone like Jules actually exists, except for apparently Jared Leto. Jared Leto believes that he should be able to put dicks onto a primetime network soap opera. Yeah, it was their second war. That's what they acted like. They acted like they were really... they were fighting so hard to be able to put naked women onto MTV after 10 p.m. Stupid. Jared defended himself. He defended the music video itself by saying it was a meditation on the violence of sex and the sex of violence, which, oh my god, red flag. What do you mean the violence of sex and the sex of violence? Ew. What is your problem? But he said shit like this a lot, very publicly. So here's him in an interview.
You can probably guess which lyrics I'm going to pick out of Up in the Air.
Oh, I don't know. Surprise me.
I'll wrap my hands around your neck so tight with love, love, love.
Yeah.
Quite erotic.
Is it?
Tell us a little bit more.
It's funny that you would take it that way.
Tell us what the song's about if that's not what it is.
Well, I think, what is it they say? Everything is about sex, except for sex. Sex is about power, right? I think you could say the same thing about that song. It has a lot to do with power, empowerment. But I think it started with Hurricane, a song on my last record where I explored sex, sexuality, and then I made a video that was very sexual. I think a lot of times in rock music these days, like sex is almost avoided. You hear about it in kind of reference in pop songs or hip hop songs sometimes in a way that's a bit more objectified. But this song and the video are, they deal with that. I think it's an important theme. It certainly is for me in my life. And the album is called Love, Lust, Faith, and Dreams for a reason. So Up in the Air falls in the lust and the dreams category.
So yeah, I guess I do have another album that answers that. But okay, sure. You can absolutely have sex in your work. That is legitimate. But this whole philosophy about sex is about power... frightening, because it's not. I know I've heard other people use that saying before, and every time it's been just as wrong. It's not about... I mean, there can be exchanges of power within sex, especially like in a consenting BDSM kind of thing. That can be a dynamic that you play with, but that's not inherently what sex is about. That's fairly revealing for what he thinks about relationships in general and how he feels about sexual relations, probably especially with women. But even if that's your philosophy, you can integrate that into your work in a way that feels earned. With 30 Seconds to Mars, it was never earned. It was just sex for sex's sake. It was just shock for shock value. It never really had anything to say. It never, genuinely, 30 Seconds to Mars has never had anything worthwhile to say, period. I haven't heard their entire discography, so maybe there's some gem somewhere in there. But everything that I've ever seen, it is hollow. It is making references to socio-political issues. It is making references to sex. It is making references to power. And it has nothing to actually say about any of those things. It's just sort of using it to look deep or to look shocking or to look provocative. Then in 2011, the band / just Jared, they activated their own website called VYRT. I don't know what it stands for. But apparently, and this is where it's really hard to track the 30 Seconds to Mars fandom and the 30 Seconds to Mars online history, because a lot of it was taking place on VYRT. And first of all, I tried to explore it a bit this last week, but the Wayback Machine kept going down. Internet Archive was having some like power problems or something. So shout out to the Wayback Machine. Them not working kind of fucked my shit up a little bit this week. Give them money. If you have extra money, they do need it. It's a very vital resource. But even with the Wayback Machine, even with what I had been exploring before, there's a lot of stuff from VYRT that is just now gone. So there's a lot of the history here with the 30 Seconds to Mars fandom and with the Echelon that is a little bit like lost media. There was an entire documentary, for one thing, about Camp Mars, which we'll get to in a second. They put out a documentary on VYRT that I can't find anywhere. I found the trailer, but I can't find the actual documentary. But I guess what they would do on VYRT is they would post like blogs, there were forums, there were things just for like the fans to interact with one another, but then there was a lot of on-demand pay-per-view content. So this could be behind the scenes stuff, a lot of intimate stuff, it sounds like, a lot of videos of Jared cooking pancakes. This is apparently a really big thing for the Echelon, for the 30 Seconds to Mars stands. Everyone knows how much Jared loves pancakes, which, bitch, you're not special. I love pancakes too. Everybody loves pancakes. They're incredible. But I guess that's his thing. He loves pancakes and he loves making pancakes. And he's vegan, so he makes vegan pancakes. It's a whole thing. But then they would also do live streaming. They had their own kind of like social media stuff on VYRT. They had a shopping platform. And then I would see stuff about how the live streams were often kind of glitchy. But it doesn't seem like a whole lot of people minded, because a lot of the people who were on the site were like die-hard 30 Seconds to Mars fans who just wanted that extra access, especially to the like intimate stuff, especially to the pancake cooking videos and shit. There was a lot of stuff that was just like Jared and his brother in their homes. And then I think they also did do some stuff with live streaming like other bands' concerts. I don't remember which bands they were. I think maybe the Jonas Brothers, possibly. But they would do stuff with other bands, so they were definitely trying to bring in more and more people from audiences that were like adjacent to their audience. And a lot of audiences that had a lot of kids, which is why the Jonas Brothers thing sort of makes sense. I don't know for sure that the Jonas Brothers did a live stream on VYRT, but I believe they did. But if it wasn't the Jonas Brothers, there were other bands like that, where it's like kind of rock adjacent, but with like an exceptionally young audience. Yeah, Warped Tour could be its own entire stream. Yeah. It was sort of like that in a way too, where Warped Tour, think about the audience for Warped Tour and think about the bands that would play on Warped Tour, and that was kind of the content that would be on VYRT. So there's a lot of crossover there. Then there's 2012's Artifact, which is a documentary directed by Jared Leto, but under the name Bartholomew Cubbins, which is a Dr. Seuss character. Everybody knew that it was him the entire time. It was very obnoxious for him to change his name, but I don't even know why he did it. Maybe because he was embarrassed by the fact that he directed this, though I don't think he was. I don't think he has that kind of self-reflection. I'm obsessed with this documentary. I just watched it for the first time like a week and a half ago. I've watched it by myself. I made my husband watch it last night. I thought about even maybe making a separate video for this documentary, not a live stream, but like an actual video, so that maybe I could try to see what clips I could put in, because it's almost hard to describe how insane this documentary is without using clips, and I don't know what I can get away with on the stream. So maybe if there's demand, maybe I will make a separate video just about Artifact, because I was fascinated by this documentary. So it's directed by Jared Leto. It is about the band's dispute with EMI and Virgin Records. It's about the making of This Is War and the 6-month lawsuit that they were stuck in while making the album. It is really fucking crazy. The entire thing, it is terribly produced, for one thing. It's way too long. It's extremely pretentious, which I'm careful. I had a film professor when I was in college who was really against people labeling movies as pretentious, because according to him, it's like, pretentious. Being pretentious means that you're trying. It means that you're making an effort to like make something with a message, or make something that's exploring multiple things, multiple layers. So calling something pretentious is just calling it a film that's trying. And I don't care. In this instance, I will call this pretentious. This is so fucking pretentious. First of all, it's the same problem with all 30 Seconds to Mars shit, where they're trying to make it seem like they're making some sort of commentary on something big and socio-political and something that's like actually impactful to other human beings. So they keep using clips in the movie to establish the fact that this dispute happened in 2008. So they will just use a bunch of clips from 2008 from like world events during 2008. And like for what? They're just basically being like, remember Sarah Palin? Yeah, I do. What does that have to do with anything? But they want to make it seem like they're making a commentary on something more than they're actually commentating on. And it's very weird. It's very off-putting. The whole film also just feels really like staged and unnatural. It is very funny when you remember that Jared is directing it, so it's like it'll be footage of him in his bed waking up, and I'm like, you put the camera there though. That was your decision. Or there's one part where him and his brother are talking about this lawsuit while they're going for a walk with like the sunset in the background, and you have to think about the fact that they decided, I want the sunset in the background while we talk about this, so we're going to have this entire conversation. They make it seem like they've waited to have the conversation in this setting, but they clearly haven't because it's so unnatural, where I'm like, you both know what's happening already. You both are aware of the situation. So there's no way that this conversation is actually candid and that you don't know what the other person is about to say. You just knew that you needed to have this conversation, but in a place that seemed scenic to you. It's really, it's embarrassing. It's very embarrassing to watch. And also, the outfits are hideous. And this is a meaner thing to say. And it is more of like a commentary on the time. Because this was 2008, 2009-ish. This is what people looked like. But like, what the hell? What is this entire outfit? What is this hair? He has like smooth hair and then just goes out like this. This like plaid shirt, the hoodie. I mean, a lesbian can rock this look, but only a lesbian. This is just, and what color pants are those? They almost look a little, I don't know if you guys can see it because it might not be coming across on the stream, but they almost look a little kind of reddish brownish. And it definitely is not the same color as the black hoodie. It's hideous. The whole look is hideous. And he wears so many ugly outfits throughout the entire show. Or the entire movie. It's honestly distracting. It also, the entire movie keeps praising Jared Leto. And again, he directed it. There's an entire thing where all these other people are talking about how great Jared Leto is, how important he is. They say at one point, there is no 30 Seconds to Mars without Jared Leto. And I'm like, okay, yeah. I could deal without either, actually. So that's fine for me. But they're talking about how fucking incredible and dedicated to his craft Jared is over footage of him doodling. Multiple different shots of him doodling. He's doodling on a piece of paper. He's doodling in the sand. He's doodling with the water from his pool, where he'll take the water with like the net and then he'll draw. It's so stupid. It's just like, this is not that impressive to me, but I think Jared thought that it was, and that's why he needed to include those shots. But it is so weird too, because theoretically 30 Seconds to Mars is a band. And you do get a little bit of, you get some information about Jared's brother Shannon, who is the drummer in the band. They started the band together. You get a little bit of Shannon, but then there's a guitarist who I think is named Tomo or something. He's barely in the documentary, and there's other people that are like in the studio making stuff with them, and I'm like, who are they? Who are these people? It is so focused on Jared Leto. It feels, if you didn't already think that 30 Seconds to Mars was a vanity project, I would say you'd come out recognizing that it definitely is, but I think actually a lot of the 30 Seconds to Mars fans still loved this documentary. They didn't see any problem with it, but it's just so obvious that Jared doesn't give a fuck about any of these other band members, and he doesn't actually even want 30 Seconds to Mars to be a real band. He just wants it to be his band, but with a name that's not just Jared Leto, because that would make it seem less serious. They also, throughout the movie, they position 30 Seconds to Mars as simultaneously like an underdog. They try to make it this David and Goliath thing, where they're going up against the major label, and how scary is that? They're just one little band. They're just one little group of boys. At the same time, though, they also portray the band as like the biggest music act in the world. It is so stupid. They act like they are on the same level as like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. And also at the same time, they're just starting out and they're just a little group of boys. Which is it then? Neither, really, is the answer. It's a vanity project for a fucking actor. That's what 30 Seconds to Mars is. It is neither the biggest group in the world, nor is it just a little band full of the little guys. It's a band for a fucking actor who wanted a band so that he could get access to young girls, most likely. They also, throughout the whole thing, they have this ridiculous testimony about how important music and art is. They just keep going back and forth, where they have other musicians or other experts, like they have a neuroscientist who wrote a book called This Is Your Brain on Music, and they're just talking about like how great music is. It's like a primal urge. Everybody loves music. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. Which is why you don't need to tell me about it, actually. I know what music is. I know that it's good. I know that people like it. I know that I like it. I don't need it explained to me why music is important. But it feels like they needed to pad the runtime, / Jared doesn't actually have a full appreciation for music himself, so he thinks that the appeal of music needs to be explained to other people. But then they also do a lot where they talk about just problems in the music industry. So they have other artists participating, other people who maybe actually have been screwed over by their record label, because record labels are notoriously exploitative and predatory. So they talk about a few things that actually are kind of interesting or could be interesting in a different documentary, things that are sort of useful to know about if you're interested in knowing about the music industry and the record record label machine. So they talk about the switch from physical to digital sales, which is what they're showing here, that music's lost decade, the sales are now cut in half because of this switch to digital and iTunes, blah, blah, blah. They do spend a good chunk of the movie talking about how bad piracy is. They literally have a guy saying, "You wouldn't steal a loaf of bread," and yet people think that they can just steal music. Don't tell him how I watched this documentary, please. And then there is stuff that is like genuinely informative, like labels still charging artists for physical costs, for like trying to recoup the costs for the physical production of albums, even through digital sales. That gets brought up. I don't know how commonplace that was, but according to the documentary, that is a thing that happened. And it's like, okay, yeah, that sounds really fucked up. That's something that people should know about, and that record labels should get backlash for that. And then they would also talk about like stuff with the masters. At one point, Jared makes a big deal about the fact that because they don't own their masters and because the record label ultimately owns their music, in order for their music to get licensed for the documentary that they're making, the label will have to watch the documentary to give approval. And he makes it seem like that naturally implies that they're being silenced, that they're not able to put the documentary out unless the label approves it. And it's like, no, you just have to cut out the parts where you're playing the songs. And it does still seem fucked, because there's parts where he's just like playing music on the piano, and then there's a discussion about like, well, because you're under contract, the fact that you just produced that thing on the piano, the label technically now owns that. And that's fucked up, you know? Maybe the label, if they're gonna own the masters, they should only own what actually goes onto the album that gets sold. Should they be able to own just any amount of music that an artist creates, even if it wasn't created for the intention of, well, I guess it was created for the intention in this instance of going onto the album, but, you know, there's definitely questions to be had about music ownership while under contract with a major label. It's worth bringing up for sure, but then when they start talking about the issues that they have with their own contract and why they needed to renegotiate and how EMI was fucking them over, and why they owed EMI so much money, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Or it makes sense, actually, and that's the problem. It makes sense that EMI wanted them to pay them this money back, just based off of how Jared presents the situation itself. Which then is like, well, then what are you complaining about? This actually seems pretty standard practice, and it doesn't even really seem that exploitative. So, I copied down the entirety of what he said, because I wanted to get this exactly right and I didn't want to play a clip. So he said, explaining the issue with the contract, even though he's not talking about his contract specifically. They never give details about what was in 30 Seconds to Mars' actual contract, but they talk about these like hypotheticals of what could be wrong with a contract that feels probably at least informed by what happened to 30 Seconds to Mars. So Jared says, a typical record deal is structured something like this. The record label gives in advance, say $250,000 to the artist to record an album. The artist then records the album. Suppose that the album sells 500,000 copies at $10 each, yielding $5 million. The record label then takes their cut out of the $5 million, typically 85% of the total sales, leaving the artist with $750,000. So at this point, it's like, okay, the math is mathing. That all makes sense. I do think that in talking about the exploitation of record labels, 85% is a lot of money for them to take. Doesn't seem really fair to me. 85%, from what I understand, is like at the higher end. They don't always take that much exactly, but they do take a majority of the profits from the sales. Yeah, and I think that's probably unfair. I think that maybe like 50-50 would be more fair, or the artist gets more money than the label from the sales because they're the ones making the music. That would seem more fair to me, but the rest of this completely makes sense. They get an advance, they make the album sells however many copies, the record label takes a percentage, and then that leaves the artist with, in this instance, $750,000. Okay, fine. He goes on, but before the artist receives any payments, the label first deducts the advance. Again, makes sense. They gave you an advance, the advance was expected to be an advance. You're receiving part of the portion of your sales in advance. So at some point, when you start receiving the revenue from the sales, that is going to be deducted. Normal, fine. Then he says, in addition, the record label recoups other costs such as recording costs, half the promotion costs, half the video costs, and tour support. This leaves the artist with $425,000 in debt to the record label. What? So we went from, this is just a problem with the documentary in its formatting, for one thing. We went from getting specific numbers where he said $250,000 for the advance, then 500,000 copies, $10 each, yielding $5 million. We're getting numbers, we're getting hard numbers. We can track exactly what's happening. Then after he says that they deduct the advance, which we already knew how much the advance was. He then says that they recoup other costs such as recording costs, half the promotion costs, half the video costs, and tour support. He's not giving any specific numbers anymore, but then he comes back in by saying that this leaves the artist $425,000 in debt. How did we get to $425,000 in debt? You haven't broken down these numbers at all. Now, granted, he has visually in the documentary, he put these up saying that the recording costs were $300,000, the promotion costs, half the promotion costs were $75,000, half the promotion or half the video costs were $300,000, and the tour support is $250,000. He doesn't say that verbally. He just puts it up on screen, so the formatting is off. Like, he needs to be consistent with if he's saying these things out loud versus putting them up on the screen, just for the sake of consistency within the documentary. Like, it's a poorly produced documentary. It sucks. But then in addition, you're not giving me a breakdown of like, are these unreasonable costs? It kind of makes sense to me. They are paying for you to record the album. They're going to deduct the recording fees, which $300,000, I don't know how much it costs to record an album, but that seems pretty reasonable to me. Then he says that they recoup half of the promotion costs and half of the video costs. So I don't even know what that means, because does that mean that they're recouping the money they put in and they paid for half and he paid for the other half? Or is he saying that they're only recouping half of what they already paid? Because that implies that they're not recouping half of what they paid. That implies that while they are recouping $75,000 in promotion, they gave you $75,000 in promotion for free. That's pretty generous, I would say. Same thing with the video costs here. Okay, they're recouping half of the video costs, but they're not recouping the other half. So you got $300,000 to make your videos with no expectation of you returning it at all. And then there's the tour support, which is $250,000. Like, okay, yeah, they helped pay for your tour. They want some of the money back. That actually all seems hella fucking reasonable. And the thing that he's completely ignoring here, because yeah, you might be $425,000 in debt at the end of this, at the end of like getting the sales. You might owe the label that much, but that doesn't mean that you're not making any money, because you are making money off of the merch, you're making money off of the licensing, you're making money off of the tour. So all of this stuff that's getting deducted over here, you're still making a profit off of it. And then he says, this debt gets carried on to the next album and the next album and the next album. So that's how he explains you can become $1,700,000 in debt to a record label. But that's just fucking stupid, because that implies that the amount of money that they're making on each album and the amount of money that the record label is investing into each album is exactly the same every single album release, which that's just not... In what instance is that true? It's really rolling over this many times, and it still doesn't even make sense, because he had to do this multiple times. He says this debt gets carried on to the next album and the next album and the next album. So he had to repeat that process 3 times to get to $1,700,000, which according to him in the documentary, they actually owe about like $2,400,000. So that doesn't even add up to what he currently owes the label. But then that's with 3 different rollovers of an album, starting at 1 album. So this should be 4 albums in. You owe the record label this amount of money. They've only put out 2 albums. None of this makes sense. None of this explains how 30 Seconds to Mars actually ended up as in debt as they did. It kind of just seems like their record label invested a whole bunch of fucking money into them that they did not see in album sales. Now, does that mean that that 30 Seconds to Mars as a band wasn't making any money just because they owed the record label however many millions of dollars? No, because again, they're making money through other avenues. They specifically state in the documentary that they're not in a 360 deal. A 360 deal is when the label takes profits from other ventures. So they take a profit from like any sponsorships you do. They take it from all of your merch sales. They take it from your live performances. Paramore very infamously got stuck in a 360 deal. They were like the first band that did that because Hayley Williams signed that contract when she was a child. So some bands really, really get fucked over, But 30 Seconds to Mars wasn't in a 360 deal, so they were making money off of all this other stuff. This is from Forbes at the time. Artists earn around 12% of the wholesale price of records sold, usually about $2 per album shifted. Musicians earn extra money through licensing fees, merchandise, and touring. To break this down, 30 Seconds to Mars generate an average gross of approximately $280,000 per show and will be playing more than 100 dates on their current tour through 2014, according to Polestar Pro. Forbes estimates that this will pull in about $9.5 million before taxes, manager fees, and other bills, leaving the band with around $4 million to split between themselves. Few would sniff at $1 million at a $1 million plus paycheck, but for a hardworking musician and Hollywood bigwig, it isn't jaw-dropping. So that's really it. It's like Jared Leto didn't make as much money as he thought he was going to, and now he does owe the record label some money, but he also definitely has that money even just from the venture itself, even from 30 Seconds to Mars. And this is just adding up the money that they were earning from the tours. It's not even adding up any of the merch and the VYRT shit that Jared was taking in a fuck ton of money from, because all of the content on VYRT was pay-per-view. He was selling videos of him making fucking pancakes in his house for money. And none of that money was going to the label, it was going to him directly. So Jared Leto was making a fuck ton of money off of 30 Seconds to Mars, no matter what his deal with his record label was. And now he's trying to make it seem like he got so fucked over by this label. It's just ridiculous. And in the entire documentary, by the way, they never mention that Jared Leto was an actor. They make it seem, because they bring up the fact that he grew up on food stamps, and they bring up the fact that he owes the record label all this money, which would imply that Jared Leto is dirt fucking poor, which is plainly not true when you watch the documentary, because it is set in a very nice house. If this were Jared Leto's only avenue of income, was just music, he still would be making a fuck ton of money. But if he was being as screwed over as he's trying to make it seem in the documentary, there's no way that the documentary would take place in the settings it takes place in. It's so stupid. But this is the thing. This is what's important to understand about this documentary. A whole bunch of fucking kids watched it who were fans of 30 Seconds to Mars. They got it in their minds that 30 Seconds to Mars has been royally screwed over by their record label, which they were not. And they also have it in their minds, because the documentary was trying to make it like an exploration of the larger problems in the record industry. A lot of them now have it in their minds. The people who are still fans, the people who I could find that were still into 30 Seconds to Mars, many of them believe that I think there was one clip where someone ran up to him and asked, yeah, you're right. There was a clip where someone ran up and was like, oh my God, were you in this movie? But the narration never acknowledges the fact that he's an actor. But the 30 Seconds to Mars fans are under the impression that part of the reason Jared Leto keeps getting these accusations against him is because the record industry is afraid of him and they're trying to smear his name. Because he stood up to them. Stood up to them and then re-signed the exact same deal. Like, why would they even have motive at this point to continue fucking with Jared Leto when Jared Leto is still signed to their record label? They still are profiting off of his success. It doesn't make sense. But again, a lot of the 30 Seconds to Mars fans are children who don't understand how this shit works, and they have really, really swallowed this like martyr complex that Jared has projected, where everyone's out to get him. Also, something I think is worth bringing up too, because while the documentary, some of the other people in the documentary, some of the other musicians in the documentary bring up the fact that record labels are making money off of artist work, that like the artist does all the real work, they are the creatives, they are the people putting in the labor to put this album together, the record label makes most of the money. That's what Jared Leto does, but with other stuff. Actually, even within the music industry. Jared Leto is what is called an angel investor, which means that he is an individual who invests in startups in exchange for equity ownership. So he's invested in Robinhood, Postmates, Reddit, Headspace, Relativity Space, Replit, Uber, Spotify, Airbnb, and Slack, among other things. But all of this shit, like fucking Uber is a company that makes money off of the labor of drivers, ride-sharing drivers. So you can't do this whole thing about like, oh my god, I'm the one making all the music and the record label's taking all this money, when you're taking money from fucking Uber and also Spotify. Like, he is making money off of Spotify. He has equity in Spotify and is complaining about the music and about his record label fucking him over when Spotify is fucking over all artists. It's just so ridiculous to act like he's a fucking victim here. But then there's a lot of stuff in relation to him trying to make it seem like, well, and I do think that 30 Seconds to Mars did have a pretty dedicated fan base, but he always wanted people to think that it was like a really, really dedicated fan base. So at one point, he claimed that a fan cut off their ear and sent it to him in a box. Then he posted the ear itself. People found the actual ear online. It was a prop from a prop store. Who's to say if a fan sent it to him or not, but it definitely was not a real ear, and he knew that the entire time. Here's a fairly interesting interview where the ear comes up, actually.
Jared Leto in the house tonight. How are you, sir?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
It is good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I say again because I don't know if you remember, we partied one night.
We did. I remember that. I'm still sore.
Dude, okay, this is going to be really awkward and uncomfortable, maybe for you, not so much for me. I feel like I'm having a moment here. I feel ever since I met you the first time we partied, Jared Leto, I've been telling people we're friends. Why? Because there's the photo.
Hey, man.
It's online, novafm.com.au right now. This is the photo. I did a selfie. That's how tight Jared Leto and I are. We were selfieing together.
That's called proof of purchase right there, my friend. And if they only knew what happened after that photo, whew.
How's everything going? We've got so much music that we need to talk about. We need to talk about the new album. We're going to get to that in a second. But how's everything in your world? Everything good?
Wonderful. A couple of weeks ago, we shot our single Up into Space with the help of NASA. And that was the beginning of this crazy adventure that we're going to be having for the next year and a half. Australia is the very first trip that we're making abroad to talk about the new album, Love, Lust, Faith, and Dreams. And we are returning to Australia very, very soon.
Okay, there's so many things I need to talk to you about right now.
Yeah.
In that one sentence, you've literally answered many of my questions.
Well, I like to do that so we can get it out of the way and get back to what's really important, which is talking about sex.
Yeah. Tell me.
Because, sex isn't really about sex.
No.
Sex is about
intimacy. What does the Jared Leto get to do in his spare time? How does he relax?
Usually with some Kama Sutra.
Yep.
Which is, if you don't know what that is out there, is a series of prolonged sexual activity that incorporates stretching.
Yes.
Not only of the groin, but of the entire body.
Yep. It's about self-control too.
It's an enormous amount of self-control because you don't achieve sexual nirvana, or as they say, blow your load for quite some time. That can go on for days.
Yeah. Oh.
So once you're doing that sort of thing, you have very little free time.
Jared Leto, Seconds to Mars, hanging out tonight. How's the hospitality? Are we treating you all right? Would you like me to show you the photo of us together
again? Oh, man, you guys
again?
treat us so well down here. I go back home and I miss you immediately.
Yeah, I know you've been longing to meet me again ever since the night we had this photo.
It was so much. It's been so much fun. I tell you the truth, though, in Australia, from the very beginning, we felt like we connected.
Yeah.
From the very beginning, we felt like people believed in us, and we'll never forget that. And this initial trip early on is for a reason. It's because we care.
The headlines were a couple of days ago that you said that a fan sent you an ear in the mail and that you put it on a necklace and you wore it around your neck.
Well, I tell you what, buddy.
Oh!
What is this right here in my hand?
Is it real? Okay, so for people, he's just got out an ear on a neck.
This one, for the record, that's a different ear than he posted. So he's kind of making it seem like there's two ears, that there's one that's fake and one that's maybe real. And this is the fake one. But the one that he posted that's real also was fake. It just looked less fake than this one.
Place. Is that a real ear? No, it's not a real. That's got to be. Is it a mock of the one that you were sent? Because you wouldn't get through customs with that shit if it's real.
Could you imagine? What's that in your pocket? Oh, nothing.
It's just a fan's ear.
Nothing. No, this is a replica that was given to me by a journalist here in Australia, in Melbourne, actually. This is much more, you can handle this a lot easier than a real ear, obviously. And you don't want to touch a real ear too much. When it's dried and you've cured it in the sun,
it's fine.
Then it's fine.
Yeah,
it's like a piece of beef jerky.
Yeah.
What's even crazier, that's not the most insane thing that I've ever been sent in my life. It
gets weirder?
Yeah. I did receive a shrunken head and another time some vials of blood and
the blood, I believe.
Other body fluids.
Oh, and the other body fluids, because even we get them in radio.
Actually, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this one, but I did receive not just an envelope, but one of those, a FedEx envelope.
They were important to send it quickly, right?
Quickly, and just the size. It wasn't a letter envelope. It was a FedEx envelope filled with pubic hair. At least that's sound effect.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
It's like one of those surprise glitter envelopes. Oh, shit, it's gone everywhere.
Yeah, and it was a ginger.
That's even worse.
Worse or better.
Whatever floats your boat.
Do I think he was sent all those things? Not really. I think he wanted people to send him stuff like that, so I think he was regularly publicizing stories about him being sent things like that so that people would get the idea and actually do it. I don't think that they did. Maybe they did eventually, maybe they started to do it, but I do think that he's kind of a liar, and I think that he just wanted people to believe that he had a more cult-like following so that they would proceed in kind, so that they would become the cult following that he wanted them. That is my opinion. That is my belief about what happened. Because the thing is that he had such an audience full of kids, and I'm like, what fucking kid would get the idea to send him their pubic hair? I don't think it happened, but I think he wanted it to happen. But the band started to do some other weird shit as well. So they would do sleepovers, which is where they would hold competitions. And one lucky person would get to sleep in Jared's bed. So this is from the website from May of 2013. Ever wonder what it's like to be at the Mars lab? Want to come see? Even better, want to spend the night? Then we've got the contest for you. Enter for a chance to be one of 5 winners who will receive an exclusive invitation to the lab for a magical night we are calling the Sleepover. If you win, you will be able to come spend a fun-filled night in the birthplace of love, lust, faith, and dreams and other Mars creations on the night of LLFD's release, May 21st. Still want more? Are you ready? One of the 5 winners will spend the night at Jared's house in Jared's very own bed. What the fuck? Yes, it's true. Travel included. P.S. Did someone say vegan pancakes? Shannon's coffee? Mofo's famous chicken? I think Mofo is like the nickname for the guitarist. I guess he makes chicken. I don't know. The possibilities are endless. Gross. Nasty. They put out something where they wanted fans to get tattoos for the band, and then you could be featured in the music video. Creepy. Yeah, Jared Leto's offer for fans to appear in the Do or Die video if they get the lyrics tattooed on them is called irresponsible. Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. Then in 2013, he was in the Dallas Buyers Club, so he made his return to acting. It was his first role in a few years. He was full on method again. He lost 30 pounds. He waxed his entire body. He refused to break character while shooting. And then he got a fucking Academy Award. I've never seen the movie, so I don't know if his performance was good. But this is where it's like he's doing all this weird shit with his band and with his interactions with his fans, but then he still is accepted in this more serious conversation about film. He is still taken very seriously as an actor. And no one's paying attention to how creepy and weird he is. And then, in March of 2014, we have the first allegations that are like specific allegations that are public from a public person. There's already stuff online, already people coming forward with stories, but this is a public person. It was a porn star who gave some statements to Star magazine. So this is from Vicky Marie Taylor. It says, former adult film star Vicky Marie Taylor claims that Jared Leto is very kinky after spending an evening with him in Little Rock, Arkansas. Vicky was appearing at a strip club when a roadie for Jared's band, 30 Seconds to Mars, invited her and 3 other dancers to a post-concert get-together one night in April 2002. So this is one of the allegations from 2002. There's like at least 2 that I'm aware of from when the first 30 Seconds to Mars album was dropping. At the time, Jared was in the middle of a 3-year relationship with Cameron Diaz. Yeah, he was like engaged to Cameron Diaz. The other girls and I stripped down to bikinis and hung out with Jared and the band backstage. Vicky, now a mainstream actress, tells Star, after a while, Jared invited me onto his tour bus. His brother, Shannon, the band's drummer, was already on it, and the 3 of us were the only people there. I gave Jared a lap dance for just a minute, but then he asked me to do the same for his brother, who was sitting on a couch. I think it's supposed to say couch, but it says cough. As I started to dance for Shannon, Jared suddenly grabbed me around the throat from behind and said to me, I can reach pure sexual enjoyment in 30 seconds just by looking into your eyes. Obviously, it was kind of a weird situation. Jared sat back down and watched Vicky lap dance his brother for 10 minutes, she claims. Then, why does anyone need a 10-minute lap dance? It just feels excessive. Then the interlude ended with a roadie announcing it was time for them to leave for their next gig. Jared is one of the stranger guys I've ever met, and at that time, I couldn't stop thinking, is this how he acts with Cameron? So not like super serious allegation. I mean, it still is gross, him just grabbing a woman by the throat. But as far as the other allegations that would come forward, it's not as shocking, but this is a public person. This is an actress. This is someone who is putting their name to an allegation that is in a tabloid. It's a little bit, it's escalated a bit from the New York Post piece from 2005, where there was just a vague allegation of he's texting teenagers. Now it's like we have a name associated with a specific allegation. Then, in 2015, we have James Gunn also making an allegation. So at the time, James was on Periscope, which if you don't know or don't remember, Periscope was an app. It was a live streaming app prior to Twitch that a lot of celebrities were on at that time, because this was before Twitch, so this was before like streaming culture. So the only people who really had audiences for live streams were people who already had audiences separate of live streams. So there was a lot of celebrities on it. I remembered, if you remember the whole Charlie Sheen meltdown, quite a bit of that took place on Periscope. But James Gunn was on Periscope, I guess at some point while he was traveling and on an Ambien-fueled rant. During this live stream, which there's no footage of, I have never found any footage. There's none that I am aware of that's gone public, because he deleted it real fast after it happened. But while he was on Ambien on Periscope, he claimed that Jared Leto frequently has sex with minors, is from what I understand. Oh, Matt, you saw it. Do you remember specifically what he said? Because I've seen people say that he claimed that Jared Leto is known for his sexual improprieties, but it's hard, there's no like specific quotes or anything from this time, and there's no footage that I'm aware of. So do you remember anything specific that he said? I know it was a while ago. I'll move on for now. And then also so that was June of 2015. This was after he had the exchange with Dylan Sprouse, so people asked him about it. Oh, this was before. The one with Dylan Sprouse is 2018, so maybe there was a separate thing that you saw then. Because this is from 2015, the Dylan Sprouse thing is 2018, I do have that in here. But he had already, when he said the Dylan Sprouse thing, he had already made allegations publicly. And that was in a few articles. That was the only reason I even knew about this, is because a few articles when he did the Dylan Sprouse thing, some brought up like, yeah, and a few years ago he said something on Periscope that got deleted. So I don't know exactly what he said, but he said something about Jared having sex with minors. And then that was June, was the Periscope, and then July is this article from the Contemptor, which isn't a big what's the word I'm looking for? Outlet. But they did make these allegations. They said another Cosby, a reminder that several women have accused Jared Leto of sexual assault. So I'm not going to go through those allegations, but it was a lot of the stuff that existed online at the time. So it says, when you begin to read stories of encounters with Leto from groupies of his band 30 Seconds to Mars, an alarming pattern emerges. It seems about half of the stories state or imply that some aspect of the sexual encounter was non-consensual on the woman's part, or girls. Several tell stories of him having sex and flirting with girls as young as 15. I'll give some examples below, but first I'm putting out a trigger warning. There's some nasty stuff here. So there was a whole collection here of different stories that were accumulating across the internet, because it was in a lot of different like live journal forums, a lot of like Reddit forums, just across the internet. There's people being like, yeah, Jared Leto invited me to a party and then like had sex with my 15-year-old friend. It was just rampant. And granted, sure, these are unconfirmed accounts, but nobody has this many different stories who didn't do anything wrong. There's just, at a certain point, it's too much smoke for there to not be fire. Then, in August of 2015, so a month after that article comes out, 30 Seconds to Mars launches Camp Mars, which is an adult-only summer camp that has no alcohol or no drugs, so it sounds actually super lame. But it was an annually held festival, essentially, but without, like, other bands. Pretty much 30 Seconds to Mars would perform a concert every night, so it's just a 30 Seconds to Mars concert, but also there's other stuff. So they would have, you can see archery here, they had other activities. I've got something from someone who went to one of these later. But it just seems like I don't know. I don't want to judge anyone who went to this camp if you were a huge 30 Seconds to Mars fan or something, but it sounds boring as hell. I don't know exactly what all they had, but it's like, I'm just not paying so much money to go. I guess in a way it's similar, perhaps, to like the like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a cruise. I couldn't think of the word cruise. I was like, what's it called when you're on a boat? When you're on one of those cruises with an artist, like JoJo Siwa had a cruise, Paramore had a cruise. I guess it's kind of similar to that, where there's like other stuff to do, but then every night there'll be a concert or something, and then you also can just walk around and you're in the same environment as this band that you're a big fan of. I guess it's sort of similar to that, but with camping, and I guess that's probably better. The cruises are incredibly environmentally damaging. We gotta stop with the cruises. It is one of my I don't even know if it's an unpopular opinion, but no more cruises. We gotta get rid of them. No cruises. They're bad for the environment, they're used to skirt around labor laws, and they don't even seem that fun. So I guess a camp is a better alternative, but it's like, I'm not paying all this money to go camping just to listen to 30 Seconds to Mars, but maybe if it was a better band, I would. So no judgment on the people who went, I suppose. Most of them are kids too, so genuinely no judgment. But we'll come back to it in a second. 2016, Suicide Squad. Terrible. Absolutely terrible fucking film. He played the Joker. He again went full method, never broke character. The co-stars said they never even met him while making the movie. He apparently ordered the henchman actors around. He made all the assistant directors call him Mr. J. He was reading literature on shamanism, which I'm not even sure what the fuck that has to do with the Joker, but maybe I don't know the lore enough. It just seems a little unnecessary. And he said, I did a lot of things to create a dynamic, to create an element of surprise, and to really break down any kind of walls that could be there. I mean, the Joker is someone who doesn't really respect things like personal space or boundary. So obviously the big thing here is he was sending people gifts. He was sending people anal beads. He was sending bullets. He sent Margot Robbie a live rat, which she apparently kept as a pet for a while, which I've recently fallen in love with rats, so I could take a pet rat. Though they pee everywhere. They pee all the time. That's one of the downsides. I'm not going to get a pet rat. But if Jared Leto sent me a live rat, I would keep it. But I'm not going to go out of my way to get a pet rat because they don't hold their urine, they just pee. Just frequently. They pee every 7 minutes. It's gross. But they're cool. Rats are cool. And then he also sent used condoms and sticky Playboy magazines. And then he had his henchmen, while the other actors were doing something, they were involved in some meeting or they were in some rehearsal or something, he had his henchmen bring in a dead pig with a video message or something. Gross. And then he has since claimed that he didn't actually do any of that stuff, even though during the promotion he said that he did. But then he later was like, no, that was all made up by the press. It's like, but you said it. You fucking said it. And then he said that he didn't do the dead pig thing because he's a vegan. And I'm like, well, is the Joker a vegan? Because if you're method acting, I don't think it matters that you're a vegan. I think you would still send a dead fucking pig. And that's sad too. I love pigs as well. So ultimately, this was for no fucking reason because most of his scenes got cut, as they should. The movie was fucking terrible. It did okay at the box office, but it was critically panned. His antics really did not fly this time. I mean, people I think had respect for him when he was... For some reason, people had more respect for him deciding to sleep on the street for a few nights to prepare for Requiem for a Dream. But then when he was sending other actors used condoms, that was too far. And granted, it was too far. It was ridiculous. He shouldn't have done that either. But him cosplaying as a homeless person should have also been a red flag. But this is, I think, where public opinion really starts turning on Jared Leto. Finally. Especially because the movie just sucks. The movie is bad. And then he was also in 2017's Blade Runner 2049, which underperformed. I didn't see it. I don't think a whole lot of other people saw it. He also, this was just funny. I wanted to include this because it tickled me. This is from 2017, one of the writers for BoJack Horseman, which is not a show that I watch, but I know it's a show other people are quite fond of. But this is one of the creators or writers or whoever talking about Jared Leto. Oof.
You said
Shit, sorry, that was so loud.
Before, in your writer's room, you're like, yes, we're going to get that celebrity. Can you give me a list of those celebrities that you instruct your writers to have at them?
Who was I like, fuck that guy?
Exactly.
We have a line in the new season about Jared Leto, because it's like, fuck that guy. I don't like him. I feel like he's still coasting off My So-Called Life. Like, his goodwill from that is like he...
And Requiem for a Dream.
He was great in that. Yes, he was great in that. I mean, my line on Jared Leto, which is not in the show, it's just what I say about him in conversations, is that the coolest thing Jared Leto ever did was get punched in the face by Edward Norton in Fight Club. He bugs the shit out of me. And this whole thing with the we're bad guys, we're good guys, bleh, the Joker or whatever bullshit. That he would like send like used condoms and like dead pigs to the other actors is like a weird method thing. It's like, how does that help anything? Like, what are you doing? That you respect the character of the Joker so much that like you have to like inhabit him and be him as like literally the worst Joker we've seen. Like, there's been so many Jokers. You are the worst at it. You think that helped? By the way, P.S. Also, when he was in the Dallas Buyers Club playing a trans character who died of AIDS, not a real person, but still, he would do interviews being like, what a glorious creature. It's not a fucking creature. It's a person, you asshole. And like make jokes about like, I had to shave my legs, tee-hee. It's not cute, you idiot. So fuck him. So you're gonna watch the new season now, waiting for the Jared Leto line, and it's like in the very end. It's like the last episode, and it's like barely anything. That's all he says. Like,
so much rage for one
just
line.
But he's so like, yeah, Eric McCormick. I got nothing against him, but when you hear the Jared Leto line, know that he meant it.
So yeah, even other people in the industry don't fuck with this guy. Everyone feels fairly comfortable talking shit about him, including, as we've brought up, James Gunn and, in this instance, Dylan Sprouse. So Dylan Sprouse in 2018 tweeted, "Yo, Jared Leto, now that you've slid into the DMs of every female model age 18 to 25, what would you say your success rate is?" To which James Gunn then replied, "He starts at 18 on the internet?" I mean, probably not. But that was a great line. He also, I just wanted to throw this in here. 2018 or 2019, he did a fucking Gucci ad with Lana Del Rey. And so I don't remember exactly when I realized that Jared Leto was such a creep, but I for sure knew by this time, and I don't even know how I knew. I don't know if it was the James Gunn shit. I don't know if I saw other shit online by this point. But I remember this ad coming out and being pissed off and being like, what the fuck, Lana? And to her credit, not to her credit, but like, I guess kind of in defense of her, a lot of these allegations weren't super public at the time. They were still just kind of this internet rumor thing. But there was just so many where it was like, yeah, there's no way that he didn't do some of that stuff, though. And I don't know what she was aware of, but I was aware of it at the time, and I was annoyed. And then we have in 2019, Camp Mars, which started in 2015, has now become Mars Island. So the festival moves. It used to be a camp that was in Malibu, California. Now it is on an island, a private island in Croatia. It's not, to be clear, the entire island is not marked for Mars Island. There were other things happening on the island. They had just like a small corner of it, so it was not like all of these fans were actually like stranded on an island with only Jared. Theoretically, they could have gone somewhere else if shit got weird. But it probably did get weird because it's fucking Jared Leto. So they put out this tweet that says, yes, this is a cult. They clearly at some point had the fans all dressed in white. They made them all wear white t-shirts so that Jared could feel like a cult leader or something. Like, they're using a lot of Jim Jones aesthetics, which frankly, and Lana did this too at the time, as she did that whole Freak music video. I find it distasteful. Honestly, I read a book about Jonestown when I was, I don't know, it was a few years ago, but I'm not like an expert or anything. I understand the situation enough to not really find the like ironic use of those aesthetics to be super cute. With Lana in the Freak video, she had the whole like Kool-Aid thing where they were like pouring Kool-Aid all down their faces, and I'm not saying you can't ever use that shit use that imagery in your art. I think you can, but I think the way that she did it and the way that like Jared is playing with these cult aesthetics, it's kind of like a mix of Mars Island. It's a mix of Jonestown and a little bit of like Charles Manson-ish. I think the use of those aesthetics is like an ironic imagery that's just supposed to be provocative or something. I just think it's cheap and tacky and gross. Like, almost 1,000 people died. They were, like, murdered. Even if some of them voluntarily took that poison, they did it at gunpoint. A lot of them were injected. They didn't even drink it. They were injected with it. And some of them were children. Like, it's really not cute. And it's something that I think the Jonestown thing has been really, really obscured because of the ways that people have picked up on those aesthetics in a way that is just kind of disturbing. Like, those were human beings. It was like 900 something. Biggest mass casualty event in America prior to 9/11. And it wasn't in the United States that it happened. It was in Jonestown, which wasn't in the US, but it was in America. And those were mostly United States citizens. So, like, should be maybe respected a little bit more. That those were our citizens that one man fucking killed. It's gross. It's a gross thing to just, like, act like is just, like, a cute little thing. Or that it's funny. Or that you can adopt these aesthetics just ironically like this. It's just tacky. But the thing is that none of these allegations, none of the allegations that we currently have that are, like, substantiated that journalists have said, none of them come from Camp Mars or Mars Island. And that's something that I do think is kind of significant, that actually a lot of the things that have been substantiated by journalists, it's not from the Echelon. It's from, like, random models. It's from just random women that happen to go to a Jared Leto party or something, or that just ran into him once and then somehow wound up back at his hotel room. A lot of the allegations that we have, they don't come from these groups of people. And partially I think that's because some of the cult stuff was really played up as like a gimmick, as a promotional thing. They wanted people to be kind of freaked out by these images so that they could be like, well, it's ironic, you know? So it wasn't, the cult aspects weren't as serious as maybe some people think that they were. At the same time, though, because of the ways that these events worked, where you are camping with Jared Leto and the band, and you are on an island with Jared and the band, there is a level of intimacy, and there is a level... Also, by the way, these cost thousands of dollars. These tickets for Mars Island especially was, I think, like a minimum $1,000. And I want to say the Camp Mars one was like $300 for a day pass, but to camp you would definitely still be paying over $1,000. So the people who are staying here are really dedicated fans who really, really want to be in an environment that Jared Leto is just walking around in. So there is no fucking doubt in my mind that he took advantage of that. Even if it wasn't as weird as he's trying to make it seem by using these Charles Manson-esque, Jonestown-esque images, even if it wasn't quite that, there's no doubt in my mind that he used the connection those fans felt with him to do some weird shit. On the island, in the camps. And I think it's very telling that we don't have those stories quite yet. That maybe some of the worst stories we have, some of the worst stories that exist, are from people that do not yet feel comfortable coming forward because maybe they were groomed a little bit more. Then we do have some other, like, because these are fairly, like, this Claire P person, that's a fairly prominent Twitter account. She made an allegation. She says, when I was 14, Jared Leto asked my friend, also 14, to come up to his hotel room. And then somebody else replied and said, I have been telling people about his psycho ass since high school because the same thing happened to a girl I went to school with. So different allegations just accumulating. Then in 2021, he's in something called The Little Things, where he, again, had a very acclaimed performance. The movie did not do that well. It most likely lost money, but I guess he was good in it. I don't know. I didn't see it. But he played like a serial killer or something. And of course, like, method, which is concerning. And then he, in 2021, was in House of Gucci with my girl. This was a painful promotional experience. At least with her, I was like, well, I guess they both got cast in the film at the same time, but they were also being very friendly with each other. Like, I can say it's not her fault that she was in a movie with Jared Leto, but she was pretty friendly with him on the promotional campaign. They both seemed to have some sort of connection from years prior, probably with Terry Richardson. I don't know what she knew, what she didn't know, but it was still annoying to watch. In the same way that it was annoying to watch Lana do a fucking Gucci ad with him. Then, as this movie was coming out, other people were still talking about the allegations, so you really can't deny that people knew at the time. This is from the Daily Beast in November. Jared Leto is hilarious in House of Gucci, but what about those teen allegations? Leto's performance as the bumbling Gucci heir Paolo could easily earn him awards attention, but creepy allegations lurk behind actor's playful embrace of his culty image. Then in March of 2022, he was in something called We Crash, which is some Apple TV thing. Then he was in Morbius in April of 2022. This movie fucking bombed twice because they put it in theaters. It bombed, they took it out. Then it became a meme online. They thought that the meme would somehow make the movie do better at the box office, so they put it back in theaters. It bombed again. He also won a Golden Razzie for Worst Actor for this one. Then he was in the Haunted Mansion live action reboot, whatever the fuck it was. He played the Hatbox Ghost. This movie also fucking bombed. It has an estimated loss of about $117 million. And this is Jenny Nicholson who says, okay, I know I saw it weeks ago, but why was Jared Leto the Hatbox Ghost in the Haunted Mansion? The character was CGI and his voice was edited to hell. They could have had any man in the world in that role. Why him? Was his name worth that much? Yeah. Absolutely nothing about that role needed to have Jared Leto in it. Nothing. I don't know, especially at this point, especially after Suicide Squad, where public opinion really turned on him, and there were already these standing allegations against him. Why was Jared Leto getting roles at this point? Maybe it has something to do with all these investments that he's making or something. Like, maybe he's just given so many people so much money that people are ignoring the allegations and ignoring the fact that he's not even a profitable actor as a favor. I don't know. The movies aren't doing well. He's annoying. People are picking up on how annoying he is. And he also has a fuck ton of allegations that are pretty available, pretty accessible, that you can just Google and find. But then, around May of 2025, someone named Allie Teals reshares a 2012 Facebook post that she had made onto Instagram, where she says, you're really not in LA until Jared Leto tries to force himself on you backstage at an M83 show in a kilt and a snow hat. So she posted this and says, throwback to 2012, Jared Leto was a creep then, still a creep now, going on 15 plus years of being Hollywood's most persistent predator in a kilt. And so after this, Allie says that she started receiving a fuck ton of DMs from other women with stories about Jared, which I believe, because in June of 2025, the following month, this article comes out where 9 women accused him of impropriety. And so this is the first set of substantiated allegations where women are coming forward with firsthand accounts that have been verified by a journalist, with the oldest allegation in this instance going back to 2006 with a 16-year-old. But what's really, really remarkable about these allegations and the ones that would come afterward is the fact that all of them seem very clumsy and random. Not on the part of the alleged victims, but the stories they're telling of Jared's behavior. Basically, he would just get women and girls' phone numbers and then just text them in the middle of the night without really much lead-in, without much effort to get to know these women and to properly groom them. He would just get their phone numbers and start texting them and being like, hey, so do you like sex? Have you ever had sex? Do you like it? What's your favorite kind? It is so clumsy. It is so blatant. And a lot of these girls were young, so it still did work on a lot of them. And he was very famous. So there's a grooming that is just a part. There's a grooming that is inherent to the dynamic of a young girl and a grown-ass man, and a non-famous person and a very famous, very rich person. There's just already a power dynamic that can manipulate people in and of itself. But then it's like he never even put in the fucking effort to even actually try to groom anyone beyond that point. It's sort of remarkable how much he was just clumsily just reaching for pussy. Didn't care about getting caught, didn't care about these women turning him down, it seems. It's just crazy. It's crazy, the stories that they tell, where he is just literally jumping to assault them or sexually harass them right away. So the oldest allegation goes back to 2006. In this piece, he apparently got a number from a 16-year-old and then later initiated a sexual conversation. He would call her in the middle of the night repeatedly. According to the article, he was also inviting minors into his home, once walking out of a room completely naked in front of a 17-year-old girl. He was recruiting young girls to attend events through modeling agencies, where one woman said that the ratio at the parties was 60 very young women to 4 or 5 adult men. Jared would often keep to the shadows at the events. He was sober, meticulous, always in control. There was a 20-year-old that he hooked up with who said that he was just kind of violent and weird. And then he started a sexual texting relationship with a woman who was underage, and then did some other stuff. I'm not even going to go into the details on that, but he did some other stuff to that woman. So that's the allegations in this article. Then he was in Tron Ares, a month or two later. It was in June of 2025 that the article came out, and then Tron was October, so July, August, September. It's 4 months later. Granted, I have to imagine this film was being shot for a long time before those allegations came out, but the allegations were already fairly public. Even if there wasn't an article about them, people did know about them, so there was no reason to hire Jared Leto at this time, and this movie fucking bombed, just like a lot of his movies were bombing. It didn't even make back its production budget, and it also supposedly, I've never seen the film, but supposedly it contains a lot of pro-AI propaganda, and there was even a plan at one point for the movie to have AI-generated background characters, which kind of got thwarted from some of the strikes that were happening at the time, the protests from various people in the industry. But I don't know. I don't know why the fuck Jared Leto ever needed to be in this movie in the first place. Then he was also in June of 2026 in Masters of the Universe, where he played Skeletor. He apparently, because the Skeletor thing, that's all CGI. So again, it's the same shit with the Hatbox ghost for Haunted Mansion, where why did we even need Jared Leto in this role? It could have been anybody. But I guess to freak the co-stars out, he would smear fake blood on his face for while they were filming. So even though they were, well, I guess not even though, because he knew they were going to be covering his face up with this CGI skull to freak the other actors out, he would just smear blood on his face. Just annoying. He's just annoying. The film did not do very well at all. Jared was completely excluded from the promo. as he should have been, but I have to imagine that his mere association with the film and his name in the credits probably did not help the movie at all. So, sucks. It actually did look kind of fun, but I'm not gonna see it. And then there is the recent BBC documentary. So, the BBC spoke with 10 women, 4 of whom were claiming criminal well, they spoke with more than 10 women, but 10 women who alleged some sort of issue with him, but only 4 women who were claiming criminal conduct. So more allegations going back to 2002, where he allegedly sexually assaulted a 17-year-old in a dingy Las Vegas motel room. 2005, we have really the only allegation that involves a member of the Echelon, like a fan of 30 Seconds to Mars, and this one didn't go very far. There was a 14-year-old who said that she went to his concert. He signed her shirt across her chest and told her she had a nice rack, and then tried to get her to go back to his, to go backstage with him. But then thankfully her mom was next to her. And this is what I'm saying. Again, he's not careful at all. Like, he was inviting a 14-year-old, telling a 14-year-old that she had a nice rack, trying to get her to go backstage while her fucking mom was next to her. And her mom was like, no, we're leaving. Thank God. And then 2006, he gave a 17-year-old his phone number, or she gave him her phone number or something, backstage at a 30 Seconds to Mars concert. It didn't even seem like she was really a fan of 30 Seconds to Mars. Maybe I'm wrong about that part, but it seems like she got back there because they were just always inviting girls back there. And apparently, crew on the 30 Seconds to Mars tours allege that they had been tasked with calling local modeling agencies whenever they were in a specific area. Like, when they would tour to a different city, they would call modeling agencies around that city and try to get their, like, hottest female models backstage passes to 30 Seconds to Mars. So even the supply of women that were worshiping Jared, that were just already at the concerts, wasn't even good enough for him. He was trying to recruit even more women, even more models to the concerts to come backstage. It's fucking crazy. Nothing is ever enough for Jared Leto. But this 17-year-old that he took backstage, they did have sex multiple times. She was 17 years old. He wanted her to call him daddy. Gross. They would give out these VIP tickets to female models, and they would also bring young girls from the audience onto stage with Jared for, like, the final song of the show, and then they would take them backstage too. How many of them he assaulted, who's to say? An endless amount. And then there was another woman who was 19 at the time, but she told Jared that she was 17, thinking that that would stop him from hitting on her and trying to have sex with her. Of course, it did not, and she didn't get assaulted that night, but she did sort of get threatened. She ended up in his hotel room, wanted to leave. She asked for a phone charger and asked for cash to get home. He wouldn't give them to her. She asked if she could sleep on the couch in his room instead of the bed with him, to which he responded and said that if she did that, she would wake up with a dick in her ass. She did end up leaving, thank God. And then there were 5 women. It says 5 women told the BBC that they received strange and often very sexual phone calls from Leto. 4 of them were teenagers at the time. One 16-year-old said that she met Jared at a modeling agency. He got her email, eventually got her phone number, started sending her sexually charged messages. And then he told her that he was going to pass her number off to someone named Christian, whom he was claiming was some manager or something, that he was going to help her in her modeling career or something. And then Christian called, asked her to do porn. She told him that she was underage. He said that that didn't matter. And it says both Christian and Leto would ask similar explicit questions, she says, adding that she would not be surprised if they were the same person. And then there was another woman who also says, it says 2 two more of the 5 women who alleged they received similar phone calls from Leto say they were also called by other men around the same time. Like Etta, they also believe the men could have been Leto playing characters. So he's playing different characters as he's calling these women to sexually harass them. Like, the guy is fucking weird. Allegedly. But I believe it. It just seems like something he would do. And then he also, at one point, he asked a woman to sign an NDA, and then she wouldn't do it, and then they just, like, stopped asking her about it. And this is where I'm like, all of the women who have come forward so far, it doesn't seem like they were really threatened into silence a whole lot. It doesn't seem like they were really groomed a whole lot beyond just the power dynamics that exist of famous man, non-famous woman, adult man, child. You know, again, there's a grooming dynamic just inherent to that. But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he was actually trying that hard to groom these women. And a lot of them, even the ones that he assaulted and then they left, like, right away. Like, at one point, he, like, grabbed a woman, made her put her hand on his dick, and then she immediately was like, okay, no, and left. And that's what's a little bit kind of shocking and scary, is that we're mostly still hearing the allegations of women that he didn't go all the way with, you know? There was the 17-year-old who said that she had sex with him multiple times and that he wanted her to call him daddy, but that's really the only allegation we have from these articles and these, like, journalist-verified accounts. That's the only allegation we have where it seems like there was a definite law that was broken, and in a way that was, like, multiple times, you know, like, she had sex with Jared multiple times. I have to imagine there's a lot of other women that have worse stories that just haven't come forward yet, if they ever do. Probably women that he has threatened more, women that he has groomed more. It's sort of, there's just an endless pit, really. We're still, if we're thinking of this as like an iceberg, we're still seeing the tip of the iceberg and the women that felt comfortable coming forward. There's got to be so many more under the surface. And he still got away with it. And there was also a new Page 6 allegation as well after this BBC documentary came out with a woman who was in Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was a waitress. He invited her to an after party. She said that he got kind of handsy with her at the party. She left. He confronted her in the parking lot, was like trying to get her to stay. She left anyway. He started texting her around 3 to 4 a.m. asking her to come back. She didn't do it. Again, this is a woman who, for the most part, she was in an uncomfortable situation with Jared, but she did leave fairly early, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But then she said 2 months later she got a post-shower selfie from him, where I assume he was nude. And she said the caption was just a room number, NYC, the name of a hotel, and the message, hurry up, I'm waiting. And she says, I replied, I'm in Grand Rapids, Michigan, you sent this to the wrong Grace. So, yeah, clumsy as fuck this man is, where he can't even keep track of the women he's trying to assault. He's sending text messages to the wrong people. And then I guess this is also from Page 6. He apparently lost some major movie role due to the allegations. And I'm sure, honestly, he's lost many opportunities. And that's what's ridiculous too, is that Jared Leto probably would have had a more successful career if he wasn't assaulting all of these women. He probably actually would have been in more movies. He probably would have released more albums. He probably would have done so much other shit. Because I don't doubt that he has lost opportunities for this. It's just not enough opportunities for him to go the fuck away. And that's absurd in and of itself when he's just never been that talented in the first place. It's never made sense for him to be here. Anyway, we are now finally fucking done. Another long one. But here's our honorary pop girlies. We have a few. Oh, wait, shit. Here we go. This is... Oh, what's her name? Sophia Sinote? I don't know how to pronounce that last name, but this is Zara Larson's makeup artist, is all you really need to know. She's been fucking killing it. She takes... Because she's on not Instagram. Well, she's probably on Instagram too, but she's on Twitter, and she will post her inspiration for all these different looks, and it's always, like, nature-based, which is cool. But she always fucking kills it. Like, this is an Aurora Borealis, and there's the Aurora Borealis on Zara. So beautiful. Here's an eclipse, and there's the eclipse. And then this one was a crab. I liked this one. Incredible. So good. So fucking good. And then our other honorary pop girly. Dolly Parton, who really could be a bona fide pop girly, but that's not the place in her career that she is, because, you know, she's a country artist, but country, we can put the country girls onto the pop girly bracket. But Dolly's in a different phase of her career right now. She's a little bit more of like an entrepreneur, activist, just general public figure. She's not as actively producing music, though she has made some songs more recently. But she's been, I was gonna say she's not been feeling well recently, but she's been 80 recently. She's been old recently. She canceled an appearance at Dolly World for some ride or something. She was supposed to come do it, but she had to cancel her appearance because her doctors said that she should not. There was some other stuff in June where she was a little shaky in public, but and people are freaking out about it. But I'm like, look, this is what happens when you're old, and she is older. She lost her husband fairly recently, which I have to imagine takes a pretty hefty toll on you mentally, which is then going to reflect physically. But she's old, and as much as I think people were kind of alarmed by the fact that she started canceling appearances, that's the right thing to do. If her doctor is telling her that it was safer for her to not go, I would rather her do that. So cancel as many fucking appearances as you need, Dolly. We want you around as long as possible. We love you. Thank you for the music you've made. Thank you for producing Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Icon, legend. And if she releases an entire album or anything, you know, she could be on the bracket. She doesn't necessarily need to be an honorary pop girly. She could be a regular pop girly. But for right now, she's honorary. Thank you, Dolly. And then no drum roll for this one, just Hayden Panettiere. Rest in peace. I've moved on from talking about her, so I thought that I would be fine emotionally, but I already just feel like looking at her like I'm about to cry. Yeah, this is really sad. This is really devastating. I wish this hadn't happened, but it did. Maybe I'll watch Nashville. Maybe I'll read her book. I never actually read the book. I listened to a lot of the interviews, but I didn't read the book. Maybe I'll read the book. But we'll miss you, Hayden. Sorry for everything. And that's it. I'll see you guys next week. Hopefully it won't be so fucking depressing. But we'll see. Goodbye.